The hero is back from another world with his elf wife and daughter. Volume 1, Yuki, audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Episode 1, Homecoming. Do you know about the concept of being summoned to another world? You know, the kind where someone is suddenly whisked away to a world of swords and magic, that trend in recent light novels. By now, it's no longer something unusual in fiction. Of course, it's all made up. You can't really use magic, and monsters or skills don't actually exist. Some people claim that myths and legends are accounts of another world, but since we can't prove that, it's best and most enjoyable to treat them as fiction. That's what I believed up until 10 years ago. I, Hattori Kazuya 17, was summoned to another world while on my way home from school and spent nearly a decade on the battlefield as humanity's hope, the hero. It was rough, you know. One moment I was in some amazing-looking place, and then some guy who looked like a king went, "Welcome, brave hero," and all that. I defeated demon generals, fought dragons, took down the 4 heavenly kings, and had a deadly battle with a shape-shifting demon lord. Whether that really was the right way to do things, I still don't know. But in the end, I saw it through, and now I've returned to my original world. And thanks to a god's grace, I was sent back to the exact time I was summoned, complete with my physical age reset. Seeing my school, the familiar route home, and my house again for the first time in 10 years brought tears pouring down my face. I must have looked like a total lunatic. Honestly, the neighbors were seriously staring at us like we were some kind of sideshow. I managed to suppress the wave of emotion that welled up again just from feeling the familiar sensation of unlocking the front door and stepped inside. I'm home. I had returned. Section. Judging by the shoes at the entrance, it seemed Dad had come home earlier than me for once. Of course, Mom's shoes were there too. I braced myself and opened the living room door. "Welcome back." I swallowed the emotion threatening to surge up again and responded with a smile. Dad and Mom were relaxing on the sofa like always, watching TV. When the two of them turned to look at me, their faces froze in shock, mouths agape. "Something wrong? Hey, what happened to your uniform?" Right, students wear school uniforms, don't they? Having lived over 10 years in another world, nearly everything I had on me when I was summoned was lost in the chaos of war. From textbooks to uniforms, almost all of it went up in flames. What's left? Just my underwear, maybe? Anyway, every piece of clothing I'm wearing now is from the other world. Thinking about it, I've never seen anyone dress like this in modern Japan. No wonder the neighbors were staring. It's a little hard to explain, but to put it simply, it all burned up. Burned. Had I ever seen Dad this surprised before? Digging through my fading memories, the only time I could think of was when he saw a cockroach. "Kazuya, who are the girls behind you?" This time, Mom peeked out from the kitchen, pointing hesitantly at the two standing behind me. Of course, I'll introduce them. With a brief glance from me, they stepped forward stiffly and gave their greetings. "Nice to meet you, mother-in-law, father-in-law. I am Celestina Roman 6 Yggdrasia." With silver hair so clear it couldn't be imitated with dye, and serene crimson eyes. Her race's signature long ears only enhanced her already flawless features. Anyone would agree she's beautiful. And hiding behind her is a young girl with the same lovely silver hair and long ears and amber eyes like mine. She's full of potential, a true treasure of ours. Alicia Hattori Yggdrasia. Once they finished introducing themselves, they performed a graceful curtsy. What? Kazuya. Did she just say Hattori? Clearly overwhelmed by the cascade of information, my parents still managed to throw questions my way. I know this is a lot, but Celestina is my wife, and Alicia is our daughter. I went to another world for a bit. When I said that, my parents looked at each other, then turned to Celestina and Alicia. Seemingly picking up on the unspoken need for confirmation, both of them nodded. I was summoned to another world as a hero, but I'm going back to the modern world with my elf wife and daughter. Episode 2, Proof of Another World and Magic. After the surprised scream died down, I tried explaining everything to my parents in simple terms. But the whole time, their responses were mostly vague nods and half-hearted reactions. If I really had to summarize it, I got summoned to another world on my way home from school, and I spent about 10 years there acting as a hero. It seemed like Mom was the first to start wrapping her head around it, and she tried confirming things in her own way. Is it like the game Yui plays? Pretty much. Yui is my younger sister by 3 years, Hattori Yui. If I remember right, she was off at a club training camp around this time. With a sword and shield. Yeah. And you cast magic spells. Exactly. Stuff like Dragon Slash. Something like that. I see. After answering a few of her questions, Mom let out a voice that sounded like she had come to terms with it, though what exactly she understood, I couldn't say. Hey, I still don't get any of this. In contrast to Mom, Dad placed a finger on his temple and tilted his head. Well, to be fair, from their point of view, their son left the house for school this morning and came back with 2 girls, saying, I just went to another world. Oh, and these 2, one's my wife and the other's our daughter? That would be headache-inducing nonsense to anyone. It'd probably be faster if I just showed you. Both of you, watch this. I drew their eyes to my index finger and began chanting a spell. A torch. A soft light appeared at the tip of my finger. It was nothing more than a basic spell with a simple effect, but it was probably the quickest and safest way to demonstrate magic. Say, that's not just a magic trick, right? No smoke or mirrors here. Saying that, I dispelled the torch spell and waved my hand. Naturally, nothing fell from it. Say, yeah, but even if you say that. Dad tilted his head slightly again, seemingly unsure how to react. Want me to show you more? You have more, I want to see. Mom, more excited than usual, stepped forward eagerly, overtaking Dad. Well, Cells, you got anything good? Let's see, how about this one? Celestina spread her hands lightly in front of her chest. Suddenly, a beautifully bound book appeared out of nowhere and floated above her empty palms. From her graceful lips came the chanting of a spell, Aquarium. After she cast several incantations, the floating book began to glow faintly. Its pages started turning on their own, and the glowing light it emitted changed into a shimmering aquatic display. Wow! Dad, who had been racking his brain trying to make sense of it all, let out an awestruck breath. It was no surprise. The spell Cells used depicted marine life swimming through an imagined ocean crafted from water. Fish and sea creatures drifted weightlessly in the air, moving as if truly underwater. The warm light they emitted filled the room with a soft, soothing glow. Maybe 5 minutes passed before the fish began to fade. The spell's effects must have worn off. Eventually, the sea creatures vanished completely, but both of my parents continued gazing at the sky where they had swum, as if reluctant to let go. Pretty amazing, right? Cells magic. It's really incredible, like something out of a fantasy. Oh my, it's really not that grand of a spell, you know, but thank you. Episode 3, Introductions. Can I properly introduce them now? After confirming my parents' nods, I gave a glance to Cells and Alicia. Then allow me to formally introduce myself again, dear father-in-law and mother-in-law. I am Celestina Roman VI Yggdrasia, 4th princess of the Igdomia Empire and wife of Hattori Kazuya. Nice to meet you, Grandpa, Grandma. I'm Alicia Hattori Yggdrasia, Hattori Kazuya's daughter. Cells and Alicia gave graceful bows, which my parents returned a bit awkwardly. I'm Kazuya's mother, Chihiro. So, you said wife. And I'm Kazuya's father, Hiroto. Kazuya, you have a daughter. Their questions were only natural. I began answering them one by one. Of course, your questions make perfect sense, but before that, let us explain the situation. With a slight pause, Cells conjured a map using magic. Kazuya-sama was summoned to a world governed by different laws from yours, called Isgard. Our world was facing a grave crisis, and to resolve it, Kazuya-sama was summoned. Red dots appeared on both this world and Isgard, marking where I had been summoned. The crisis was none other than the Demon King. Though many countries and countless lives were lost, humanity could not defeat the Demon King for 300 years. Half the human world had been conquered, and so, we turned to the ancient legend of the otherworldly hero and placed our hopes in it. She continued explaining alongside illustrations that were well known to the people. And that hero was Kazuya. Yes, exactly. Then Celestina-san. Please call me Cell's father-in-law. All right then, Cell-san, what's your relationship with Kazuya? Cells blushed slightly at the question. Well, the Igdomia Empire was one of the countries saved, while he led the heroic strike force. And as we fought together in many battles. Cells became the symbol of hope for Igdomia's salvation and served as the healer in my unit. She kept following me, and after we defeated the Demon King, I proposed to her. When I said that, my parents' expressions grew more animated. Oh my. So then, Alicia-san is. She's our daughter, born after we defeated the Demon King. Huh. Now. She just turned 12 this year. Yes, father. As I patted her head, Alicia's eyes softened. Even with her formal demeanor, it was easy for us to tell how she really felt. What in the world is going on here? Dad's voice was packed with so many emotions. I didn't think I'd ever make it back to this world. The moment I said that, Dad's gaze snapped to meet mine directly. The summoning magic that brought me there was one way. And the people involved in the ritual ended up on the front lines too, so by the time we defeated the Demon King, it was impossible to recreate the spell. A lot of memories came rushing back, but after a brief pause, I continued. It's not that I gave up, but I married Cells, Alicia was born, and as we built a life together, someone told me I could go home. Kazuya-sama intended to stay in Isgard, but I suggested otherwise. I told him if he could return, he should. We would follow him wherever he went. Dad was still holding his temples, but seemed to be coming to terms with it. I don't really understand it, but okay. So what now? What do you mean? I mean, no offense, but we don't exactly have room in this house for these two. That was a fair concern, but I'd already made preparations. That's all taken care of. I pulled out a bundle from my dimensional storage. Wait, what the? The god who created Isgard, Edith-sama, converted our currency to Earth money when I was summoned. And don't worry about taxes or anything like that. As for living arrangements, we've brought our home from that world with us. I've connected it here using spatial manipulation. At this point, anything goes, This time, Dad collapsed fully into the sofa. Well, why don't you go set up your room? I don't really get how it works, but I'm sure you need to prepare something, right? With Mom's support, Cells, Alicia, and I stood up. Right, let's go. I'll take you both to my room. And so, my long-awaited return to life on Earth began after more than a decade. Episode 4. My son came home with a wife and kid, apparently. Hearing the sound of the three heading upstairs, I sank deeper into the sofa. Things have really gotten wild, haven't they? Wild doesn't even begin to cover it. I'm Hattori Hiroto, 46 years old. Just your average, working-class salaryman. And yet, my household is no longer what anyone would call ordinary. After all, my son went to another world and came back home with a wife and daughter in tow. Honestly, I still have no idea what's going on. He left the house like it was a normal school day and returned looking like he stepped out of a fantasy film. He even showed us magic. And the ears on Celestina and Alicia were the final straw. Seriously, what the hell is going on? The tragedy of adulthood is that we can't just write this off as fantasy. We have to start thinking about all the real-world problems. What about their residency status, insurance, school? Sure, money and housing seem manageable with all that cash he brought back, but the uncertainty doesn't end there. I guess I'll need to sit down and hear everything properly. Just as that thought crossed my mind, only Celestina came back downstairs. Something wrong. There are still things I need to explain to you both, and I imagine you have questions of your own. Saying that, she sat down across from me again. All right then, what exactly is a hero supposed to be? Let's see. If you trace the origins, it refers to a warrior of light who appeared from another realm in the myths passed down among the people of Isgard to protect humanity from foreign threats. In modern times, it refers to the warriors who led the charge at the front lines of the Demon Lord War, serving as a beacon of hope for the allied human forces. She projected what looked like a religious painting into the air as she spoke. I was quietly amazed that I was already starting to get used to this kind of phenomenon. Our world is divided into two regions, the demon realm to the north, where monsters roam freely, and the human realm to the south, where humans and other races live. The monsters possess physical strength far surpassing that of humans and wield strange abilities, making them a constant threat. That said, they once acted more like animals, without signs of human-like intelligence. She paused for a moment before continuing. But about 300 years ago, the monsters began to change. Their movements started showing signs of strategic planning, and those that crossed a certain threshold became even more powerful. When these bizarre incidents became frequent, a terrifying voice echoed across the world. It was a proclamation. The demon lord shall bring about the annihilation of humanity. Celestina continued her story, as the two of us listened in silence. From that moment on, every nation of mankind set aside their differences and united in the fight. However, the demon lord's army showed no signs of weakening, steadily pushing humanity farther south. Then, at a crucial moment, a mage known as the Great Sage discovered that the ritual from the hero legends could actually function as a summoning spell. And Kazuya was the one summoned with that spell. Exactly. Blessed by Isgard's creator god, Edith-sama, hero Kazuya-sama led the Imperial Special Task Guard, organized by the summoning nation, the Empire of Albatia. And in just 2 short years, he defeated both the Demon Lord's main forces and the Demon Lord himself. That brings us to the present. Feels like you glossed over everything that happened after Kazuya showed up. If we're talking about Kazuya-sama's story, it would take quite a while, you know. Oh, then I'll have you tell me next time. Yes, of course. Celestina stayed and patiently answered our questions, engaging in idle chat until Kazuya called for her. It's all still hard to believe, but one thing's for sure. Tonight's dinner is going to be a lively one. Episode 5, School. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom, waking me up. Looks like it's morning. Even though I just returned home yesterday for the first time in 10 years, the view I woke up to hadn't changed at all. It felt so familiar that I almost wondered if everything yesterday had just been a dream. Not wanting to wake Celestina or Alicia, I stepped outside. But what lay beyond the front door was my room back on Earth. Out of habit, I'd put on shoes before stepping out, which meant I was now standing in my room with shoes on. The sensation was strange. Of course, I took off my shoes and headed to the living room. There I found Mom already in the kitchen, prepping breakfast. Oh, you're up early. Morning, Mom. You're up pretty early yourself, huh? This isn't too different from usual, but with more people around, I figured I should start a bit earlier. Sorry about the trouble. No need to apologize. With that, a quiet pause settled between us. It's a little strange, you know. You look a bit more grown-up, Kazuya. Even though I haven't changed at all on the outside. It's the vibe. I'll help with cooking. You can cook. I'm not used to modern appliances, but yeah, I can manage. Well then, I'll leave some of it to you. I'll handle the newer stuff. Got it. Still skeptical at first, Mom only relaxed after watching how I handled the kitchen tools. Cooking was something I'd picked up out of necessity, but once you get the hang of it, it's kind of fun. That said, the fun only lasts when you're not doing it every single meal. Just thinking about cleanup makes me tired. I honestly have nothing but respect for Mom and Celestina, who cook like this every day. Morning, huh, Kazuya. You're up early, that's rare. I'm an adult now, you know. Waking up early isn't that hard. Good morning, Kazuya-san, it's rare to see you up so early. Yeah, I'm not exactly a morning person. Oh my, then I suppose I won't need to wake you anymore. Please don't. Wake me up. Oh dear, that part of you hasn't changed in 10 years, I see. Father's always a sleepyhead. Spare me, will you? I was thoroughly embarrassed. I'm sorry, mother-in-law, I should be helping you. It's fine, really. First, you need to get used to this world. Once you're comfortable, we'll cook together. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. While we were gathered around the breakfast table, more cheerfully than usual, Dad asked something. By the way, what are you going to do about school? That's the thing. Is there some issue? It's nice that I can go with Celestina, but... Wait, Celestina-san's going with you. Yes. I'll be attending the same academy as Kazuya-san. As she said this, Celestina used magic to change into our school's girls' uniform right in front of us. Alicia will start tomorrow. Yes, Father. I'm sorry you have to stay home today, Alicia. It's all right. I'll spend the day thoroughly studying this world's rulebook. Thanks. I gently patted Alicia's head. Dear, I hate to break up the fun, but isn't it about time for work? Mom kindly reminded Dad, who was blinking in confusion. Ah yeah, I should get going. Huh, then I guess we should get moving too. Our school actually starts pretty early. In exchange, we get a longer lunch break. That's just the school culture. We're heading to the academy now. Yeah, you should grab the stuff we packed yesterday. Understood. Then, father-in-law, I wish you a good day at work. Right, thanks, I'm off. Still clearly not fully processing everything, Dad got ready and headed out for work. Not long after, Celestina came down with her school bag. Even if she looked a little out of place, she truly looked the part. That's Celestina for you. All right then, let's head out. Yes. We made our way to the entrance, where Mom and Alicia came to see us off. We're off. All right, take care. Have a good day, Father, Mother. Section. As we followed the still familiar road to school, I chatted with Celestina. Do you think you'll remember your classmates' names? I think I kind of remember the vibe of the guys I got along with. If it's still vague and ends in a question mark, I'm a little concerned. Oh, I'll remember when I see them. Let's hope so. After walking a bit longer, I saw the school I hadn't attended in 10 years. Since Celestina is a transfer student, she'd need to check in at the faculty office first. All the necessary paperwork and procedures had been taken care of by Edith-sama. I honestly can't thank her enough. A teacher would probably escort her to the classroom later, and she'd get a proper tour of the school eventually. Yo, Kazuya. That voice, Nakajima Ryo. Morning. What's with the full name? Just call me Ryo like always. Oh, and did you hear? There's a super cute transfer student coming to our class. Where'd you hear that? Taguchi from the class next door said he saw an unfamiliar girl going into the faculty office. Guys got sharp eyes, seriously. No kidding. While enjoying some nostalgic school banter, our homeroom teacher entered the classroom. All right, everyone, take your seats. We've got a surprise transfer student to introduce. Episode 6, a bit of chaos at school. Rumors sure spread fast in a school, despite it only being the day after. Almost everyone in class already knew a transfer student was coming. The atmosphere was more animated than usual. All right, quiet down, time to introduce the new transfer student. Come on in. The excitement hit its peak. The moment she entered, it was clear the new student was a girl. That alone got the boys even more hyped. And the fact that she was a beauty, that really sent them into overdrive. When Celestina stood at the teacher's podium, the class went quiet again, still buzzing with energy, but somehow managing to calm down. Quite the skill. My name is Celestina Hattori Roman 6 Yggdrasia. It's a pleasure to meet you all. She performed a perfect curtsy, the likes of which you'd never see in modern Japan. After a brief silence, the class erupted once more in cheers. I'm Yamada. I'm Tanaka. Do you have a boyfriend? The boys launched into a chaotic self-introduction battle, completely ignoring the cold glares from the girls, until the teacher put a stop to it. Quiet down, all of you. Celestina-san just arrived in Japan. Go easy on her, will you? As the noise settled down, one of the girls raised her hand. Who was that again? Yup, I've got a suggestion, is that okay? Oh, Kasai. What is it? To help her get to know us better, how about we turn homeroom into a Q&A session? It was like a command from heaven. For the boys, cheers of agreement rang out from all corners. Celestina-san, would that be all right? Yes, of course, sensei. Sorry about this, indulge them a little, okay? With the teacher's approval, the class buzzed with activity once more. It was a little rowdy, but the nostalgic energy made me smile before I even noticed. The questions started out basic, like favorite food, and gradually warmed up the room. You said you're from overseas? Which part? Europe. It's a small country, not as well known as France or other places familiar to people in Japan. We had gone over this part last night. Elves tend to have Western features rather than Japanese ones. While she could change her entire appearance with magic, I didn't want her to feel too constrained. So, we settled on a European background. For now, she's only using illusion magic to hide her pointed ears. You said your name was Hattori. Are you related to Kazuya-kun? Just as the mood had become comfortable, the question I had most wanted to avoid finally came up. It's fine. Just answer like we prepared, say your relatives and... My relationship with Kazuya-san. Let's see, he's my husband. Eh? As she said it, she lovingly brushed her left hand. A silver ring sparkled on her finger. Yay. What's going on? As expected, chaos erupted in the classroom. Ryo grabbed my shoulder and shook me violently. No way. You used to come to school looking like you'd sworn off all forms of youth. This has to be a lie. Hardly. You. Dating Celestina-san. That's as likely as becoming a hero in another world. She's not my girlfriend, she's my wife. Shut up. The other guys joined in and shook me from all directions. I was pretty sure my breakfast was about to make a return appearance. Please don't tease my dear husband too much. Celestina said it with a smile. but she wasn't actually smiling. The boys froze like frogs under a hawk's gaze, and the room went still. Breaking the silence, Kazuya raised her hand again. "Sensei, is that actually true?" The teacher, looking overwhelmed, beckoned me forward. "Guess I've got no choice." Yeah, just like Celestina said earlier, she and Hattori, well, Kazuya are married. Don't ask me the details, ask them. As soon as the teacher said that, the classroom went into an even bigger uproar. I glanced over at Celestina. She had a playful grin, like a prank had just succeeded. "Why would you? This way, I get to stay close to you." Saying that, she nestled against my arm, and with words like that, I had no comeback. I just silently patted her head. Hey, there's still so much I want to ask. Is that okay?" With Kazuya at the center, our classmates' eyes sparkled with curiosity. It felt like I was heading into battle, but when I saw Celestina's bright, joyful smile beside me, I felt just a bit more at ease. Episode 7, in the cafeteria. Cels had successfully gotten along with the rest of the class and now sat beside me during lessons. It was her first time attending classes here, so I was a little worried. But she listened attentively and took careful notes on the board. Even the way she carried herself looked dignified. That much, at least, was impressive. Some of the teachers looked a little surprised at her silver hair, but otherwise, the morning classes passed without incident. "What are you going to do after this, Kazuya-san?" "It's lunchtime. You either bring a packed lunch or eat at the cafeteria." "I didn't bring anything today, so let's go to the cafeteria." "Got it. I'm looking forward to it." As we were talking, a girl came up to us. It was Kazuya-san. "Hey, mind if I interrupt you two for a second?" "Kazuya-san, right? Of course, no problem. Sorry to cut into your sweet couple time, but if you don't mind, I was thinking maybe we could have lunch together." "I'm fine with it. What about you, Cels?" "I don't mind either." "Yay, thanks." Seeing how happy Kazuya-san looked made me smile without thinking. Just as we were about to head for the cafeteria, someone else called out to us. "Hey, Kazuya, mind if I join too?" "Ryoha, Cels." "Of course I don't mind." "Me neither." "Thanks, guys." And with that, the four of us headed to the cafeteria. Judging by how excited people had been earlier, I figured more classmates might come talk to us, but it seemed Kazuya-san and the others had handled that for us. Honestly, I really appreciated it. It was a huge help. When we reached the cafeteria, it was buzzing with chatter. I remembered hearing during an orientation that our school's cafeteria was unusually spacious compared to others. I've never seen another school's, so I can't say for sure, but it definitely feels big. That said, with a decent chunk of the entire student body showing up at once, it was still pretty crowded and noisy. "Cels, I'll be fine." Elves originally come from forest-dwelling communities, and compared to other races, they tend to have superior hearing. I was worried the noise might be overwhelming, but I guess I didn't need to be. I stopped in front of the sign listing today's menu and turned to Cels. "What are you having?" I'll have whatever you're getting, Kazuya-san. It's kind of refreshing to choose for myself like this." "You didn't get to choose at your old school." "Not really. The kitchen staff always decided for us." "Oh, so that's how it works in other countries." In truth, the royal family's private chefs had always taken extreme care, especially with poison prevention, preparing only the finest meals. But this is one of those cases where the way you word it makes all the difference. Once you hand the ticket to the cafeteria staff, you grab a tray and follow the line to get your food. "I see, that's pretty fun." Her face remained calm, but there was a hint of excitement in her voice as we grabbed our trays and picked up our meals before sitting down. "Can you use chopsticks, Celestina-san? I mean, the default here is chopsticks." "I learned from Kazuya-san, so I think I'll be fine." "You're really good with Japanese language and culture, Celestina-san. Did you learn all that from Kazuya too?" Seeing Cels put her hands together in a polite itadakimasu gesture before eating, Ryo couldn't help but comment. "Yes. Kazuya-san taught me when he visited my country." "Kazuya, when the heck did you go abroad?" "Over the last long break, just for a bit." "Yeah, I definitely can't say. I spent the last 10 years in another world, just yesterday after school." "Sorry for all the questions. I feel like I've been grilling you." "Not at all, it's completely fine." "Is there anything you want to ask us?" I guess I'd like to hear how Kazuya-san is like at school." "I'm curious." "Cels, come on, it's fine." Cels waited eagerly for their answers, and the other two happily obliged. Let's see, he talks to everyone pretty equally, I think. Yeah, he's friendly with both the guys and the girls. He even came to karaoke the other day. His grades are just above average, I guess. The way they were talking about me felt like a three-way parent-teacher conference. They didn't have to do it right in front of me. As I sulked a little, Cells reached over and gently patted my head. Don't pout, okay? I want to learn about the parts of you I don't know yet. Cells. I know. That's why I said it. The way she stroked my head felt so comforting it nearly melted my brain, until Ryo brought me back to reality. You know, I've been thinking, Kazuya, have you even said anything besides Cells this whole time? Have I? You've gotta talk properly, man. It's fine. I understand what Kazuya-san means to say. Oh yeah, like what for example? Just now, he meant, how am I supposed to respond to something like that? She hit the nail so squarely on the head, I instinctively turned away. That totally hit the mark. Cells. That one means, this is getting embarrassing, so please stop. Right. Looks like Cells is getting along just fine with the two of them. But I ended up being the one getting teased the whole lunch break. Episode 8, the day comes to an end. Despite a few hiccups, our first day at school ended without issue. For me, it was the 100th time. For Cells, it was only her second. By the time the sun had dipped low in the sky, we were already home. We're back. As we greeted the house from the front door, we heard the light patter of quick footsteps. Welcome home, Father. Mother. Yeah, we're back, Alicia. Did you listen to what Grandma told you? Yes, she took me to a place called a supermarket. As we made our way to the living room, Alicia chatted about her day. I'd been worried she might get bored, but it sounded like Mom kept her busy. Supermarkets are amazing. It was like a whole marketplace squeezed into one building. Well, now I want to go too. Then let's all go together next time. Just then, Mom peeked her head in from the kitchen, where she was likely preparing dinner. Sorry for taking her out without asking. No, you helped me out, thanks. Alicia Chan's incredible. She found all the best vegetables right away. Was that magic? No, probably just a good eye. She learned from Seal. Who's that? The head maid at the main estate. She's basically good at everything. The main estate, so you even have maids. That's amazing. It is another world. I offered to help with dinner, but Mom gently turned me down. It was probably her way of saying I should spend time with Alicia. Cars are amazing. They accelerate without magic and shake way less than Father's carriage. Sounds like you had fun today. Yes. I reached out and patted Alicia on the head. Back over there, she carried herself with the dignity fitting of a daughter of royalty, graceful and beautiful, never losing composure even beside Cells. But now, she was just a girl her age. Not that one version is better than the other, but seeing her relaxed and free like this felt right. We've got the next 2 days off school. Want to go sightseeing? With Mother, too. Of course. Yay. I'm so happy. Thinking of nearby places to go, I figured the shopping mall was the obvious choice. Still, I pulled out an old smartphone I'd left in my room to check for other options. As I did, Cells leaned in curiously to get a closer look. So this is how a smartphone is used. Yeah, I explained it before, but you can use it to look things up or talk to people far away. Independent of magic ability, that's impressive. So Celestina-san knows about smartphones. Yes, I saw it a few times over there. I had one with me in the other world, too. But with no signal or outlets, it was useless. I'd kept it turned off to preserve the battery, but after 3 months it was basically just a dead slab of metal. You didn't take any pictures? Mom asked, her eyes lighting up. Hold on, I think I did take a few. I opened the camera roll, and sure enough, there were a handful of photos from over there. It was a war, not a vacation, so I was a little surprised I'd even taken any photos. Here, look. Let me see. The photos showed views from the castle, the market streets, and my warhorse on the battlefield. As I swiped through them, a strange mix of nostalgia and quiet longing welled up inside me. Wow, that's an impressive building. Looks like something out of medieval Europe. Right, I was shocked at first too. And this horse, he looks so noble. That's Kazuya-san's beloved horse, Iskandar. He galloped across countless battlefields with him. I'd left him with someone I trusted, but Iskandar, are you still doing well? He's a strong one, I'm sure he's fine. Thanks, Cells. As we chatted, the rice cooker let out its cheerful chime. Dinner was almost ready. I'm home. Just then, Dad returned, perfect timing. He was still in his business suit, of course. But even that felt slightly off to me now. I guess I'd been influenced by life in another world more than I thought. Welcome home, father-in-law. Welcome home, grandfather. Ah yeah, I'm home. Is something wrong? Cels tilted her head slightly at Dad's awkward response. He's probably just surprised by how formal your greeting was. But it's the same as when I first got there. We modern people aren't really used to noble etiquette or that kind of speech. As I said that, both she and Alicia gave an "oh, I see" kind of look. Kazuya's right. It's not bad or anything, just makes me a little itchy. Just talk to them like you do with me. It's totally fine. All right, I understand. She gave a slightly troubled smile, unsure of how to proceed, until Mom gently chimed in with her usual soft tone. For someone like Celestina-san, we'd be the in-laws, wouldn't we? That probably makes things tricky, right? Ah yeah, that makes sense. Take your time, dear. We're family now after all. That worried expression faded from her face, replaced by a soft smile. In that case, please just call me Cels. All my family does. All right, in that case, let me say it properly. Nice to meet you, Cels-san. Nice to meet you, Cels-san. Yes, it's a pleasure. There was still a faint hint of unease lingering, but seeing Cels and my parents getting along so well filled me with relief. Episode 9, A Little Chaos at Home. It seemed dinner would still take a while. With nothing in particular to do, the three of us headed back to my room. This feels more like coming home than the house itself. That makes me happy to hear. I sank into the sofa in the living room, and Cels nestled in beside me. The scent of her and this house filled me with a deep sense of calm. Why is that? Because knowing your peace of mind lies with us, that makes me happy. I could feel my heart beating just a little faster. I wanted to offer some kind of retort, but it was all true, so there was nothing to argue with. Trying to hide my embarrassment, I pressed my face into her shoulder. Oh my, how cute. When I didn't respond, she simply began stroking my head with those graceful fingers of hers. What about Alicia? She went back to her room. I think she gave us space on purpose. Maybe so. She smiled softly. How many times has that smile saved me now? You doing okay, Cels? Yes, everyone at school is being kind to me. Yeah, but I mean more than that. I've said it many times already, but our place is wherever you are. Our status or anything else, it doesn't matter. Thanks. Cels and Alicia always stayed by my side, even when I didn't say enough. I was so lucky to have them. As those thoughts filled my heart, the space between us naturally grew smaller. I'm home. At that moment, I heard a cheerful voice from the front door, one I hadn't heard in 10 years. Looks like Yui's back. That's your younger sister, right? Yeah, she's got a lot of energy. Think you can handle her? Compared to the parties I've been to, this is nothing. Besides, I'm looking forward to it. I'll go get Alicia. Thanks. Section. Back in the living room, Yui was already lounging on the sofa. I wouldn't know from experience, but I guess training camp really wore her out. Hey, Onii, there are some shoes by the door I don't recognize. Know anything about that? Yeah, I've got someone I want to introduce to you. What? You introducing someone? That's super rare. I brought the two into the living room and had them introduce themselves again. I'm Celestina Roman 6 Yggdrasia. I'm Alicia Hattori Yggdrasia. They both gave elegant curtsies with practiced ease. Yui stared at them, mouth agape, frozen for several seconds before suddenly yelling out. Onii brought home 2 girls. That's a terrible way to put it. What is going on? They're both insanely pretty, and their ears are all long and pointy. They look like elves. That's because they are elves. Onii, are you okay? You sound like you're straight up saying you got summoned to another world or something. Good guess, that's exactly what happened. Excuse me, what? I calmed her down and began explaining things. So you're telling me you were summoned to another world after school yesterday, fought as a hero for 10 years, married the princess of the kingdom you saved, had a daughter with her, and then brought them both back here. I nodded at her high-energy summary, which was especially wild considering she'd just gotten back from training camp. It all sounds totally nuts, but you showed me magic earlier, and their ears are definitely real. You might not believe it, but everything I said is true. No, I believe you. Hi. She had been groaning in confusion just a second ago, so I was surprised by how quickly she accepted it. I mean, you literally floated a ball of water in the air. That's magic, plain and simple, What I'm curious about is Alicia. Emmy. Yeah, I mean, she's your daughter, right? Yes. I'm the daughter of Celestina and Kazuya. Which means I'm an aunt. Blood-wise, yeah. Yui clutched her head at that. I'm an aunt already. Nice to meet you, Auntie Yui. Onii, I'm still in middle school. You can't just drop that on me. When I teased her, she grabbed me by the collar and shook me wildly. Okay, my bad. You don't sound sorry at all. She shook me even harder. Fine, I get it. I'm sorry. As punishment, you're buying me cake tomorrow. Yeah. She finally let go of me and turned to face Cells. Celestina-san. Why, yes. With eyes full of excitement, she made her request. Show me more magic. I don't mind, but are you really okay with this? What do you mean? Shouldn't it be harder to accept something like this? Cells looked surprised by how quickly Yui had adapted. But you love my brother, right? That is yes, of course I do. Then that's all that matters. Oh, and Alicia-chan, don't call me aunt. Call me something else. You understood, Yui Wanasama. Though a little overwhelmed, Alicia responded obediently. I've got a good sense for people, so that's the end of that. Now come on, show me more magic. With eyes sparkling like a kid's, Yui beamed, and Cells smiled gently back at her. Of course, and please call me Cells. Got it. Sealsney. Until dinner was ready, Yui begged Cells to show her more magic. Cells, clearly enjoying it too, started using more showy spells just for fun. Watching them play so peacefully with magic for the first time in a long while, I couldn't help but feel a warm happiness fill my chest. Episode 10, Magic and Magecraft. Magic really is amazing, huh? As Cells floated a book in midair and flipped through its pages, Mom commented with admiration. There are plenty of people far more skilled in magecraft than I am, you know. But we can't use it at all, so it's still plenty impressive to us. Watching Cells fidget bashfully, I couldn't help but smile, and at the same time felt something stir inside me. Sealsney, what's the difference between magecraft and magic? Aren't they the same thing? Yui asked, seemingly puzzled. Mom chimed in as well. It's a bit of a complex topic, but magecraft is the act of transferring magical power and incantations to spirits and invoking effects based on natural laws. It's similar to how computers work in the modern world, where execution instructions are written out and electricity carries out those instructions exactly as written. Magic, on the other hand, is performed by converting power directly without involving spirits. It's more akin to a miracle. Magic disregards the laws of the world. An example would be reversing the force of gravity. Among them, Cells specializes in spirit magecraft. We elves are deeply connected with spirits, so we have a natural affinity for it. In regular magecraft, spirits are like business partners, but with spirit magecraft, it's more like being friends. At our explanation, Yui responded with a half-interested hum. Well, it was a bit lecture-like, can't be helped. Magecraft is meant to support daily life, but its essence is still a weapon. That's why the way you and Father use it is truly rare. Yes, the idea of using magecraft to entertain people never even occurred to us. Kazuya-san is the one who taught us that, you know. I just thought it'd be fun if I could do something like this. Saying that, I used my magical power to serve dinner on the table. When it comes to magecraft, most of what we know is based on intuition, so we're not very good at explaining it. My apologies. No need to apologize. I wonder if we could learn to use it too. If we could do what Kazuya just did, cleaning would be so much easier. Me too, I want to float heavy stuff around. Seeing the hopeful looks on their faces, we felt a twinge of guilt. Sorry, but teaching people in this world how to use magecraft or magic is forbidden by the gods. They've allowed us to use it ourselves, but I'm truly sorry. The two looked a bit disappointed at our answer, but they accepted it without protest. I'm home. Just then, Dad came back. Looking at the clock, it was past 7 p.m. We must have talked longer than we realized. Before long, the 5 of us sat down for dinner. The table that once felt too big for 3 now felt a bit cramped with 5. Maybe it was time to get a new one. As that thought passed through my mind, I enjoyed the meal made from Alicia's carefully selected ingredients. Section. Time passed, and it was around 10 p.m. when we got back home. After dinner, we were relaxing with some drinks. Think it's bad if I drink here, since I'm technically underage in this world. A bit late to worry about that now, don't you think? Fair enough. I downed another sip from my glass. I hadn't tried any alcohol in this world yet, so I was curious how it compared to the stuff from the other one. How was today? It was fun. Back there, I always had a role to fulfill, so being that close to everyone felt very refreshing. You didn't have to start school right away, you know. You could have waited until you were more used to this world. I've received plenty of information about this world from Edith-sama, and more than that. Cels leaned in and gently kissed me. A few seconds passed before she reluctantly pulled away. Because I want to be with you for even 1 second longer. Cels. This time, I leaned in and kissed her. She looked stunning in her nightdress, her smile so enchanting I could hardly stand it. So, where will you be taking us tomorrow? There's a shopping mall not far from here. It's a place where lots of stores are gathered in one spot. I was thinking we could buy some clothes for you and Alicia. That would help. The only outfit I have from this world is my school uniform. It's the weekend, so the place might be crowded. Will you be okay? She gave a small, thoughtful frown. Just how many people are we talking about? Let's see, probably about as busy as the capital city marketplace in the early afternoon. Oh my, that is lively. Saying that, Cels rested her head on my shoulder. It might be a bit overwhelming, but you'll protect me, won't you? Of course. Then I'm not worried, and I'll protect you too. Even though you've never been there. Of course. I'm your other half, after all. With that kind of conversation, night slowly fell, and I drifted off to sleep, certain that tomorrow's shopping trip would be another joyful day. Episode 11. The shopping mall. The next day dawned bright and clear. After helping with breakfast, we got ready to head out. Our destination today was a shopping mall a few train stops away from the nearest station. Mom drove us to the station, but from there, we'd take the train as part of a little social learning experience. Cars were amazing, but trains are incredible too. To think a giant hunk of metal can carry so many people at such high speeds. And at a price affordable even for the average citizen. This world is truly impressive. Things that are second nature to us seemed fresh and exciting to Cels and Alicia, who eagerly looked around the cabin and out the windows. What kind of place is this shopping mall we're going to, Father? It's a place where all sorts of stores, like clothing shops, hat stores, jewelry shops, even greengrocers, are gathered in one place. You mentioned it yesterday, but it really is a brilliant concept. You can take care of multiple errands just by visiting one location. Before long, we arrived at our destination. Being a weekend, it was reasonably crowded, but nothing overwhelming from my perspective. The kind of crowd where you could still take your time browsing. First stop, a clothing store. That said, you two probably don't know what kind of stores there are, so let's just wander around and check out what catches your eye. We focused on the floor with a lot of apparel shops, going in and out of ones that looked interesting. Classic window shopping. May I check out this store? Cels asked, pointing to a shop that leaned more toward mature designs, elegant with a touch of cuteness. Of course. She picked out a few pieces and went to try them on. The layout and fitting process here was better organized, but the fundamentals weren't too different from the other world. Though after the war, she had her clothes custom made. Kazuya-san, how about this? She stepped out wearing a skirt with a casual twist on a trench design, paired with a cavalier blouse. Her dignified aura was even more striking, absolutely stunning. You look amazing. I seriously regret my lack of vocabulary right now. Your words alone are more than enough. Mother, you look even more regal than usual. It suits you perfectly. Thank you, Alicia. It seemed she had decided to purchase the outfit. Since she still wasn't fully used to our currency system, I handled all the payments today. Next was Alicia's turn. She picked a sailor blouse paired with two-tuck pants, a combination that radiated her gentle, transparent charm. I'm not quite used to wearing pants yet, but what do you think? It really suits you, Alicia. I really need to study up on vocabulary. The colors match you perfectly too. It looks great. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Father. Alicia had apparently made her choice as well. I brought both outfits to the register, only to be met with a slightly shocking total. So clothes really are expensive, huh? It was a half day that taught me a lot. Section. After that, we browsed some more shops and picked up a few sets of loungewear. We spent a fair amount, but thanks to the savings from the other world, it wasn't an issue. It honestly felt like all that fighting had finally paid off. It's a good time. Shall we grab lunch? Oh right, this place also has restaurants, doesn't it? This shopping mall is amazing. Since it was just around noon, the food court and restaurant area were likely packed. What to do? Wait, wasn't there a place known for quick turnover? There's a casual diner-style place where we should be able to eat right away. How about that? I'm fine with that. Me too. We headed to a family restaurant rumored for its high turnover. After waiting about 10 minutes, we were shown to our seats. Even after placing our order, it only took about 15 minutes for everything to arrive. This system is so efficient. This world really is amazing. Watching Alicia light up at everything was a little exhausting, but if she was having fun, I saw no reason to stop her. Well then, let's eat. We put our hands together, in thanks, before starting the meal. I was momentarily captivated by the beauty of their table manners before joining in myself. With those two at the table, the family restaurant might as well have been a high-end venue. It made sense. Cels was royalty and Alicia her daughter. Of course they'd have mastered top-tier etiquette. How much does this cost, approximately? For all of us, maybe about 1 silver coin, give or take. This delicious, and for that price. This world is amazing. They reacted to everything with such sincerity, it made playing tour guide a real joy. While enjoying our family restaurant meal, we recharged for the afternoon shopping ahead. Episode 12. The necklace. In the afternoon, we focused on shopping for daily necessities. I had considered using items from the other world, but since things like rice bowls didn't match and we lacked chopsticks, we decided to buy everything we needed here. Father, are you okay? Why, yeah, I'm fine. Alicia looked at me worriedly as I carried more than 3 shopping bags in each hand. I couldn't help but laugh, imagining how comical I must look right now. I'm good, I answered as we headed to the next store, a shop mainly selling tableware. Father, isn't this adorable? Alicia pointed at a small soy sauce dish that revealed a pattern when liquid was poured into it. The one she was pointing at had a cat design that appeared on the surface. That's a clever product, pretty fun. It's really cute. The two of them discussed which pattern to pick, comparing various designs. From the looks of it, they had already decided to buy one. Seeing that warm scene, I felt my lips naturally curl into a smile. Next up, rice bowls. What kind of dish is that? You remember yesterday at the cafeteria. The bowl that the rice, called lis, was served in, that one. In the other world, their culture was more Western European, so bread was the staple food. I didn't mind that too much, but still, I'm Japanese. While I was working as a hero and missing rice dearly, I eventually found it. The grain they called lis turned out to be rice. The tears I held back that day when I finally had rice again, yeah, that's a secret. What do you think of this one? Cels brought over a rice bowl painted in a soft, pale blue. It was simple, but had a charming, homely touch to it. It's adorable family bowls, huh? Let's go with that one. We bought a few more pieces of tableware before leaving the store. It was around 5 p.m. when I checked the time. I figured we had most of what we immediately needed, so I told the two of them we'd wrap things up after one last shop. What kind of shop is next? You'll see when we get there. Today's been so much fun, Father. Alicia beamed, and I found myself smiling along with her. Watching her behave her age, freed from the heavy expectations of nobility, was heartwarming. This is it. An accessory shop. Yep. We stepped inside. The store interior subtly matched its image color, with elegant displays arranged throughout the room, giving off an air of clear luxury. I'd felt this atmosphere many times at formal parties in the other world, but it still wasn't something I was used to. Welcome. How may I assist you today? We're looking for a necklace. Certainly. Please, right this way. The clerk guided us to a display case. Inside were all kinds, some with large gemstones, others with tiny heart-shaped charms. Is it for? My wife here. Oh, I see. Then, what kind of occasion will she be wearing it for? I glanced at Cels, and her eyes answered for her. Something for everyday use, please. In that case, I recommend something less ornate. From this selection here. The clerk took out 2 or 3 options from the case. Which one do you like? When I asked, Cels quickly pointed to one of them. This one, I really like it. She had chosen a petite necklace with a moon motif. The simple design fit her perfectly. Would you like to try it on? Yes, please. Husband, the clasp goes here. Wait me. Yes, it's a special moment after all. She's right, Father. Oh, pardon me. Cells tilted her porcelain-like neck toward me. I took the necklace from the clerk and, after fumbling a bit, managed to clasp it around her neck. How does it look, Kazuya-san? It's beautiful, really suits you. The simple ornament only emphasized how naturally elegant she already was. Moments like this made me wish I had a better vocabulary. Excuse me, do you have a men's version of this? While I was admiring her, Cells suddenly said that. Of course we do. Just a moment, please. Thank you. Cells, something like that wouldn't suit me. You'll be fine, it'll look great on you. Having never worn any accessory besides a name tag, I couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Thank you for waiting. The clerk returned with a men's necklace. It also had a moon motif, but with an even simpler design. I tried it on, wearing something around my neck besides an ID badge felt strange. See. I knew it would suit you. You look great, father. I feel kinda embarrassed. Now we match. Hearing that filled my chest with a quiet warmth I couldn't quite describe. We'll take both, please. Kazuya-san, are you sure? Of course. That's why we came here. Thank you so much. Cells wanted to wear hers out of the store, so we took only the boxes and went to pay. I asked Alicia if she wanted anything, but she said she didn't need anything in particular. Maybe she was being considerate. Thank you very much, the clerk said as we left the store. A quick glance at the clock showed it was just past 6 p.m. It's getting late. Let's head home. Father, can you manage the train with all those bags? It's fine, Mom's picking us up by car. Oh my, then I must thank her properly later. You don't have to worry about that. But still, come on. We're family, remember? All right, let's all go out together next time. I'm all for that. We chatted like that as we waited for Mom to arrive. The stars began to twinkle, and a single moon rose into the sky. Another peaceful day came to a close. Episode 13, 8. For dinner after returning home, we immediately put the rice bowls we bought today to use. It was our first time eating as a group of 6, and although the table felt a bit cramped, there was no question that it was a joyful meal. Cells and Alicia, clearly tired from the day, turned in early. I stayed in the living room, watching TV with my younger sisters. Onii, hasn't it been a while since you last watched TV? Yeah, it's been 10 years since I really sat down to watch. For us, nothing's changed at all, so it feels kinda weird. As we chatted about nothing in particular, Yui suddenly brought up a question. Hey Onii, what is it? You were in another world for 10 years, right? Yeah, that's where you met Cell-san, got married, and Alicia-chan was born, right? Exactly. Then, doesn't the timeline not match up? Yeah, that's true. What Yui said made perfect sense. If Alicia was born in my 3rd year over there, it wouldn't make sense for her to already be 12. What do you think happens after you defeat the Demon King? A victory parade or something? Well, yeah, that too. But what I ended up doing was post-war cleanup. What does that mean? Sending people to help rebuild towns, restructuring security forces, and most of all, hunting down remnants of the demon army. It's not like flipping a breaker. Just because you defeat the Demon King doesn't mean everything stops. A second, even a 3rd Demon King could appear. Of course, not all demons are evil, but there were extremist groups trying to launch a new attack on humanity. So how does that explain Alicia-san's age? At the time, Alicia was still a baby. Obviously, she couldn't protect herself, so what do you think we did? At that moment, Dad, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Don't tell me you were afraid she'd be taken hostage. Exactly. Once I became famous as a hero, we couldn't stop the threats. Cells, Alicia, even the servants at our estate were constant targets. To protect her, we decided to entrust Alicia to the spirit realm. The spirit realm. It's the world where spirits, the ones who help us perform magecraft, reside, our neighbors in a magical sense. The spirit realm is a place without conflict. Since all spirits are fundamentally one and the same, they have no reason to fight. There was just one issue. Time flows faster there. Time flows faster. To put it simply, 1 hour here is like 2 hours over there. Wow, that's just like another world. Yui, it is another world. Cells and Alicia stayed in the spirit realm, while I remained in the mortal world. As a human, I can't live there. The magical energy is toxic if I stay too long. Because elves have a strong connection to spirits and magic, right? Right. But for humans, the spirit realm's magical density is harmful over time. So while you were wrapping things up in the real world, 4 years passed in the spirit realm. Yeah. Here, it was just under 2 years. As I reminisced aloud, Mom chimed in with a question. Kazuya, how old are you now? Physically, I'm 17, but mentally, I'm 28. Weird, right? I think I finally understand why you seem so calm. You've got this grown-up composure about you. God reset my body to its original age. Said it'd be too shocking if I came back in a 28-year-old body. God really is incredible, huh? He even handled Cel's and Alicia's official documents, registered everything. And so the night wore on. Even though I was telling stories that sounded far-fetched, my parents and sisters accepted it all. Part of me worried that someday they'd be tricked into buying snake oil or something, but still, I drifted off to sleep with a smile. Episode 14, Taken to Another World by Mother and Father. I woke to the morning sunlight streaming through the window. Even after coming to another world, my room hasn't changed. I stretched slowly and changed into my clothes. A lot has changed since I came to this world, but one of the biggest is where we eat our meals. Ever since arriving here, we've mostly been having meals at Father's family home. Father mentioned that it's a bit cramped for 6 people, so he said he'd get a new dining table soon. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Alicia-chan. When I entered the living room, Grandma was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. I'll help. Oh, thank you. I still wasn't used to these things called home appliances, but I could at least cut ingredients and keep an eye on what was cooking. I really want to be able to do everything soon. Where's Cel's-san? Mother is preparing lunch at home. I could have done that myself. What about Kazuya? Same as always. So he's still asleep. We laid out salad, toast, bacon and eggs, and some sautéed bell peppers and broccoli. Right on cue, Mother and Father came downstairs. Good morning, Father, Mother. Good morning, Alicia. Morning, Alicia. Father's still not a morning person. It's one of the few weaknesses of the man hailed as a hero. But only we know that. After breakfast, Mother and Father got ready for school. Apparently, I'll be attending school too, but not just yet. Well then, Alicia, we're heading out. Have a good day, Mother, Father. While they're at school, I spend time in the living room studying too. History of this country, language, math, science, all kinds of subjects. Back in my old world, I had a private tutor, but now I study alone. It's not lonely, but not being able to ask questions when I'm stuck can be a bit of a pain. Something troubling you. Grandmother, thank you, actually. Just as I was struggling, Grandma came by with tea. I'm having trouble solving this quadratic equation. Let's see, I think here. I took notes as Grandma explained the problem. The writing tools in this world are amazing. You don't need to dip the tip in ink, it just flows out automatically. And it's not even a magic tool, you can get it cheap. This world is amazing. That should do it. Thank you, Grandma. Oh, it's no trouble at all. But still, this is impressive. This topic is usually taught to students 2 or 3 years older than you in the 3rd year of junior high. Really? Yes, and not just math. You've been studying so hard, that's admirable. Being praised so directly made me a little embarrassed. Once you've hit a stopping point, shall we go shopping? Definitely. Grandma took me along in something called a car. It's not a magic tool, but apparently even ordinary people can use it. I wonder if I could drive it too. Could someone like me drive this thing called a car? At your age, Alicia-chan, probably not yet. There's an age restriction. That's right. You have to be at least 18 to drive a car. Apparently, there are rules when it comes to operating a car. You have to follow them, and you also need to be old enough to take responsibility for controlling such a big hunk of metal. When you're older, you can go to driving school. What kind of place is that? It's a school where you learn how to get a license to drive a car. A whole school just to learn a single skill like that. This world really is amazing. Section, after returning from shopping with Grandma, I went back home. Time to train in magic. Aqua. I recited the incantation and conjured a ball of water. Once it stabilized, I began spinning it around me in circles. I made it bigger, multiplied it. After the basic manipulation drills, I moved on to more delicate work. I added shapes to the water orb, first a simple circle, then a square. Gradually, I tried more complex patterns. Today, let's try shaping it like a fish. I stretched the round orb into an oval, then sculpted a tail, dorsal fin, and mouth. Once I'd outlined the rough shape, I started forming the scales. But at that point, the water lost its stability and dispersed. I still can't match Mother's magical control. If I could master it, I'd be able to precisely target weak points or perform long-range sniping attacks. I still have a lot of training ahead of me. Sometime later, the magic tool we'd set up at the front door notified me that someone had opened it. Judging by the time, it was probably Father and Mother. I rushed out to the entrance. Welcome home. We're back, we're home, Alicia. Episode 15, Girls Gathering. It's been 2 weeks since Cels started attending school. The excitement from her first day had quieted down, but she was still the center of attention at school. I had been worried about whether she'd be able to fit into a class that had already been together for over a year, but with her natural sociability, she easily slipped into a group. Kazuya-san. What's up? It was lunchtime. With the homemade lunch Cels had prepared in hand, the two of us were sitting in the school courtyard, eating together. I've been invited to something called a girls' gathering. So, is there something wrong with that? I was wondering what she was unsure about when she continued. What should I bring as a gift? Would some sweets be safe? Bringing gifts to something between students? Oh, wait. At first, I was about to say that students don't usually bring gifts to hangouts, but I caught myself. She's royalty, not just nobility. Even casual tea parties among students back in her world were filled with gifts and formalities. I think it's okay to be more casual about it. Where's the meetup? At a shop that just opened near the station, apparently. Then you definitely don't need to bring anything. Just show up empty-handed. Is that how it works here? She seemed to understand now, and quietly began eating her lunch. I was relieved that she was getting along with her classmates. That was just yesterday. Section, why am I even here? The place was a trendy cafe that had just opened near the station. Maybe because of the buzz, the place was packed, mostly with young women. And here I was, sitting at a table with 2 girls from class and Cels. 4 people total. So apparently, Tanaka-san from Class A is dating a working adult. No way, that's so not okay. And get this, when they first met. Let me say it again. Why the hell am I here? Flashback to last night. We were relaxing in the living room when Cels suddenly brought it up. About tomorrow's girls' gathering. Something wrong. Would it be all right if you came along, Kazuya-san? Wait, why? Isn't it a girl's thing? It's just, I'm not confident about the route. Since coming here, she'd only taken the train once when we went to the mall, and even then, we drove to the station. It made sense. All right. I'll guide you there. Thank you, that's a relief. And so today, once we got to the cafe, somehow I ended up inside with them. Hey, Kasai-san, Futagama-san, are you sure it's okay for me to be here? It's totally fine. Actually, we wanted you here. Exactly. I glanced at Cels, leaving the 2 very curious girls aside. Cels. What is it? Why didn't you tell me? Because of the topic, I was afraid you might refuse. She shrank down and apologized in a tiny voice. I would have agreed if you just told me. But the way you answered our classmates' questions, you looked so annoyed. Anyone would be, getting bombarded like that. But if you're the one inviting me, I'll come. I'll be honest with you next time. Yeah, please do. I reached out and patted her head. Her hair always feels so nice to the touch. Sorry for tricking you into coming, but there's something we really want to ask you too. Kasei-san leaned forward excitedly. What is it? Tell us, how did you two meet? It's been a while since the marriage age was lowered to 16, but it's still super rare to hear about people our age getting married. So we're curious. Fair question. After all, the god of this world changed the laws for us when we came over already married. So it's only natural that no one else our age is married yet. But, what do I say? Obviously, I can't bring up another world. Not that anyone would believe it. While I was thinking about how to answer, Cels spoke up. It was an accident. I was about to get hit by a car, and Kazuya-san saved me. Wyatt, were you okay, Celestina-san? Yes, I wasn't injured. Like a suspension bridge effect kind of thing. I'm not sure about that, but we talked afterward, and, well, it just happened. Kasei-san and Futagama-san squealed in delight. The story was half made up, but she told it so vividly that it made my back itch. When did you get married? Around half a year ago. Who confessed first? Kazuya-san both times. This is a public execution. Seriously, why am I even here? We're gonna ask about Cels-san stuff next, so just hang in there. Damn it. I looked away, not knowing where to rest my eyes. That's when Cells patted my head. Kazuya-san is adorable right now. I shut it. They kept questioning us nonstop after that, and both Cells and I ended up with red ears. Kase-san and Futagama-san looked pretty flustered too. Oh, and last thing. Just how much do you two like each other? That was a tough one. While I was searching for an answer, Cells said something completely unexpected. I don't like him. Huh. Then with a graceful smile she added, I love him. Like just isn't enough, you have to at least say, I adore him. Her words were so confident, and her expression was calm and beautiful. How many times now have I been captivated by her like this? Yeah. I love you too. With that, I downed the glass of water on the table in one go, as if to douse the fire consuming me. So sweet, even the coffee tastes sweet. Yeah. You two are on fire. After paying the bill and stepping outside, it felt strangely cool. Why? I had no idea. We parted with the girls at the station and headed home. Did you have fun today? Yes. I got to gush about you, Kazuya-san, so it was great. Next time, please do that when I'm not around. I won't survive otherwise. I'll consider it. As we walked under the newly lit streetlights, I found myself hoping there wouldn't be a next time. Another peaceful day. Episode 16, Smartphones and Crepes. A conversation about buying smartphones for Cells and Alicia. A smartphone, you say. It had been a month since we returned to this world. I suggested to Cells that we should get her a smartphone. For modern students, smartphones are indispensable. You heard about them from the gods, right? I realized we never got around to getting you one. If I recall, it's a mechanical device that lets you talk or send letters, no matter how far apart you are, right? Yeah, exactly. Like with the girls gathering the other day, your social circle is going to expand. It won't hurt to have one, so how about we get one now? She thought it over briefly, then nodded. You'll explain how to use it, won't you? I only know the basics myself. That's more than enough. Then it's a deal. And so, once again, we headed to the shopping mall we'd visited recently. Minors can't sign contracts, but the gods were handling that part as legal guardians. How exactly they did it, I had no idea. There are so many shapes and types. What's the difference? Mainly performance, apparently. But I don't know much more than that. As I looked at the lineup of phones, I searched for the same model I used before. After all, my old one got damaged during battle in the other world, shot full of arrows and bullets until it broke. Since it was a bundle of scientific technology, I threw it into a campfire afterward to dispose of it properly. After living for nearly 10 years without a smartphone, I'd stopped caring much about them. As long as it could handle the basics, that was enough. Plus, the same model meant the controls would probably feel familiar. I found the model I wanted and signed the contracts. I got black, Cells got white, and Alicia picked pastel blue. So, Father, how do you use this? See the icon that says phone? Press that, then tap my name, and you can call me. When calling, just press the name and hold the phone to your ear like this. I held the phone to my ear to demonstrate. Alicia followed suit, mimicking me. Got it. Since she wanted to try it out right away, I walked a short distance away. After a moment, the phone rang. Of course, it was Alicia calling. Hello. Father, what was that? It's a special greeting for phone calls. Apparently, it evolved from the old phrase, masu masu. Not that it really matters anymore. Hello. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. This is amazing. We can talk from so far away. It's just like your magic, Father. A revolution. Yeah, pretty much. Her fresh reaction was something you'd rarely hear in this day and age. I couldn't help but laugh. The communication magic I frequently used in the other world was modeled after this, of course. I'll teach you the rest of the functions once we're home. Thank you so much, Father. After hanging up and returning, I noticed a crowd gathering. Hey, miss, wanna hang out? I'm waiting for someone, so no thank you. Forget whoever you're waiting for. I'll show you a much better time. I said no, thank you. Your little sister can come too. I said we're not interested. Blonde guys in flashy clothes had completely surrounded Cells and Alicia. It was the textbook definition of getting hit on. Excuse me, do you need something from my wife and daughter? Ha, daughter, you joking or something? Father, Kazuya-san. The two of them quickly rushed to my sides. The guys must have realized I wasn't bluffing and took a step back. Seriously, he's got a kid. Trying too hard to look young, aren't you? What was that? Kazuya-san. Eek. His words struck a nerve, and I reflexively gave him a glare. But Cells gently stopped me. Your intimidation is a bit much. Please try to calm down. But, I understand. Thank you for standing up for us. Before I knew it, the guy had already fled. I wanted to say a few words, but not with Cells right there. I held my tongue. How about we get something sweet to lift the mood? The moment I suggested that, Alicia's eyes lit up. She absolutely loved sweets. How about crepes? What kind of dessert is that? It's a thin pancake wrapped around whipped cream, fruit, or ice cream. That sort of thing. Wow, that sounds delicious. Alicia's excitement was plain to see, while Cells maintained a composed look, though her eyes gleamed with curiosity. With the two of them in tow, we headed to the crepe stand inside the mall. Oh yeah, smartphones have a camera feature too. What does that function do? It's like capturing a moment as a picture. I snapped a photo of the scenery to demonstrate. Amazing technology. With this, even war strategies would change. Maybe, but it's all about how you use it. True enough. If you switch to the front camera, you can take pictures like this. I switched to the front camera and took a picture of the three of us. There I am. You can preserve family memories in pictures like this. That's truly wonderful. Since we were at it, I took a photo of us holding our freshly bought crepes. Cells, having taken a liking to the function, began snapping pictures of Alicia, who was too focused on her crepe to notice. I figured I'd teach her about photo albums next. That's what kind of day it was. Another peaceful one. Episode 17, Alicia's school debut. A few days after we got the smartphones, a letter arrived at our house. Since returning to this world, the mailbox had essentially served no purpose, so nothing should have been delivered anymore. From the gods, The sender's name was carefully written as Edith. Upon checking the contents, I saw that Alicia's school preparations were complete. The package left at the front door was probably her full set of uniforms and supplies. Father, a letter. Yeah, from the gods. They say your school preparations are all set. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. At Alicia's age, she'd be placed in middle school. But academically speaking, she was already far beyond that. Calling her finished with it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Would there be anything worthwhile for her? As I was wondering that, my eyes caught the postscript at the end of the letter. P.S. Considering Alicia's ability, she could enter high school as well. I've made it so she can enroll in either middle or high school, so let her choose whichever she prefers. Truly, everything is taken care of. I don't know why the gods go this far for us, but I'm grateful nonetheless. Alicia, by age you'd be in middle school, but you're already at a high school level academically. You can go to either. What do you want to do? High school is where you and mother go, right? That's right. Then I'll go to high school. Okay then. Just as Alicia was about to make her decision, Cells interrupted. Our school does have a middle school division, doesn't it? Yeah. Then, I believe she should go to the middle school division. But mother, I want to be with you both even more. That makes me very happy to hear. But even if your academic level is appropriate, things like interpersonal skills and emotional development can't be learned from books alone. You understand that, don't you? At those words, Alicia fell silent and gave a small nod. Also, I want to try being a mother. What do you mean? There are school events like open class days and sports festivals, right? Apparently, guardians are allowed to attend those. I'd like to experience that. She prefaced it by saying, it's just something I personally want to try. You'll probably attend high school eventually anyway, so there's no need to rush into adulthood. I said that as I gently patted Alicia's slightly puffed up cheeks. Either way, I won't force anything on you. What do you want to do, Alicia? I want to. Section. The next day, Cells and I were at school. It had been nearly a month since we returned to this world, and both of us were finally getting used to things. There's a saying that rumors last 75 days. Not even half of that has passed, but in a school environment, things tend to move quickly. Or rather, there was now a hotter topic going around. Hey. Ryo burst into the classroom with incredible energy and came right up to me. Is it true that the super gorgeous transfer student who just joined the second year of middle school is Celestina-san's little sister? Where the hell did he get that from? School had only been in session for about 2 hours, and he was already up to date on other grades. In the end, Alicia enrolled in the middle school division of our school. She still wanted to join the same high school as us, but after thinking it over, she agreed that interacting with people her own age was important. Since the barrier between our school's high school and middle school divisions was pretty low, this arrangement was possible. You mean Alicia, right? Yeah, Alicia-chan. Yep, she's Sel's sister. I knew it. The rumor was that they look super alike. Don't go snooping into other grades too much. Come on, you think I'm that type. This is second-hand info. Just how wide is his information network? If this is the case, Alicia must be attracting a fair bit of attention too. Hopefully, she's sticking to the story we agreed on. With that slight worry in mind, I continued with the rest of my morning classes. Section. Since Alicia said she wanted to eat lunch with us, Cels and I waited for her in the cafeteria. Soon, I heard a familiar voice. It was Alicia. So this is the cafeteria. Amazing. How were your morning classes? Everyone was very kind. I'm really looking forward to school life. Fath, I mean Oniasama. That's good to hear. Just like when Cels transferred in, we explained how things worked and made our way to the table we'd reserved. What's the afternoon schedule like? Math and PE are planned. Make sure you hold back in PE, okay? The others aren't trained like you. I understand, but how much should I hold back? Elves are known for agility rather than stamina, but their physical capabilities far surpass those of humans. Even in terms of endurance, there's a clear difference compared to untrained people. Watch the others and pace yourself. Think of it like sparring with a rookie guard in their first week of training. Got it. I'll do my best. We chatted like that while eating lunch and preparing for the afternoon. Despite a few flickers of parental worry, we headed into the afternoon classes. Section. Time passed, and the moon now hung high in the sky. Once again, we were enjoying a drink after dinner. Alicia went to bed early today. She looked like she was having fun, but starting something new must have worn her out. I recalled the way she happily told us about everything that happened after she got home, and a smile crept across my face. How about you, Cels? It's been a whirlwind of a month. I'm doing just fine. After all, you're here with me. And just like that, our shadows overlapped. 2 moons hung in the nebula-filled night sky. Today, too, is still peaceful. Episode 18, The Mansion. Apparently, my older brother was a hero. I was told that outrageous bit of news on the day I came back from my training camp. And to top it off, he brought back a beautiful wife and a daughter. Honestly, I had no idea what he was talking about. But then I saw their distinctive ears, their silver hair unlike anything even seen overseas, and the magecraft they showed me. Faced with that, I was forced to accept it as the truth, whether I liked it or not. Conjuring water droplets and ice from thin air, there's no way that could be anything other than magic. Then my brother suddenly said we'd be living together. I thought it was way too abrupt, and we wouldn't even have enough rooms, but apparently, he used spatial magecraft to connect his room with a mansion he used in the other world. I didn't really get it, but I guess that settled it. Today's Sunday, so there's no school. On a whim, I asked to see that mansion he mentioned. The only word that comes to mind is incredible. The number and size of the rooms, the interior design, it all felt like I'd wandered onto a movie set. We started with the kitchen. I expected something like a stone hearth, but surprisingly, it had a very modern design. A beautiful island kitchen straight out of a commercial. Almost all the cooking tools there were magic tools, operated using mana. I tried turning one of the heat knobs, but nothing happened. According to Cels-san, you have to channel mana through your fingers when touching them. Yeah, no clue how that works. Next, she showed me the dining hall. A high ceiling with a chandelier and a long table that could seat who knows how many people. Even though he's my brother, what kind of life was he living? I assumed everyone from the mansion gathered there to eat, but apparently not. The people who dine there are just my brother, Cels-san, Alicia-chan, and the occasional guest. Then why is the table so huge? We passed through a hallway that was luxurious yet somehow tasteful and arrived at a room with books lining the walls. A library. Just a glance showed the sheer volume of books. Honestly, it looked like more than most schools have. Everything was neatly shelved. She said I was free to browse, so I pulled one from a nearby shelf. Unlike books from our world, even an amateur like me could tell this one had a finely crafted binding, probably made by a skilled artisan. I opened it and saw rows of unfamiliar characters. It didn't resemble any language I knew. It really must be from another world. Looking out the window, I saw a beautifully landscaped courtyard. From tall trees to flowers and shrubs, everything was perfectly balanced. There was a gazebo as well. According to Celestina, she once had tea there with queens and princesses from other countries. Oni, just who are you? A hero who protected humanity from the demons. Even if you say that, it doesn't really click for me. Fufu, I suppose that's fair. To be honest, my brother hardly tells me anything about the other world. I've heard things like how delicious certain foods were over there, but not where he fought, what kind of battles he had, or what he did as a hero. Not a word. Even when I ask Celestina, all she says is, if Kazuya-san doesn't talk about it, then I cannot speak of it either. There's just been so much. He's still trying to figure out where to start. I guess that makes sense. It does bother me a little, but if I can't pry it out, there's not much I can do. I let it go and moved on to the next spot. Next was the bath. The difference from a typical family bathroom was staggering. It was as big as a public bath, with a tub wide enough for several people and a washing area that could easily seat 4 or 5. The air had a faint, pleasant aroma. Wow, I can't believe there's a bath this big in a house. Let's take a bath together next time. Okay. We passed through a door connected to the bath and entered a room with 2 or 3 humanoid wooden dolls lined up. This is the training room. We use it for practicing magecraft and swordsmanship. Celestina launched a ball of ice at one of the wooden dolls. The spell struck, and the doll toppled over, only to rise again after a short while. It was like one of those strikeout games at an amusement park. We had them made, but they're a bit fragile, so we don't use them often. She laughed as she said that. I couldn't help but laugh too, and then a thought struck me. I've never seen Oni's magic before. Kazuya-san's magecraft is heavily focused on offense. It's a bit much to show indoors. Is he really that powerful? Yes, if you were to decide who's the strongest among all humanity, it would undoubtedly be him. Just as we were talking, a voice called out, "Food's ready. Shall we go?" Yeah. The sky was still ruled by the sun, but 3 moons hovered there as well. Today, too, remains peaceful. Episode 19, From That World. Sometimes I find myself wondering, what are the people I met in that world, in Isgard, doing now? I was just a stranger there, and now that I've left that world, I doubt they think about me much. Still, the thought crosses my mind. Kazuya-san. I'm fine, it just popped into my head. Maybe it was the view from our house's window that reminded me a little of Isgard. The sky full of stars and 3 moons. 3 moons? That's not right. This world is only supposed to have 1 moon. This mansion's sky is supposed to reflect the world we're currently in, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Then why? I don't know. For now, stay alert. A loud crash, the heavy clanging of metal, echoed through the quiet air. It came from the house. Cells. Yes. Using spatial magecraft, we summoned our weapons and rushed out of the mansion toward the house. Oni. What was that sound? I don't know, but you guys are not to leave the house, no matter what. Okay, the sound came from the garden. Thanks. I opened the living room window and stepped into the garden. As I scanned the area, I spotted 3 figures. Why are you here? It's been a while, Captain. Standing in the garden was a figure clad in full-body silver-plated armor with a cape and 2 longswords hanging from his waist. His lower half resembled that of a horse. He was none other than Kane, the vice-captain of the special guard unit I once led in Isgard. Vice-Captain Kane. Celestina-sama, it's good to see you well. As Cells arrived, Kane dropped to one knee and performed a knight's salute. At ease. Now, for what reason have you crossed worlds and come here? Yes, I would prefer you hear the full report from those who will arrive soon. I merely served as their guide. So, you're the one who performed the summoning ritual to bring envoys from Isgard here. Exactly as you deduced, my lady. Cells responded to Kane with dignified composure. While watching them, my thoughts began to stir. Kane, being a mage so talented he's called a sage, using a spell to cross worlds wasn't surprising in itself. But did he really need to come here himself? Why are you here too, Kane? If it was just casting the spell, you didn't have to come in person. The spell is one way without a caster present, which is why I came. So, it's the same spell that was used when I was summoned. More or less. The others will arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow, you're not all together. No, I believe I arrived earlier because the ritual was delayed on their end. As our conversation drifted into a subtle game of reading each other, a voice suddenly cut through the tension. Kane Oji-sama. Alicia-sama, it's been far too long. What brings you here, Oji-sama? I came to deliver a message to the captain. Somehow deflated by the sudden light-hearted tone, I turned to my parents and sister, who were frozen in the living room. Now then, how do I even begin to explain this? Section. So, you're saying the vice captain of the unit you led as a hero has come to this world. That's right. With 7 people, our living room felt cramped, so I brought everyone to the mansion. It was the first time I'd formally invited my parents, and they were clearly overwhelmed, their eyes wandering all over the place. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kane Albert, former vice captain of the Special Guard Unit of the Kingdom of Briesta. Even while seated, Kane gave a stately bow, and the 3 awkwardly returned the greeting. So, Kane-san, you came here to help teleport the messengers to this world. That is correct. Their vague responses made it clear they were still processing everything, and Kane's gaze pierced into me. Captain, you haven't told them anything about what you did in Isgard, have you? It's not exactly the kind of thing you brag about. Celestina-sama, how much have you told them? Only that he was summoned to another world, defeated the Demon King after 2 years, married me, Alicia was born, and then he returned to this world. That's far too condensed. Kane's sharp remark was met with an immediate protest from Yui. Exactly, they haven't told us anything else. I understand that war stories can be hard to talk about, but saying nothing at all might be its own problem. I asked Father about it once, and he said he wasn't ready to talk yet. But don't you think now's the perfect time? That hit where it hurt. When I looked at the 3 of them, their faces were lit with curiosity. All right, I'll talk. Kazuya-san, will you help me? Yes. Episode 20. The summoning came without warning. That day, the sky was mostly clear with a few clouds drifting by. After spending another uneventful day at school, I was heading home as usual. The street I walked wasn't particularly crowded, though I occasionally passed other students in the same uniform. It was a familiar scene, nothing worth commenting on. After walking for a bit, I stopped at one of the few traffic lights along the way. That too was nothing unusual, but then it happened. At last you've come, hero, we welcome you with open arms. In the blink of an eye, the quiet residential street around me transformed. I found myself standing in a room adorned with extravagant decor, surrounded by people in luxurious clothing. Our world is now in peril at the hands of the vile Demon King. Though we would prefer to resolve the matter ourselves, his power is overwhelming. And so, in accordance with ancient prophecy, we have summoned you from another world. A man seated on an ornate throne, at the highest point in the room, was saying something, but none of it registered. The domed ceiling stretched as high as a capital city's train station. The dazzling furnishings made even movie sets or art museums seem cheap in comparison. The overwhelming realism of the scene told me this was no dream. Are you all right, hero? Yeah. Then the man seated in the center, the emperor of the Empire of Albatia, began to explain. This world was currently at war. The Demon King and his army were battling against humanity, and humanity was losing badly. To turn the tide, they had decided to summon a hero from another world. Now then, hero, tell us your abilities. How do I find that out? Just say status open, and under the goddess's blessing, your abilities will be revealed. Name, Hattori Kazuya. Job, Otherworlder. HP, 2050. Magic, 5041. Skills, Hero, Grand Mate. Blessing, Blessing of the Creator God. Ooh, incredible. Marvelous, with this we're saved. The people, probably nobles, cried out with joy. I, however, wasn't sure how to react and could only give vague responses. Forgive us. No point in us getting excited by ourselves. The skills you possess are. Apparently, the hero skill grants compatibility with a wide range of weapons and allows for tremendous growth beyond that of ordinary people. From swords to clubs, the more you use a weapon, the more masterful you become at an astounding rate. The Grand Mage skill signifies aptitude in numerous forms of magecraft. This, too, allows one to master spells rapidly by reading grimoires and using magic. As for the Blessing of the Creator God, it seemed to grant constant regeneration, excluding natural aging or decay. Once more I ask you, hero, will you save our world? What did I say in response back then? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because I was subjected to such brutal training to survive the battlefield in this other world that my memory of that moment is hazy. Section. At the time, I felt pity. Pity for this youth, not yet an adult, being dragged into war and political strife by the affairs of grown-ups from another world. He obediently revealed his status, and once again I pitied him. What a status, so perfectly suited for battle. A skill allowing him to master any weapon. A skill granting him control over countless spells. A blessing that denies even the right to collapse. Could such a picture-perfect hero truly exist? Wanting at least to offer him some comfort, I volunteered to be his instructor. With 400 years of experience and no affiliation to any faction, I dared say I was the ideal candidate for the role. Nice to meet you, Hero Dono. I am Kane Albert. I will be your instructor. Pleased to work with you. Episode 21, First Battle. It's been 3 months since he, Kazuya, arrived in this world. There was a time when he seemed to be suffering from homesickness. But once he began learning martial arts, magic, and academics from me, he absorbed everything at an astonishing rate. Whether it was due to his natural intelligence or the power of the hero, I couldn't say for sure, but his growth was truly remarkable. That was when a messenger arrived from the Imperial Castle. Deploy him to the battlefield. It was the moment our fleeting peace began to crumble. We were assigned to the newly established Special Royal Guard. Given the direct command structure under the royal family, it was likely a move with the post-Demon King campaign in mind. As proof, even second and third sons of noble families, hoping to add prestige to their names, had joined the military. The hero's unit was ordered to subjugate the Rose Plains. While marching toward the region in question, he turned to me with a question. What kind of place is the Rose Plains? In short, it's nothing more than a plain, really just a plain. Also, please mind your tone. It'll set a poor example for the troops. At my advice, he quickly straightened his posture. He wore a custom-made suit of silver armor, draped in a crimson feathered cloak. While it still looked a little oversized on him, he truly did resemble a hero straight out of a storybook. There's still quite a distance to the Rose Plains, but stay alert. This is already a battlefield. Yeah, I got it. As we exchanged words and continued our march, I could feel a surge in magical energy prickling at my skin. Kazuya. I know, all units scatter. A magic attack is coming. Just seconds after Kazuya gave the command, fireballs and chunks of ice rained down from the sky. The trained soldiers barely managed to react, but the fate of the others was painfully obvious. What the hell? What's going on? In the midst of the confusion, demons suddenly appeared and launched an assault on the Special Royal Guard. A peaceful march instantly turned into a chaotic battlefield. Kazuya's horse was taken down early on, forcing him into ground combat. Even if he had trained, real battle was another matter entirely. After a few exchanges, he was already gasping for breath. Retreat. We need to fall back immediately. One of the subordinates shouted this, but Kazuya immediately shut it down. No, we can't. Too many of them can fly, we just get picked off from behind. We break through and link up with the forces waiting at the Rose Plains. But at this rate, the Rose Army might already be. If they're mostly aerial, this was likely a surprise attack. They'll be fine. Truthfully, his outlook was overly optimistic. Still, his concern was valid. Follow me, let's go. As he sprinted toward the rendezvous point, something about his posture felt unmistakably heroic. Not just to me, I imagine. He found a surviving horse along the way, mounted it, and charged across the battlefield, dodging incoming spells and swinging his sword left and right. Fortunately, there was no pursuit. Just as Kazuya had predicted, it must have been a surprise strike. By the time the sun had set, we finally reached the Rose Plains and rejoined the main force. Section. That night, I visited Kazuya's tent to check on him. I found him staring intently at a single piece of paper. Is something wrong, Kane? You startled me. I thought I'd erased my presence. Maybe it's because we're on the battlefield. I'm a little more sensitive than usual. So what's going on? It was your first battle. I came to see how you were doing. Hearing that, he gave a weak smile and handed me the paper he'd been looking at. A list of the dead. Yeah. If you count the wounded too, it'd be even longer. Kazuya ran a finger along the names as he spoke softly. I know, it's war people die. But even so, all of this happened because of my orders. He had mentioned it to me before. In Kazuya's world, there was hardly any conflict. The last time his country had gone to war was over 80 years ago. For people his age, war was a distant, irrelevant thing. To us, that world sounded like paradise. And yet Kazuya came from such a peaceful world, only to end up in Isgard. Just how cruel must his fate feel to him? Unable to offer any words of comfort, all I could do was sit beside him as his shoulders trembled. Episode 22, The Four Heavenly Kings. The next morning, with no night raid to disturb them, the group set off toward the front lines to subjugate the demon race. All along the battlefield lay countless corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of death and rot. You should cast purification magic on yourself, Kazuya. Okay. Following that advice, Kazuya cast purification magic on himself. For someone who had only been studying magic for 3 months, his ability was impressive. This battlefield was nasty, just a wide-open plain with no cover in sight. There were some strong ley lines, flows of magic, but aside from that, it had once been a peaceful grassland. Now, it was a killing field littered with the corpses of humans and monsters alike. The once verdant plains had been dyed crimson. It was a sight most people would turn away from in horror, one that would send them fleeing. Yet Kazuya held his composure, skillfully controlling his horse with a firm presence. Kazuya, are you all right? Not really, but yeah. I'm fine. After riding for a while, the Demon Lord's army appeared. There were far more of them than the ambush force from yesterday, so many that they blotted out the horizon. Kazuya. Yeah, there's a strong one among them. He could feel an overwhelming magical presence coming from the enemy's side, most likely their commander. Oh, I came to pass the time and ended up meeting the hero himself. What luck. A voice rumbled across the battlefield, deep enough to shake one's core. Who's there? As confusion spread among the human army, Kazuya raised his voice. So my name hasn't spread that far, huh? I suppose killing too many too quickly does limit word of mouth. The one who revealed himself stood at least 3 meters tall, clad in sinister armor dyed in a mixture of black and purple. He wielded a massive greatsword, nearly 4 meters long. I'll introduce myself then. I am Krobel, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord. This was a ceremonial challenge. The fact that the demon army remained stationary behind Krobel confirmed it. Judging by their formation, that really must be one of the 4 heavenly kings. Guess that means I should introduce myself too. To Kazuya's question, I silently nodded. He'd been a civilian just a short time ago. Was it really okay to leave this kind of verbal exchange to him? This kind of formal declaration would influence morale moving forward. Could he handle it? Even as those doubts crossed my mind, I found myself nodding. I am Hattori Kazuya, captain of the Empire of Albatia's Special Guard. I appreciate the introduction. What business brings you to violate the lands of humanity? By divine revelation from our God, we are here to purge humankind. There's no way we can allow that. Naturally, there was no room for negotiation. The very air around Krobel made that clear. But that would be boring. Boring? Yes, simply purging humanity is far too dull. Therefore, I propose a duel. A duel with who? When Kazuya asked, Krobel slowly pointed at him. You hero. And what do we gain from accepting this duel? If by some miracle you defeat me, the army I've deployed here will immediately withdraw. And how do we know you'll keep your word? Every single soldier I brought today is a monster. They are absolutely obedient to me. Even in death, unless the Demon Lord himself overrides my commands, they won't disobey. As proof, Krobel ordered a nearby monster to take its own life. Without hesitation, the creature obeyed and killed itself. How's that? All right, I'll trust you. Kazuya, I just need to win, and if you win, what then? Killing the hero is reward enough. Got it. With that, the two stepped back to put distance between them. Kazuya, you really are. It was like the meeting of 2 veteran warriors. For a boy who had only known battle for 3 months, it was unthinkable. Was it the hero's power that made this possible? There was no answer. Kazuya dismounted and walked toward Krobel. They drew their blades without a word, Kazuya a longsword, Krobel his massive greatsword. Come, hero. Bring it on, Krobel. The moment the word hero was spoken, Krobel tensed, muscles bulging and veins pulsing visibly. He charged powerfully forward, heading straight for Kazuya. The moment he entered range, he brought his sword down with full force, no hesitation or doubt in the swing. Ha! Kazuya braced his longsword sideways and caught the blow. Wah! Krobel was stunned that his strike had been blocked. Kazuya had withstood the heavy blow without so much as flinching. So you blocked the first strike? Then how about this? Krobel unleashed a barrage of merciless strikes. Kazuya responded in kind, their blades clashing with thunderous roars that drew the attention of the human army. Gah! Og. Even as a trained hero, he'd only had 3 months. He managed to defend against most of Krobel's fierce onslaught, but not all. Wounds began to form across his body. Gra! Haya! Then it happened. Kazuya parried Krobel's greatsword and knocked him back a step. Krobel, face full of disbelief, quickly reset his stance. Now it was Kazuya's turn to go on the offensive. He lacked the finesse for swift, flowing strikes, so he focused everything into single, heavy blows. Is this what a hero is capable of? Krobel skillfully used his sword to defend, but he could only retreat. He took several steps back. Then Kazuya's sword technique changed. Kazuya, what is that? The once wild, stormy blade now flowed like a tranquil stream. It was calm, but that calm flow held an unmistakable sense of lethal pressure. Hupseya. Kazuya swung his sword without distraction, thinking only of victory. What is that technique? This is Ga. Each strike looked lighter than before, but Krobel was clearly struggling to respond. Before he knew it, his arms lost strength, his footing became unsteady. Yeah. The calm strike swelled in power, becoming as forceful as a waterfall. It was hard to believe this was Kazuya's first real battle. His swordplay had evolved. I was so captivated I forgot to blink. Incredible, hero, to think you're this powerful. Despite being pushed back, Krobel was genuinely impressed. To face such a strong opponent, he found himself thrilled as a warrior, even if it was inconvenient as an enemy. Kazuya struck Krobel with the pommel of his sword, throwing him off balance. This is it. Not yet. Kazuya swung for his stomach, but Krobel barely managed to block it. Even so, the force of the blow sent him flying several meters. End this. Gra. Without hesitation, Kazuya closed the gap and slashed Krobel along with his greatsword. The weapon shattered, and Kazuya's blade pierced Krobel's body. To think you were this powerful. Kazuya yanked his sword free and stood ready once more. Any last words? The demon lord is strong. Got it. With that, he delivered the final blow. The armor that had glowed faintly purple lost its light, and Krobel collapsed lifelessly. Looking around, the monsters had already begun retreating in a panic. Thus, the hero's first battle ended in triumph with the defeat of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Interlude. The gods, contrary to popular belief, are surprisingly busy. We must observe how the worlds, or sometimes entire star systems, under our charge evolve, and ultimately how they come to their end. We also decide what kinds of inventions to permit within those worlds. Even if our actions are as small as a single drop of water, the ripples they create across a world can be immense. Because of that, we act with the utmost caution, always leaving a wide margin for error. The world I manage is one that has completely separated itself from gods or spirits. In that sense, managing it is considerably easier than other worlds. As I was idly watching over the world under my charge, a message arrived from the Supreme God. You want me to manage a new world. This new world was one where, rather than science, magic and magecraft had evolved to take its place, at a level comparable to medieval Europe in my own world. It bore a striking resemblance to the worlds often depicted in those so-called light novels my world's people create. When the Supreme God reaches out, it's essentially a done deal. As I was preparing to accept the new world, something happened. What? Someone from my world had been summoned to that world, Isgard. Unlike my world, life holds little value in Isgard. Lives are snuffed out all too easily. For now, I've granted them divine protection to keep them from dying right away. But what to do next? Typically, all rituals used to summon individuals from other worlds fall under divine jurisdiction. Maybe I missed something since I had just inherited this world. I'll need to re-examine it thoroughly. Section. Upon further investigation, it turns out my predecessor was quite the hedonist. They deliberately incited the demon race to slaughter humans, going so far as to create a demon king. Then, they handed down divine oracles to make humans hate demons even more. If things continue as they are, this world could be headed toward ruin. I'll need to take measures. Now, as for the person who got summoned from my world, I hope they're being protected and allowed time to recover. Why? Why are they out there in the middle of a battlefield, dueling one-on-one? What? He was summoned to defeat the demon race. And that boy, Kazuya, just what is with that skill composition? It's as if he was created solely for battle. The summoning ritual broke after just one use, and the mage who performed it died on the spot. There's no doubt my predecessor was involved. I'll need to look into this again. Please just stay alive, Kazuya. Episode 23, The Elven Nation. It had been half a year since Kazuya arrived in this world. Thanks to his efforts, the demons within the Empire of Albatia had been mostly wiped out. As a result, our special security force was now being dispatched to the Elven Kingdom, Yggdrasia. Upon arriving in their royal capital and completing our audience with the court, we were immediately sent off to the battlefield. Captain, perhaps we should take a short rest before heading out. One of the members made the suggestion, but Kazuya shook his head. There are soldiers still fighting out there. We have to move immediately. No, I should consider my team as well. Let's rest here for today. We're fine, Captain, but it's you we're worried about. That's right. If something were to happen to you. Concerned voices rose around him, but Kazuya didn't seem to hear them as he turned to head somewhere. Captain, where are you going? Just going to hunt some monsters. If I can be of help to the nearby residents, even a little. As Kazuya replied, his stance slightly off balance, another person entered the quarters we'd been assigned. The adventurers in the capital have already been handling the nearby monsters. Please don't take work away from the civilians. Princess Celestina, please make yourselves comfortable. I came to inform you of a change regarding tomorrow's plans. What sort of change? In the next operation, I will accompany you as a commander of the elven army. Kazuya, speaking on behalf of our shocked group, responded to the princess's declaration. Your Highness, the battlefield is not a playground. I implore you to remain at the royal castle and await good news. I'm well aware of that. I've been on the battlefield before, and I'm not the only princess we have. It'll be fine. That's not what I meant. No matter how many times he objected, the result remained the same. We had no choice but to take the princess with us to the battlefield. Section, I had never seen eyes like his before. At first, I was simply curious to see what the so-called hero, this person from another world, looked like. But the moment I laid eyes on him, that curiosity vanished. He had an air about him, tense, hollow, and indescribably heavy. His expression was composed, even smiling at times. Yet his eyes, they looked as if he had given up on something. He seemed like someone who had stepped into a realm no person should ever reach. My deployment to the battlefield had already been decided in advance. When royalty personally visits the front lines, it boosts the soldiers' morale. I had done it several times before. This wasn't out of the ordinary. This time was a joint operation with the human army. Greeting them wasn't particularly strange, but there really was no need for me to go in person. Still, I couldn't help but be intrigued by him, and so I forced the meeting, half out of compulsion. Of course, the humans were shocked. It's only natural, given that a princess showing up to greet them personally was unheard of. In the next operation, I will accompany you as a commander of the elven army. When I said that, their surprise only deepened. Naturally, even that mysterious man, Captain Kazuya, was clearly taken aback. Your Highness, the battlefield is not a playground. I implore you to remain at the royal castle and await good news. We argued back and forth until he reluctantly accepted. Still, Captain Kazuya looked dissatisfied. But in the end, he said, I'll protect you, so make sure you never leave my side. Even then, his eyes still looked hollow, as though resigned to something. But within them, I saw a faint light of kindness. Episode 24. Joint Front. The next morning, we headed to the battlefield where the fighting had reportedly intensified. To be honest, I wasn't comfortable bringing the princess to a war zone, but it was already decided, so there was no changing it now. When we arrived, the place, which must once have been a beautiful forest, still bore the deep stain of blood. I glanced over at the princess, but she didn't show the slightest change in her expression. At least I didn't need to worry about her for now. Detection via magic wasn't working either. There was just too much residual mana, so we had to rely on visual scouting. Even if it's been secured by our allies, it's still a battlefield. Stay alert. I know. I nodded at Kane's warning and relayed the same message to the members of the Royal Guard. Princess Celestina, have you noticed anything different from before? Nothing in particular. This place used to be much more peaceful. You have my sympathies. Remaining cautious of our surroundings, we began the task of recovering the bodies. Under a sky as clear as after a storm, the campfires roared and blazed. I don't know how long we kept at it, repeating the same work again and again. Just as things were starting to settle down, a voice broke the silence. Alicia. Everyone immediately drew their swords, on full alert. And then, as if crawling out from beneath the corpses of monsters and elves alike, the ghouls began to appear. Ghoul scavengers. You vile creatures. Everyone ceased their recovery work and shifted into combat formation. We formed a protective line around cells and began eliminating the incoming ghouls. Ghouls are weak to fire magic. Who here specializes in fire? No good, using fire in a forest like this. You'll set our forest ablaze. Just as those arguments started breaking out, Celestina's voice cut through them with sharp clarity. Then just make sure you hit the ghouls properly. Or are you saying that's too difficult for you? No, we can do it. That's the spirit. There's a lot of them, don't hold back. With the roar of fire magic echoing through the trees, the ghouls cackled in twisted voices. Despite our efforts, their numbers felt endless, and we were gradually being pushed back. Ag. A cry rose from one of the mages positioned near the center of the formation. What happened? Skeletons. Knights. We need knights now. An enemy had infiltrated what we thought was our safe zone. It was more than enough to break our formation. Is someone commanding them? Judging by this level of coordination, undoubtedly. As Kazuya cut down enemies, he made his way toward Celestina. Skillfully guiding his horse, he swung his blade left and right. Pushing through the swarm of monsters, he saw that Celestina was fighting too. Eri fell. A wind chakram cleanly sliced through a monster's neck. And just when he thought it was done, the spell continued to move on its own, as if it had a will of its own, striking down more enemies. Your Highness Celestina. Thanks for the help. He cut down the ghouls that had tried to attack her from behind. There's no end to them. Just as that thought began to creep in, a screech like a poorly played violin rang out through the forest. Kick shi. Useless. I've got all the materials I could ever need. Show yourself. Hiding in the shadows is cowardly. A brave elven knight shouted in defiance, only to have his head severed instantly and become ghoul food. Haha, like I'd show myself so easily. But if the hero is here, then that changes things, doesn't it? And with that, a man appeared, his limbs hanging limply, draped in a robe. Nice to meet you, Hiro-sama. I'm Brisk. I've replaced that wimp Crowbill as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Section, he was ridiculous. That was the word that best described him. After a round of deranged laughter, he suddenly went silent and threw open his robe. The next thing Kazuya saw was a vision of himself, drenched in blood. Episode 25, Cells. Kazuya-sama. Kazuya threw himself in front of Celestina, taking the full brunt of Brisk's attack. Proof of that was clear. His body was pierced with countless needles, no doubt from Brisk's assault. Let me heal you. Stay back, you might get hit. More importantly, your body. Ignoring Celestina's pleas, Kazuya pressed forward to crush the enemy. He raised earthen walls with earth magic around Celestina, preparing for another barrage of needle attacks. Keisha-shasha, useless. Those needles are laced with poison, you know. You'll be done for any second now. Brisk's cackling came to an abrupt stop. What the? Why can you still move? Despite his confusion, Brisk launched another volley of needles. Kazuya raised his longsword, deflecting the ones aimed at his face, but let the rest strike him as he advanced. This is wrong, this is all wrong. Why aren't you dodging? You're not human. This time, Brisk mixed in magic attacks, fire and wind attributes, but Kazuya didn't dodge. He sliced through the spells with his sword and kept charging forward. Ha! Cutting through magic, you really are messed up. Even as Brisk shouted and began casting another spell, Kazuya severed his head, staff and all. With the caster dead, the ghouls halted and the skeletons crumbled. Only the breath of allies remained on the battlefield. The dead answered with silence. Kazuya-sama, Kazuya. Celestina emerged from behind the earthen wall. The moment she laid eyes on Kazuya, she fell silent and rushed to him. His silver armor was riddled with needles, blood spilling from the wounds, and yet Kazuya smiled as he looked at her. "Are you unharmed, Your Highness?" "Unharmed? How could I be?" "Are you hurt? We need to treat it right away." "I'm fine, we need to treat you." She reached out to examine his wounds, but then froze. "The wounds, they're closing up. Ever since I came to this world, no matter how badly I'm hurt, I heal like this." But still, Kazuya tried to reassure her, but she cut him off with a firm voice. "But it hurts, doesn't it?" Yeah." That quiet murmur echoed softly across the silent battlefield. Section. The group left the battlefield in the hands of another unit and returned to the royal capital's inn. Having taken down another of the 4 heavenly kings, the knights were celebrating with a feast. Kazuya and Celestina watched them from a terrace on the 2nd floor. Everyone looked so happy. "Yeah. I heard that, fortunately, there were no casualties this time." "Yeah." It wasn't much of a conversation. A short silence followed before Celestina finally spoke. "Will you tell me about yourself?" Holding back tears, Kazuya quietly began to speak. "I was just an ordinary student. Then out of nowhere, I was summoned to this world, trained in how to fight, and told that if I helped win the war, I'd be allowed to go home. I don't understand anything at all." His voice trembled with sobs. Celestina gently rubbed his back and spoke. "I wanted to know more about you. Not just your world's technology or culture, I wanted to understand you more than anything." A single tear slid down her cheek. Bathed in moonlight, her figure was something Kazuya would never forget. "I've fallen in love with you. If you're still unsure, then let's find the answer together. Until the day you go home, will you let me stay by your side?" Episode 26. And yet, after finishing her story, Cel stole a quick glance at Oni-san, whose ears were faintly red, then clapped her hands and declared, "It's getting late, let's continue another time." With her voice as the cue, everyone began to disperse. Just what kind of 10 years had Oni-san lived through? At first, I had imagined a thrilling fantasy life, full of wonder and excitement. But reality was clearly different, tragic battlefields instead. What Cel-san and Kane-san had shared must have only been a small fraction of the whole. I was overwhelmed by a feeling I couldn't put into words. Section. After sending our parents and Yui back home from the estate, only Kazuya, Celestina, Alicia, and Kane remained in the drawing room. Perhaps timing it deliberately, Kane got down on one knee. "Captain, I sincerely apologize for acting on my own." "No, it's fine. It was something I'd have to talk about eventually." Even as he said that, Kazuya's eyes lowered toward the floor. "It's all right, father. These are people who have accepted us and even magecraft. There's nothing to worry about." "That's not what he's embarrassed about, Alicia." Celestina gently corrected her daughter's optimism with a smile. "Father, what Kazuya-san is bothered by is how openly everything about him was shared. He's just embarrassed." "If you know that, don't say it." Kazuya muttered while covering his mouth, prompting a laugh from everyone present. "Honestly, Alicia, it's time for bed. Kane, use your usual room. We weren't expecting guests, so don't complain even if it's a bit inconvenient, all right. I'm grateful for your hospitality." "Yees, father." The two said goodnight and left the room. Silence fell, and somehow that silence felt heavy and inescapable. "Shall we go to our room?" Section. In Kazuya and Cel's room, the two had changed into more comfortable clothes and were now sitting side by side. "Kazuya-san." She patted her lap, inviting him over. Kazuya leaned in, resting his head on her knees, worn out. "It's all right. I'm sure they'll accept you. But I'm still a killer." That was the part Kazuya struggled with most. Even if it was in another world, even if it was a life-or-death situation, the fact remained. He had cut down monsters, demons, and people. "You're right, that can't be undone." Celestina gently stroked his head as she spoke. "But if you hadn't made those choices, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have come back to us. Thinking about it that way, I can accept your sins." She gave a self-deprecating smile. "I must be a terrible princess. That's... Even if thousands or tens of thousands had to be sacrificed for me, losing you would be far worse. I can't even bear to imagine it." Unable to say anything, Kazuya simply laid his head back on her lap. "If I'm being honest, I'm a killer too. We're the same." She was so stunningly beautiful in that moment it left him breathless, and yet she continued. If they can't accept you, let's go on a journey. If we travel around Japan, we can visit other countries too. I recently heard about a place called America. I want to go there too, and we don't need to worry about money. But what about Alicia? Why don't we ask her next time? I think she'll choose you without hesitation. Why would you go that far? Just as those words nearly escaped his throat, Cells silenced him with a kiss. Because I love you. Even if you were to become the Demon King, I would still love you. Thank you. And this time, it was Kazuya who kissed her. Under a night veiled by 3 hazy moons, their love deepened once more. Episode 27. Daily life. Morning came. Still feeling a little, no, very awkward, I made my way to the living room with Cells gently pushing me forward. Oh, good morning, Onii. Ah, morning. Good morning, captains. Everyone was already gathered in the living room. Mom, Dad, Yui, Alicia, and even Kane. From what I heard, they'd been pacing back and forth in front of my room, so they decided to invite Kane for breakfast. Incidentally, Kane's lower half was transformed to human form using magecraft. We brought over the leftovers from the kitchen, set them on the table, and began eating. Thanks for the meal. After we'd eaten a bit, Dad finally spoke up. Hey, Kazuya. Why, yeah. 7 people around this dining table is really pushing it, don't you think? He had a point. 7 people really was pushing capacity. We'd even had to set up makeshift seating at the ends of the table. So I'm thinking it's about time we get a new one. Wait, but that's not the issue here. I can't impose on you all forever either. I'll need to find a place of my own soon. I stumbled through my words, unable to keep up with the conversation. I kind of get what you're thinking, Onii. Then why? Because I don't have the guts to treat you badly. I was completely caught off guard, and Yui just kept going. We don't know what kind of 10 years you went through, so we've decided to believe in what we see now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Holding back the feelings welling up, I thanked them all. With Cell-san and Alicia-chan here like this, I just can't see you as someone who's done anything wrong. Again, everyone nodded. I was honestly impressed. How had they come to trust me so much in such a short time? The breakfast table, a little livelier than usual, was warm and comfortable. Section. Elsewhere school. Morning classes had ended, and it was lunchtime. Alicia said she was going to eat with some new friends she'd made in class, so it was just the 2 of us. Oh, Kazuya-kun and Celestina-san too, heading for lunch. As we were getting ready to head to the courtyard, Kasei-san called out to us. Yes, we were planning to eat outside. Mind if I join you? Of course not. With Kasei-san joining us, the 3 of us walked to the courtyard. The sky was crystal clear and blue, the temperature just right. Perfect conditions for eating outside. Wow, Celestina-san's lunch is Japanese style, looks so good. Opening the bento, it was packed with rolled omelets, kinpira gobo, grilled salmon, takana, and plain white rice. A classic Japanese spread. It must be tough to make all this. Thanks again, Cells. Not at all. You have such well-equipped cookware here, and learning new dishes is fun. Your country didn't have much cooking equipment. We did, but Japanese tools are truly something else. Taking a bite of the rolled omelet, the harmony of dashi and egg made my taste buds sing. Besides, I've got someone right next to me who always eats with such joy. That keeps my motivation high. She and the others smiled. Feeling oddly embarrassed, I continued eating. Kazuya-san, here's your tea. Ah, thanks, Cells. You know, you 2 seem awfully close today. Do we? Totally. You were always close enough to touch, but now you're practically glued together. I absent-mindedly patted Cells' head as she leaned against me, a question mark practically hovering over mine. So I'm gonna go grab a drink. If it's tea, we have extras if you'd like. Thanks, but I'm kind of in the mood for coffee right now. With that, Kasei-san quickly made her way toward the vending machines. Kazuya-san. Cells. She suddenly kissed me. It's just lips touching, and yet why does it calm me so much? Kissing me at school, that's rare. I just felt like it, not a good enough reason. She tilted her head slightly, and I shook mine. You haven't been the one to kiss me lately. It's a little frustrating. Well, you know, we've got my parents and Yui around, so. She puffed out her cheeks a little. Even that was unbearably cute. What can I do to make it up to you? Well, of course. Her lips poked forward, and I gently kissed them. Correct answer. Looking satisfied, she turned back to the bento. Above us, the moon was faint in the blue sky. Even with unease about what tonight might bring, I thought, I want to savor this peaceful moment while it lasts. Episode 28, Hero Revised Edition. After dinner with Kane, I found myself idly gazing up at the sky. Tonight, soldiers from Isgard were supposed to arrive. Clouds drifted across the sky, occasionally veiling the 3 moons that floated above. Since the transfer would happen in the same place as Kane's had, the backyard, I'd already set up a concealment barrier and a ward to keep people away. As I stared for a while, the moonlight grew faintly brighter. I could feel a swirl of mana. When I turned around, I saw Yui practically vibrating with excitement at the unfamiliar magic, my parents standing there with their mouths agape, and beside them, Alicia and Cels. Kane stood protectively in front of the two. A magic circle began to glow in the neatly kept yard. Only someone like Kane could assemble a formation of this scale. As I admired the craftsmanship, 2 figures emerged. To the one who sits before us, I presume you are none other than Captain Kazuya of the Special Royal Guard. Indeed, it's been a while, Galio. It has been, Captain. Layla too. Silver armor, crimson police, and full-face helms adorned with winged crests. Upon confirming it was me, the 2 knights knelt and offered a formal bow. I heard from Kane you had a report for me. At my words, their armor clinked as they straightened. To Her Highness, Celestina Roman 6 Yggdrasia, the beloved flower of the Igdomia Empire, and to Captain Kazuya Hattori of the Special Royal Guard, we bring our report. Our empire has come to its end. It must have been a fierce battle. Their armor was caked in blood and grime, the dried stains clearly belonging to both friend and foe. And Sieg. He stood as a crown prince for his people and for his nation. I see. Hearing of the resolve of the friend, I made in Isgard left me speechless. To think that, despite saving both our empire and the world, it would still come to this. We cannot apologize enough. You needn't. Celestina-sama. Cels cut Galio off before he could continue. I offer my condolences for the many lives lost. But even if humanity's history in that world was bathed in blood, even if it seemed meaningless, it was not a mistake. She's right. You fought well to the very end. As I offered those words, their armor rang again. Thank you. We made small talk for a while, but soon they began to breathe heavily. They'd reached their limit. Casting magic while fighting, crossing worlds on top of that, it must have taken a tremendous toll. Captain, Celestina-sama, please allow us to breathe our last in your presence. I responded firmly. I'd like to say I won't allow it, but I know there's no helping it. We're deeply sorry. You're forgiven, but don't think this is the end. I'm issuing your first official long-term leave. Might we ask how long? I'll come fetch you personally. Just don't slack off in your training during leave. We'll be sure to pass that on to the others. They removed their helmets, took up their swords, and offered their deepest bow. To our journey of light. May the new light bring peace. Magical flames enveloped them, warm yet cold, sorrowful yet peaceful. A quietly emotional fire guiding them on their next journey. Eventually, they dissolved into glowing particles of light. All that remained were their helmets and the swords planted firmly in the ground. You don't even need to ask. As I murmured those words, my form changed in a blink. I now stood in armor, silver-plated, with a deep green cape bearing a spaced feathered crest and twin longswords sheathed at my waist. Will you help me? Of course. Grandmother, that armor you see, it was once bestowed upon him by the goddess. Seeing the others still stunned into silence, Alicia offered an explanation. That said, it doesn't actually have any fancy features, but that cape is imbued with tracking magic. The strength of the Special Royal Guard didn't just come from individual skill or the blessings of a hero like Kazuya. The battlefield isn't so forgiving that you could survive with only that. In a world where communication was impossible, they had a terrifying level of coordination. Captain, we also have what was entrusted to us by the others. I see, then I leave it to you. The small gaps left in the arrangement were filled by Cels and Kane. It's done. This is all of it. Yes. A serene silence settled over the room until Kane broke it with a formal salute. Kane Albert reporting in, the Special Royal Guard, 183 members total, have successfully arrived and assembled. Section. When I first heard the words, another world, I'd pictured a thrilling, heart-pounding adventure. I thought I'd come to understand that wasn't the case after hearing their stories. But seeing all of this unfold, people had died. The moment I realized that, my hand clenched so tightly it went pale. And then, someone gently loosened it. Alicia-chan had taken my hand. Her gaze said, "It's okay," before she turned back toward Oni-san. Her eyes were sharp, intense. So much so, the phrase serious expression felt too shallow. Whether I should say something or not, my mind was overflowing with indecision. Then, Oni-san's form changed. It was just like the hero Kane-san had described yesterday. His face and build hadn't changed at all, and yet the aura about him felt entirely different. I could feel it in my skin. This is what a hero is. Come on. Let's go home. Yes. After a short pause, Oni-san dismissed the armor and returned to modern clothing. He acted as though none of it had just happened. I couldn't stop myself from calling out. Wait a sec. What is it? Well, it's fine. My role ended the moment I came back from that world. Just getting to hear the rest of the story was more than enough. With those words, Oni-san returned to the house. Cells followed behind. I was left standing there, caught in a swirl of emotions I couldn't quite name, unable to do anything but watch him go. Honestly, the captain never explains himself properly. Don't you agree? Absolutely. It's the one thing about father that really needs fixing. With exasperated smiles, Kane and Alicia watched the two disappear inside. Would you three mind giving us a little more of your time? There's more we need to tell you about father. Episode 29. The End of the Hero. After seeing the two off in that indescribable atmosphere, the three of us who remained returned from the yard to the living room. Without a word, each of us took a seat, waiting for Alicia and Kane to speak. First, we should talk about the country where Kazuya was summoned, the Empire of Albatia. The Empire of Albatia lies in the center of the continent, in a relatively mild climate. It excels in both military power and national strength, and is often considered the largest of the human nations. During the Demon King War, the empire rose to prominence as the central figure in the human alliance, partly due to its geographical location. They were certainly a nation with ambitions of unification, but they weren't foolish. If they didn't defeat the Demon King, their own survival would be at risk. At that time, the empire somehow obtained the magic formula for summoning a hero. In war, there are no absolutes. Still, the emperor boldly proclaimed that victory would be assured if they summoned a hero, despite having no proof. It was said to be a magic formula bestowed by the gods. Looking back now, it's a suspicious story. Yet the other nations agreed, and the hero summoning was carried out. Dozens of mages poured their mana into activating the ritual, and the one who was summoned was Kazuya, wasn't it? Chihiro murmured, and the two nodded. There are legends of hero summoning, but it was never proven to exist. Yet the Empire suddenly brought it out and performed it. And no one thought it strange that the summoning ritual was done using magecraft. Magic is a power invoked without the use of spirits. It's something akin to nature or a miracle of the gods. But magecraft, performed by human hands, being treated as divine miracle, that's more than a little strange. After the Demon King was defeated, we learned the truth. It was the work of the old god. The old god. In the world of Isgard, where we were, there was a god who watched over the world, ensuring no unnatural disasters or phenomena occurred. But that god played a trick on the world. That trick was the Demon King. The old god personally intervened, created the Demon King, and made the world accept it as natural. Then handed the humans a magic ritual to summon a hero. It was like a game of living chess. What a twisted hobby. That incident caused an uproar in the divine realm. The old god was stripped of its divine authority, and the current god, Iri-sama, took its place. Even the divine realm has its own troubles, The three of them had only recently come to terms with the existence of magecraft and other worlds. With so much being revealed at once, they seemed dazed. Just then, the sound of footsteps came down the stairs. Father. I'll take it from here. Captain, I'll assist you. After we defeated the Demon King, countries like the Albatia Empire were left exhausted. So many had died, it was inevitable. Still, many nations worked together to rebuild, rising again hand in hand. At that point, the air in the room shifted. The three could feel it. Letting out a quiet breath, Kazuya slowly stood up. Once the dust of reconstruction had settled, the wars began again. The grass is always greener on the other side, I suppose. Rather than rebuild through effort, it's easier to take from others. A simple truth. What happened to Oniai? Yui asked, trembling. I fought for peace. The mission of our Special Guard Corps was global stabilization. We'd intervene in conflict zones and force a ceasefire, paving the way for diplomatic talks. That was our job. Kane continued, his expression twisted with bitterness. But eventually, the nations started to argue that the hero was excessive military force. How could you go to war when the strongest human alive stood in your way? So, since he was from another world, wouldn't it be easier to just get rid of him? They summoned Father, fully knowing it was a one-way trip. What a selfish thing to do. Alicia spat those words with a gaze, as cold as absolute zero. Then, a divine message from Edith-sama descended upon the world. Return the hero and his family to the goddess. My mother's homeland hesitated, but the other nations acted like they couldn't wait to be rid of him. That really pissed me off. Section, I truly feel sorry for them. Who would have ever expected a god to start playing a game of world destruction? We realized something was wrong when the hero summoning was performed. When Kazuya was summoned, interference shook the world. Investigation revealed the old god had been toying with everything. I gave Kazuya a divine blessing to ensure nothing would happen to him just in case, but it backfired. Kazuya became unable to fall, no matter how much blood he lost. His overwhelming strength as a hero wasn't just due to his skills, it was built atop countless efforts, soaked in blood and sweat. I believe it was a few years after he came to Isgard that he defeated the Demon King. By then, he had suffered wounds so grave he should have died countless times. But he couldn't collapse. My blessing made it so. I only wish that, after the Demon King's defeat, he could live in peace. We gods must never interfere too much. The old god made that mistake, and now we're trying to clean it up. Humans are foolish, they make mistakes. Gods do too. But this time, the mistake has gone too far. They summoned a hero knowing it was a one-way trip, used him as a weapon of war, and then what? He's inconvenient, so they hand him back to the gods. And how do they plan to return him? There's no ritual for that. Don't tell me they mean to kill him and return only his soul. This world's humans truly are hopeless. They actually plan to kill him as a return policy. Just hand him over already, I'll make sure he gets back to his original world. If needed, his family too. Truly, what could I possibly say to Kazuya to apologize? Episode 30, Edith. A little time had passed since the divine oracle was delivered. Somehow, I managed to retrieve the three of them safely. But it had been nearly 10 years since it all began. Safely might be a bit of a stretch. I have many things I wish to say. Are you God? Indeed, I am Edith, the deity of both Isgard and your world, Earth. I am truly sorry, Kazuya. Edith bowed deeply. Standing protectively in front of Alicia and Celestina was Kazuya. Though once a child who knew nothing of battle, he now stood like someone born to guard others. I won't ask for forgiveness, I'll do anything you wish. Then may I ask just one thing? Celestina stepped forward from where she had been partially hiding behind Kazuya. What is it? You gave the oracle and requested Kazuya's return. Doesn't that mean you could have brought him back at any time? As expected from someone once called a sage, so keenly perceptive. That's correct. Then why didn't you save Kazuya-san sooner? Her desperate cry echoed through the still white space. I don't care if it sounds like blame, why didn't you help him earlier? Even a deity has rules. We are forbidden from interfering too easily in the worlds where mortals live. For something like that, you left someone so kind and pure on the battlefield. All I could do was bestow a blessing to keep him from dying easily. Everything else was the decision of those living in Isgard. I was utterly disappointed when they discovered that blessing and tried to exploit it. Did they truly want to keep Kazuya on the battlefield that badly? Celestina looked ready to speak again, but Kazuya gently stopped her. It's okay, Cels. But, Edith-sama, I resented you. That's only natural. But I'm okay with it now. A soft smile naturally rose on Kazuya's face, because I got to meet Cels and Alicia. You. Edith struggled to process the quiet, but profound emotion in Kazuya's words. Accepting that kindness, Edith began to explain the divine side of things. Section, what a selfish and immature god that was. Celestina's reaction earned unanimous agreement. I'd rather not be seen as the same kind of deity. Truly, and now Isgard may face destruction because of it. Is that true? It can't be said for certain, but it's safe to say the world is steadily headed toward ruin. Seeing the three unsure how to react to that revelation, Edith shifted the topic. Now then, regarding what comes next for the three of you, I intend to send you to Kazuya's world. You mean, I can go back with my family? That's right. Kazuya showed his most excited reaction of the day, only for it to quickly fade. But it's been 10 years, right? I'll return you to your original timeline. But my body's changed, I've grown. That too here. With a wave of Edith's hand, Kazuya's body reverted to his younger self. Wow, this takes me back. You look kind of cute, father. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Edith allowed a small sigh of relief. I'll also use space-time magic to bring your estate with you. Your wealth will be adjusted into Earth's currency and materials. Is that really okay? You said interfering too easily wasn't allowed. Bringing you here in the first place was already a major interference. This much is within the margin of error. Now then, Edith said, turning to Alicia and Celestina. From here on, you two will need to learn the customs of Kazuya's world, specifically Japan. Chairs appeared from nowhere, and Edith gestured for them to sit. What do you mean? For example, do either of you know what a traffic light is? The two tilted their heads. Well then, Kazuya, explain it to them. It tells pedestrians and cars when to stop or go. Close enough. What's second nature to you, things you understand instinctively, these two need to learn now. Got it. The two nodded. Since it had been 10 years for him as well, Kazuya sat down for a refresher too. And so, their preparations for a new life in another world began. Section. We got a little sidetracked, but that's the rough summary of what led us to this world. I'm not sure I get all of it, but is it really okay to talk about God so openly? Mom asked, and I replied. I got permission ahead of time. Now that I've heard about them, they seemed surprisingly pleasant. I haven't met them myself, but it sounds like they were a good person. Night had grown late. There were still plenty of questions left to ask, I was sure, but for now we wrapped things up. Welcome home. Yeah, I'm home. One moon hung high in the sky. This world is peaceful. Interlude. A night together. After seeing Galio and Layla off, Cels and I returned to the estate. Alicia wasn't there, she'd probably stepped away to give us space. Kazuya-san. I'm fine, yeah, I'm okay. I forced myself to swallow the emotion rising in my throat as I recalled that cloak, now complete with no empty spaces. Kazuya-san. When I turned toward Cels, who called out in a different tone than before, my vision suddenly went dark. At the same time, the familiar scent of her hair tickled my nose. May I borrow you, just for a little while? I was just about to ask the same, so of course. Cels wrapped her arms around my head and I around her back. We shifted our weight naturally, lying down together on the bed. I'll have to write those reports again. She meant the casualty reports, the documents we'd always filled out and submitted whenever a member of the unit fell in battle. There's no one left to submit them to anymore, though. If I only write the names of those who died earlier, it'd feel like favoritism. And this will be the last one. You're right. Will you help me? Yes. I'll accompany you. We stood and left the bedroom, heading to the study. Though its heavy decor had surprised me at first, I'd grown used to this room. I unlocked the document cabinet and pulled out the casualty report ledger. Dipping the pen into ink, I checked the name fields and began writing in the script of that other world. Galio Layla Hudson. I wrote 2 copies, one for record-keeping, one for submission. I carefully added the names of the rest of the squad members, all except Kane. It had been a small unit of around 200. I could match every name with a face, recall their hobbies, and remember the conversations we'd had. After taking my time, I finished writing the last name. Good work. Thank you. I placed the completed documents in the proper file and carefully wrapped the submission copy in the standard format. I set it in the outgoing tray, then returned with Cels to our bedroom. We lay down together again, naturally leaning into each other. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not either. That's a lie. You always end up going somewhere, even on your days off. There's no more of that kind of work now. I won't be going anywhere for a while. For a while, I'm not going anywhere. And if we do go somewhere, let's go together. Bring Alicia too. And Yui-san, and your father and mother as well. Yeah, maybe we could all go to a hot spring. We chatted idly, letting time flow by. It felt so comfortable I wanted to melt into it, but I had to go. Alicia was still waiting. Cells, I'm going to pick up Alicia. Then I'll come too. She began to ready herself, but I gently stopped her. There's something I need to say to her myself. I see. So you'll be leaving me behind. Don't say it like that. In that case, Cells puckered her beautifully shaped lips. I couldn't help but laugh at how cute she was and leaned in to meet them. I'll be back soon. I'll be waiting to welcome you home. Episode 31, Students. The next day, we headed off to school as usual. The biggest change recently was that Alicia had joined our daily routine. Since she enrolled in the middle school connected to our high school, it was only natural that we now shared the same route to school. We parted ways at the school gate, and Cells and I headed to our classroom. Along the way, familiar faces greeted us. We returned the greetings and took our seats. Hey, so what's Alicia-chan like? Ryo leaned in, throwing an arm over my shoulder. What do you mean? You know, like, how she's getting along and stuff. She's made some new friends. Seems like she's having a good time. Well, that's great and all, but I meant like romantically. I'd already guessed where this was going. I sighed but answered anyway. I haven't heard anything. Sweet, then maybe I should. W, what's with you? Just clearing my throat. Still, how about you stick to girls in our grade, not the middle schoolers? Yeah, you're right. As we bantered about nothing in particular, the homeroom teacher walked in. Bit early, but let's get homeroom started. The students grumbled but returned to their seats. All right, listen up. In 2 weeks, we've got a field trip. That got the whole class buzzing. People speculating about the location, who they'd eat lunch with, typical school chatter. But before that, don't forget, we've got midterms. At that, the students let out a chorus of groans. Tests, the one true enemy of youth. As I laughed at how peaceful that was, I suddenly realized something. This'll be my first exam in 10 years. A chill of unease started creeping up my spine. If you fail, you'll be doing remedial lessons. You won't get to go on the field trip, so prepare yourselves. With that, homeroom returned to its usual rhythm, but I couldn't stop replaying the words midterm exams in my head. Section, lunch break. Cells, Alicia, and I gathered in the courtyard with bento boxes, handmade by Cells. Something on your mind? It's not a big deal. Cells stared at me intently. Alicia, taking her cue, stared just as hard. Unable to bear the pressure, I confessed. I'm a little worried about midterms. Is there something you don't understand? Not really. It's just, I haven't taken a test in 10 years, so it's a bit. So you're anxious? Exactly. I wilted as I admitted it, only to find Cells suddenly brimming with energy. Then let's study together. Together with you. Yes, together. Well, I still needed to study either way. And she looked so happy I couldn't say no, so I nodded. Then as soon as we get home, we'll hit the books. Yes, ma'am. You're not exactly thrilled, are you, father? Studying is practically a curse word to students. How about you, Alicia? I think I'll be okay overall, but I'm a little nervous about history. That made sense. She'd come from an entirely different country, or rather, world. Then we'll study together. Let me know the topics later. Yes, mother. Cells gently patted Alicia's head. It was such a peaceful sight. Wait a second, Cells. From the way you said that, it kinda sounded like you're going to be tutoring Alicia. Not just Alicia, you too, Kazuya-san. Is that okay? Are you worried about my academic ability? Or my stamina? Both, actually. Cells smiled softly. Then, with poise, she declared, I've scored perfect marks on all our recent quizzes, and I'm in excellent health. If you're still uncertain, then I'll prove myself in the midterms. That's not what I meant, I know, you're worried about me. Her flower-like smile bloomed as she said it. So let's study together, okay? With that commanding warmth, I had no choice but to nod. Section. After 10 years of fighting in another world, I made a new discovery. Turns out, I never got better at studying. That said, Cells' teaching was precise and easy to follow. While helping Alicia review, she also guided me through my own revision effortlessly. Her graceful coordination was something to admire. Sorry, I think I got a little carried away today. No, it was seriously helpful. I'm glad to hear that. By the time the moon began to reach its peak, we were winding down. Cells' cheeks were faintly flushed, maybe from the bath. You still look a little tired. Do I? Yes, just a bit. She sat on the couch and patted her lap. Without protest, I let her guide me to rest my head there. A moment later, she began stroking my hair. Her post-bath scent and gentle touch instantly relaxed me. A little recharge. Which kind? Both. I teased her, and she blushed as she replied, making me feel my own cheeks heat up in return. The calm atmosphere, the feel of cells against me, every part of it made me feel like I was dreaming. Oh dear, if you're going to fall asleep, let's move to the bed, shall we? MHM. And so, the two of us slipped under the covers. Maybe it was the fatigue from studying for the first time in ages, but I fell asleep quickly. The temperature was perfect, and Cell's warmth made it all the easier to drift off. Good night. Episode 32. Results. Time passed and the day of the midterm results arrived. Personally, I felt it had gone pretty well. Even English, which I'd struggled with, turned out okay, thanks to Cell's helping me nail the key points. Really, I owe her everything. At our school, the results are posted along the corridor between buildings, a bit of a tradition here. Naturally, a crowd had gathered today to check the board. The final rankings would be distributed later, but everyone wanted to know right away. We, too, were among the onlookers. Ah, there it is. How, where? 58th. 58th, Kazuya Hattori. It had been 10 years since my last test, so there was nothing to compare it to, but that wasn't a bad ranking at all. You were looking for my name. Yes, I found mine right away. Following her pointed finger, I looked at the board. First, Celestina Hattori Roman 6 Yggdrasia. Figures, that's really all there was to say. Impressive. I'm glad I didn't make any careless mistakes. While we were talking, Kase-san ran up and hugged Cells. Cells-san, you're amazing. First place. Yes, I was fairly confident this time. But still, it was your first time taking a Japanese test, and you got first. That's incredible. Kasai's straightforward praise made Cells smile a little shyly. Thank you very much. Let's go on the field trip together, okay? Section. After the students had gotten their fill of joy and despair, it was time for homeroom. Today, we were finally getting the details of the upcoming field trip. All right, let's go over the field trip details. I'll get straight to it and tell you where we're going. The teacher paused dramatically before making the announcement. This time, we're going to the beach. After a beat, the classroom exploded. WHOAA. Yay, what swimsuit should I bring? My finely honed muscles will finally get their moment. With reactions all over the place, the teacher smiled, clapped their hands, and called for quiet. All right, settle down. It's in 2 weeks. We're traveling by bus, and anyone who's late is getting left behind. The students responded with a yes before getting excited again. The weather had been hot enough to make sweat bead on our foreheads for days. It was shaping up to be the perfect time for a field trip. Section. That evening, the three of us were relaxing in the estate's living room. We weren't talking about anything in particular, just sharing the same quiet air. And that alone was comforting. Eventually, I broke the silence. By the way, where's the middle school headed for their field trip? We're going to the beach in 2 weeks as well. So same as us, huh? I wonder what kind of learning we'll do on this trip. Field trip or not, it's basically just a day out. If anything, it's about getting to interact with people you don't usually talk to. What do people do at the beach? Yeah, what do we do? Both Alicia and Cells tilted their heads at me. Right back in that world, only fishermen really swam in the sea. You swim and play along the shore. It's kind of like going to a pool. I see. Guess we'll need to go shopping for swimsuits for you too. What about yours, father? I've still got mine from last year. Guys don't really have much to worry about when it comes to swimwear. As we chatted, Cells pulled out her smartphone. Even now, something about seeing a smartphone in this mansion felt a little surreal to me. Kazuya-san. Cells turned the screen toward me. A message from Kasai-san was displayed. Wanna go swimsuit shopping this weekend? You can bring Kazuya-kun too if you like. What should we do? Cells tilted her head slightly, phone still in hand, as if I'd ever say no to her spending time with a new friend. Of course you should go, don't worry about me. Thank you. Then let's go together. I can come too. I wasn't sure if it was okay for a guy to tag along when girls were picking out swimsuits. Of course. Thanks. As I answered, Cells turned back to her phone. It wasn't a big deal, but watching her slightly clumsy texting made me want to describe it that way. And as I watched her with a smile, I braced myself, mentally, for the weekend ahead. Episode 33. Swimsuits. It was the weekend. the day we were going swimsuit shopping for Cells and Alicia with Kasai-san. So there we were, me, Cells, and Alicia, the three of us, waiting at the station. Why was Alicia with us? Because the day after the plan was made, Cells mentioned that Alicia didn't have a swimsuit either and asked Kasai-san if she could tag along. Kasai-san agreed without hesitation. Celestina-san. Before long, a voice called out to Cells at the station. It was Kasai-san. Kasai-san, let me introduce you, this is my younger sister, Alicia. I'm Alicia Hattori Yggdrasia. Thank you for letting me come along today. No worries at all, let's find something super cute together. Kasai-san smiled and patted Alicia's head. Are we really sure I should be here for this? Don't even worry about it. Just be ready to give solid feedback. I gave a non-committal response, and with small talk out of the way, we made our way to the same shopping mall we'd visited before. Have you been here before, Celestina-san? Just once, when we came to buy a smartphone. Then next time let's go look at clothes too. Yes, I'd love to. Eventually, we arrived at the swimwear section. Mannequins and torsos were dressed in swimsuits, with racks of options all around. First, let's start by getting your measurements. Isn't underwear size enough? Swimsuits stretch more in water, so it's better to go slightly smaller than your underwear size. Let's get properly measured, since we're here anyway. Understood. With that, the three of them disappeared with a store clerk into the fitting area. Glancing around, I noticed the entire section was filled with women's swimwear, and all the shoppers were women too. This was a deeply awkward environment. Please come back soon. After a while, the three of them returned. From the papers in their hands, it looked like the measuring was done. Thanks for waiting. Sorry to keep you. Glad you made it back. Oh, haha, I guess it was a little tough for a guy to be standing around here. Was it really? My heart felt tight. Oh my. We resumed walking through the swimwear section, browsing the selection. I wasn't sure where to rest my eyes among all the women's options, and as my gaze aimlessly drifted, Kasai-san turned to me. Kazuya-kun, which do you like better? With that, she held up a swimsuit against Cells. It was a pastel blue cross-halter, with a sheer paro tied at the waist, cool, breezy, and elegant. Or this one. This time it was a bold, black string bikini. It would undoubtedly bring out Cells' seductive beauty. They both look great, but if we're going with everyone to the beach, I'd say the blue one. Ooh, if it's with everyone, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing at all. Come on, let's look at more. With that, Kasai-san took the lead again. As we followed, Cells leaned over and whispered to me. Swimsuits are a little embarrassing. Well, they do cover less than regular clothes. I kept it neutral, but she went on. I feel a little shy, but if it's something Kazuya-san picks out for me, I'll wear anything. PFD, father. Nope, nothing, all good. I barely held myself together as Alicia looked at me quizzically. Then Cells followed up quietly. Between those two earlier, which did you prefer? The black one. Hee, understood. Section, after finishing up with Cells and Kasei-san's swimsuits, it was time to help Alicia choose hers. Oh, Oni-sama. What do you think of this one? She held up a swimsuit featuring pastel yellow and white with a keyhole design. It was modest, but still highlighted her charming elegance. I think it's nice. Kazuya-kun, is that all you ever say? I'm working with limited vocabulary, bear with me. What about you, sister? Let's see, with your build, it should be no problem at all. The colors suit you too. I think it's a lovely choice. Thank you both. After trying on a few and taking a short break, Alicia was still deciding. Then Cells suddenly spoke up. Kazuya-san, don't we need to check your swimsuit too? Kazuya-kun, are you getting one too? Nah, I've got the one from last year. I'm fine. At that, Cells looked a little disappointed. I remembered that look. She'd worn the same expression when we'd gone shopping in the imperial capital. I don't mind browsing, but it's not that interesting. We headed over to the men's swimwear section. As expected, the area was much smaller than the women's, with only a few options. Basically, it came down to loose shorts or half-spats. The difference was mostly just the pattern. Honestly, I'd be fine with something plain. How about this one? Cells held up a loose-type swimsuit in cool white and blue tones. It had a breezy, refreshing vibe, quite different from the half-spats I wore in class. Looks good to me. Oni-sama, you sound so uninvested. What do you want from me? It's perfect. It matches the one Celestina-san picked. you'll be matching. That made me feel a little itchy inside. Not in a bad way, but in that awkwardly happy kind of way. Then, let's wear them together. Yeah, let's do that. I nodded at Cel's suggestion, not because I was being swept along, but because I genuinely thought it was a good choice. Great. Now everyone's got theirs picked. We headed to the register. Only then did I realize women's swimsuits are kind of expensive. Well, it depends on the type. So that's how it is. That's how it is. What should we do next? Let's look at clothes next. Sounds great. And with that, we spent the rest of the day shopping until sundown. Episode 34, Field Trip. Time flies, it was already the day of the field trip. The fact that it felt that way probably meant we'd gotten used to life in this world. After meeting at school, we spent about an hour on the bus before arriving at our destination, the beach, the ocean. We watched as the students burst with excitement. Their age-appropriate enthusiasm shone brightly in our eyes. Celestina-san and Kazuya-kun, you two seem really calm. Do we? You kind of give off the same vibe as the teachers. Mentally, we were about the same age, or maybe slightly younger. Her sharp comment made me let out a nervous breath. You'll use the changing rooms at the facility here to get dressed. The teacher's announcement was met with sluggish responses from the students. Let's go, Celestina-san. Yes. Cels was whisked away by Kasei-san to the changing room. Seeing a scene that likely never happened in the other world made me smile a little as I headed to the men's changing room myself. Section. Hey, whose swimsuit are you most looking forward to? Inside the boys' changing room, that topic was causing a buzz. A classes. No, it's gotta be someone from B class. Ah yes, typical high school boys. I bet Celestina-san's swimsuit will be amazing. That name froze me in mid-change. She's a foreigner, right? Gotta be a bikini, yeah. A white bikini is god tier. Ryo clapped me on the shoulder as I kept changing like a rusted-up machine. Relax, let them fantasize a little. I know. Doesn't seem like it, though. But apparently, Celestina-san's already married. Whoa, married at that age. Guess things are just different overseas. A married woman, now that's something else. I decided right then that I wouldn't leave Cel's side for the rest of the day. Section. After changing, Ryo and I waited in front of the changing room for Cel's and the others. Thanks for waiting. Cel's appeared before us wearing the swimsuit we picked out, with a rash guard over it. You look great, Celestina-san. Thank you. After thanking Ryo, Cel's smoothly moved to stand beside me. So, what now? Jumping straight into swimming feels a bit much. Want to grab lunch early? You two okay with that? We both gave a nod. Thanks to Cel's, we were attracting more attention than usual as we made our way into the food area. There are so many shops here. It's different from a shopping mall, feels more like a street market. Inside were stalls selling takoyaki, okonomiyaki, yakisoba, a casual, festive lineup. What would you recommend, Kazuya-san? Probably okonomiyaki would be easiest for you. Then I'll have that. Each of us placed our orders and brought the food to a table. We often ate together, but being in a different place, dressed differently, and surrounded by different shops gave the moment a kind of indescribable excitement. I've been thinking this for a while. What's up? As we ate and chatted, Ryo suddenly spoke up. Celestina-san has really graceful table manners. She does. It doesn't feel like she's eating B-tier food at all. Cel's, who had been trained with royal etiquette, smiled bashfully at the unexpected praise. Thank you. It's thanks to my parents' upbringing. Seriously, you're like a princess or something. Gawk, I choked on my food. Ah, you okay? Yeah, sorry. Kasei-san really had a sharp tongue sometimes. I'd have to stay alert. You all right? Thanks, Cel's. Section. After finishing our meal, we headed to the beach. The blazing sun scorched our skin. So, what do people actually do for fun at the beach? Having little experience, I voiced my question honestly. Beach volleyball. Swimming in the ocean. What's beach volleyball like? It's kind of like regular volleyball. You toss the ball back and forth and try not to let it hit the ground. I see. That sounds fun. Did you even bring a ball? Here, one of those inflatable ones. Brought it just in case. Ryo pulled a deflated ball from his water-resistant bag, always prepared, this guy. All right. Let's blow it up and play. At Kasei-san's call, Ryo started inflating the ball. We sat down on the warm sand and watched him. If I focused, I could hear the joyful voices of the other students nearby. It was once again a peaceful day. Episode 35, Seaside Date. After wrapping up a few rounds of beach ball and other games, Cels and I found ourselves strolling along the shoreline. It all started when Kase-san nudged us forward with a bright smile. Go enjoy your date. The sea in this world is so peaceful, Cels said. Well, that's thanks to technology keeping things safe, and more than anything, there aren't any monsters here. Back in Isgard, the seas were ruled by wooden sailing ships and prowled by deadly beasts. Blame the old gods or not, that world was a brutal place for humans to live. Looking back on it now, we went into town plenty, but we never really had a chance to enjoy nature. We didn't. Another war always seemed to break out right after. Yeah. The waves lapped gently against the shore, layered over the joyful voices of the other students in the background. What do you think, Cels, about this world? I like it very much. Your father and mother and Yui-san, they've all been so kind. So have Kase-san and the others. Still, it couldn't be easy. For all its conveniences, this world has its own share of constraints. An overwhelming amount of information, everything surrounded by man-made structures, the air a little too consumed. I couldn't help but wonder if she was really okay with it all. I'm fine, really. Sometimes I wonder, Cels. Can you read my mind? We've been together for 10 years. Of course I'd understand, especially when it comes to you. She stirred the seawater with her toes as she walked, smiling softly. There are times when, if I compare them, I do think Isgard was better in some ways. But even so, she gently cupped my face with both hands and kissed me. What matters most is being able to stay by your side. That's what makes me happy. And me too. Her hands slipped down and found mine, those same hands I once swore to protect. They were right here, warm and real. Kazuya-san, you've never really talked about what happened in that world, have you? To everyone, you mean? Yes. Yui-san especially seems curious. I quietly shook my head. You probably already understand, but what I went through was war, not some pretty little fairy tale. I do. And even if I did talk about it, it's full of unbelievable things. Even so, they'd want to know. Your family. Her eyes held firm, clear resolve. You're right. If the chance comes, I'll tell them. Then I'll share my stories too, about what you were like in that world. Don't go saying anything weird, all right? Hee, who knows? Wait, hey. She took off running, and I chased after her, our playful exchange ending in a breathless laugh as we sat down on the sand together. Sometimes I wonder, what's happening in that world now? I think about it too. I wonder what's become of my country. According to Galio's last report, the empire's fallen. Don't know if it was conquest or civil war, but either way, it's probably thrown the balance out of whack. Probably turned the whole place into a battlefield. Yes, the Satyrian theocracy that worships the old gods will likely try to claim dominance. Do you think things might have turned out differently if we were still there? Cels gave my cheek a firm pinch. You're being arrogant. Sure, with a princess and a hero, we could have made a difference. But two people alone can't change everything. Yeah, I know, but still. It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah. I had people in that world. Not just the military. Folks from the market in the town I lived in. Cel's family. Knowing the world's in crisis and doing nothing about it, it doesn't sit right. According to Edith, that world is on the verge of death. Yeah. Isn't there something we can do? Cel squeezed my hand tightly. If there is something you can do, and you decide to do it, then please take me with you. It might be dangerous, though. I don't want you to go to such a place, but if you do, then I'll go with you. So protect me, okay? Hiro-sama. Yeah. And I'll protect you in return. Yeah. She kissed me again. As we walked away from the sea, I silently wished for peace. Someday, just the three of us should come back here. Visit a seaside town, eat fresh fish, play on the beach. With thoughts like that, I gave Cel's hand a gentle squeeze, just to be sure she was really here. Episode 36. Little Sister and Daughter. The day my brother and the others left for their field trip, I had no club activities, so I was enjoying a relaxing time at home. I'm back. Welcome home. Alicia-chan came back just as I was lounging around. Officially, she's my little sister-in-law, but in reality, she's my niece, which means I'm her aunt. Yeah, not exactly easy to process as a maiden. Yui Wanasama, you didn't have club today, right? Yup, that's right. She's such a sweet kid, calling me Wanasama out of kindness. But honestly, there's something I've been wondering. I'll make us some tea. You don't have to, really. This girl is too good. First of all, she never talks back to my brother, not even a little. You'd think someone her age would rebel at least once or twice. And she's so considerate, too. When I think noble daughter, I imagine someone a bit more arrogant, a little spoiled, but she doesn't show even a hint of that. Alicia-chan, are you holding anything in? Hi. That's when I formed a theory. Maybe she was holding things in, she just didn't know how to express them. I mean, at your age, it's normal to be selfish sometimes, right? But you've never acted like that. I was wondering if maybe you're holding back some frustrations about my brother or something. Frustrations, is it? I swear on the gods I won't tell them. Alicia-chan tilted her head slightly, lost in thought. I don't think I have any, really. Seriously, even though my brother's always doting on Celsan. That's not true, he always makes time to talk with me as well. Tough opponent, but they flirt so much. Doesn't it bother you at all? I'm actually relieved they get along so well as a married couple, but I suppose. She paused again, considering. There is one thing. Yeah, what is it? I wish I had a little brother or sister. Huh? Wait, what? I was not expecting that. Her response caught me completely off guard. I think I should have at least one more brother or sister in case something ever happens to me as the heir. Oh, right, yeah. That kind of thing. Well, it is another world. I guess succession matters and all. While I was fumbling through the awkwardness, Alicia-chan continued. But I suppose that's selfish of me. What do you mean? I say we need another heir, but at the same time, I can't help wishing things could stay as they are, just the three of us. She spoke with a hint of guilt in her voice. It was so endearing that I couldn't help myself. I reached out and patted her head. Ah, Wanisama. Nothing. She quickly smoothed out her slightly mussed hair with her fingers. We're not even that far apart in age, and yet she feels so precious to me. Maybe it's because she's my brother's child. Hey, are you free later? Yes, I finished all my homework. Then wanna go shopping. Shopping? Yup. Let's go look at clothes together. Yes. And so we started getting ready to head out. Normally, I'd find that kind of thing a hassle, but not today. Nieces really are something else. As the afternoon melted into evening, the world remained peaceful once again. Interlude, furniture. It was a holiday after midterms, and the extracurricular trip had wrapped up, leaving only summer break on the horizon. The six of us had come to a furniture store. The reason? We'd recently realized, painfully so, that our current dining table was too small. There's so much. I've never seen so many different pieces of furniture lined up like this. Cels and Alicia voiced their amazement at the sight. In Isgard, being nobility, furniture was typically custom-made. So the sight of ready-made pieces being sold like this was quite a novelty for them. We found a 6-person dining table, just what we were looking for, but the price tag made Dad flinch. Figures, it's a bit pricey. Is it really? Compared to the others, yeah, this one costs a bit more. In that case, I'll pitch in too. No need, I've got this. It's for the family after all. All right. While we were talking, we stumbled upon a table that seemed just right, great features, and a reasonable price. We'll go take care of the contract. You guys can look around. Got it. With that, the rest of us started exploring the store. Even though I'm originally from this world, I hadn't really seen a place like this before, and I couldn't help but get a little excited inside. My eyes eventually wandered to the bed section. There are so many different sizes of beds. The size changes depending on whether it's for one person or two. I see. Oh right, the materials are different from back in your world. Cels want to try sitting on one. Then, if you'll excuse me, whoa. Cels was startled by the springy mattress. Her reaction was so cute, I couldn't help but laugh. It has a spring-like structure inside, so that's why it bounces like that. I see, that's really interesting. In Isgard, mattresses were made from special sap that was puffed up. The feel was more like gently being cradled. Following Cels, Alicia tried one too. It kind of bounces a little. The two of them enjoyed the new sensation. Watching them like that, I really got the feeling they were mother and daughter. Maybe we should just replace the beds at the mansion with these. I do like the ones we have now. Are we really going to switch them? No, I like them too. And honestly, bringing these in would be a bit of a hassle. True. How would we even get them in? Cels giggled softly, her shoulders trembling with laughter. While we were having fun chatting, Dad and the others returned. It looked like the purchase had gone smoothly. Oh, you guys were looking at beds. They're built differently in other worlds, after all. So how are beds in your world? They look pretty much the same, but the insides are made by heating special tree sap and expanding it. Huh. I'd like to try sleeping on one sometime. Then I'll invite you to the mansion next time. Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever properly seen the mansion you all used to live in. With that conversation, we made our way home. Another peaceful day, episode 37, Upperclassmen. With just 1 week left in the semester, Cels had been busier than usual lately. Celestina-san, please go out with me. I'm very honored that you have feelings for me, but I already have someone I've chosen. The number of confessions had started increasing. Our class knew that Cels and I were married, but students from other classes and grades still didn't. As summer break approached, more people were making confessions in hopes of getting a girlfriend. Kazuya-san, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. On our way home, we chatted idly as we walked. Could it be you're feeling a little jealous? As if. Really? Urg. Really? As she kept pressing, I ended up blurting out my feelings. There's no way anyone wouldn't feel bothered seeing their wife being hit on. Foo-foo, thank you. Saying that, Cels took my hand. Let me recharge a little. Recharge? Yes. I talked to so many people today, it left me a bit tired. Basking in a warmth different from the outside air, we made our way home. I wonder if tomorrow will be the same. Section. The next day, we arrived at school as usual. Just as we were about to change into our indoor shoes at the front entrance, I noticed something inside Cels' shoe locker. A love letter, huh? Pretty rare these days. As we were talking about it, Kase-san approached Cels. Mornin'. Celestina-san. Good morning, Kase-san. Wait, is that a love letter? It's not from Kazuya-kun, right? Nope. These have been showing up more often lately. It's a bit troublesome. When Cels answered like that, Kase-san nodded firmly. I get that people want a girlfriend before summer break, but they're being too obvious about it. I always tell them I have Kazuya-san, but that tends to stir things up even more. Even turning them down takes energy, doesn't it? Have you had any of this kind of thing happen, Kase-san? Not at all. I mean, I don't have anyone special anyway. I stayed quiet, not wanting to butt into a conversation between girls, but then Kase-san turned to me. Kazuya-kun, doesn't it bother you? All these people hitting on your cute wife. It's not jealousy, but it doesn't feel good either. I mean, Cels is my wife. As I said that, Cels gently stroked my hand. I said I wasn't jealous, didn't I? It'd be great if we could just declare that Celestina-san is Kazuya-kun's wife. Out loud. It would help if that were more widely known, but doing it so openly might be a bit much. Well, it's not like there's been a good chance. If there were a chance, would you do it, Kazuya-san? Just then, the bell rang to signal the start of class. Let's hope today stays peaceful too. Section. The morning went by without a hitch, and it was now lunchtime. Today, I planned to eat with Cels and Kase-san, so we gathered with our bentos in hand. But suddenly, the classroom took on a strange atmosphere. It seemed we had a visitor. Excuse me, is Celestina-san here? A stranger walked into the classroom. Judging by the color of his tie, he was an upperclassman. I'm Celestina. May I ask what business you have with me? Ah, so you're Celestina-san, just as beautiful as the rumors say. Thank you, and what business do you have with me? I'll get straight to the point. Celestina-san, I came here to confess my love to you. His bold declaration caused a stir throughout the classroom. Cels, unfazed, responded calmly. I'm very honored that you have feelings for me, but I already have someone I've chosen. I'm aware of that. Then why? Even so, I thought there might still be a small chance. In that case, there isn't. Is that all you needed? W8 Cels-san. That name is reserved for my family. It's unpleasant to be called that by someone else. The mood was beginning to turn sour. It would be best to break this up now. That overfamiliar attitude of his was seriously grating. I stepped closer to Cels. Cels. Kazuya-san. Are you her boyfriend? I'd appreciate it if you referred to her properly, as Celestina. I'm not her boyfriend. I'm her husband. I deliberately put my arm around Cels' shoulder. Perhaps sensing my intention, Cels wrapped hers around my waist. She's my wife. I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to court her. Gah. At my declaration, the upperclassman left the room, albeit reluctantly. The classroom was wrapped in a slightly awkward silence until Kase-san broke it. "You were so cool, Kazuya-kun." "Yeah, that was amazing." Most people could never say something like that. Everyone was praising me, but it felt a little embarrassing, so I led the two of them out of the classroom. "Thanks for stepping in." "Sorry, felt like I took over your role." We talked once before, when the confessions started ramping up. Back then, Cel said that since the feelings were directed at her, she wanted to handle them herself. "You were so cool, just what I'd expect from you, Kazuya-san." He was just way too familiar, and it annoyed me. Even so, thank you. Without me even noticing, our hands had become entwined. Cells gently brought mine to her lips and softly kissed it. "You protected me again." "I promised I'd protect all of you." "Yes, and I'll protect you too. I hope I won't need to, but if the time comes, let me handle it." "Yeah, I'll be counting on you then." Towering summer clouds floated overhead, and the midday sun was starting to make eating in the courtyard uncomfortable. Today was peaceful too. Episode 38. Summer break. The last day of school before summer break. With classes ending by noon, the students were buzzing with excitement as the footsteps of the approaching summer break drew near. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all go somewhere over the break? Totally. What about the beach? Isn't that a bit much for just a group of students? Then how about a pool? As usual, the group, Kase-san, Rai, Cells, and I, were chatting in the classroom. With the school-wide assembly just around the corner, the students' excitement was reaching a new high. "All right, time to head to the gym for the assembly." Prompted by the teacher's laid-back voice, the students began to move. "What do we do at the assembly?" "It's a gathering where we go over things like club competition awards and announcements from the staff." "Couldn't they just hand out a printout?" "Not everyone reads those, and printing costs money. It's just more convenient to gather everyone in one place." "I see." Chatting as we walked, we made our way to the gym for the assembly. Upon arrival, teachers took turns giving reminders about summer break, and finally, the principal gave a speech to wrap things up. After enduring the principal's long and oh-so-precious speech, the assembly finally came to an end. The principal's speech was so long. "Kasai, you weren't sleeping, were you?" "What are you talking about?" "No way I'd fall asleep." "Kase-san, you nodded off a little bit." "Don't tell them that, Celestina-san." On the way back to the classroom, we were joking around like usual. "Hey, what's everyone doing once they get home?" "I think I'll go shopping. It should be pretty empty at this time." "What about you, Celestina-san?" Asked that, Cells and I exchanged glances. Our answer was the same. "Probably gonna get my homework out of the way." "Yes, I think I'll work on the assignments we were given." Come on, we're students, you should have more fun." "I do have fun plans too." "That's not nearly enough." And so, the first term came to an end. To most people, it probably looked like a totally ordinary school term, but for us, it had been a whirlwind. This kind of feels like we're doing something bad. On the walk home, Cells suddenly said that. "What does?" "Being out and about at this hour." She had a point. Normally, during the school term, we'd still be in class at this hour. Wandering around outside like this just wasn't a thing. "Looks like being a student is starting to suit you, Cells." "Don't tease me like that." My bad, my bad." "Father." As we walked, Alicia joined up with us. It seemed that since the middle school division also had a half-day today, we could head home together. "Alicia, you shouldn't call me that in public." "But there's no one around right now, so it's fine." "You won't break the habit unless you practice all the time." "Yee's mother." "Good grief." With Alicia between us, the three of us started walking again. The sun was beating down, searing our skin. "Do we have any plans for summer break?" Nothing set in stone yet, but how about a hot spring?" "I like the idea, but wouldn't it be too hot this time of year?" "Then maybe the beach." "That sounds great. I want all three of us to go this time." Chatting away like that, we made our way home. Today was peaceful as always. Episode 39, The Mansion. The first day of summer break. Since my parents just happened to get the day off as well, we decided to do something we hadn't been able to before, give them a tour of our house, or rather, our mansion. I only saw a little bit of Oniai's place before, but it looked amazing, so I'm excited. We barely use most of the space though. Everyone put on their shoes and gathered in my room. I opened the door connected to the mansion, surprised as always by how many people were crammed into this space, something unthinkable on a normal day. On the other side of the door, we arrived at the front entrance. Everyone let out impressed sounds. Wow, we really came out right into the mansion from Oniai's room. So mysterious. It's huge. When we opened the front doors, Cels and Alicia were there to greet us. Welcome, and thank you for coming, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Yui-san. With that, she gave a graceful curtsy. Oh my, how lovely. Alicia-chan, you're so pretty. Since this was a special occasion, the two of them wore the dresses they used in Isgard, white-based gowns that perfectly complemented their beautiful silver hair. Thank you. Now then, let us begin the tour. Right now, we're standing in the entrance hall. This is where we welcome guests. The entrance spanned 2 stories with an open ceiling, carpeted floors, and a chandelier above. The whole room radiated luxury. Next, we'll show you the dining room. We followed Cels as she took the lead. Yui and the others looked around with wide eyes, clearly fascinated by everything. With so many rooms, isn't it hard to manage? We handle everything, including cleaning, with Magecraft now, so it's actually easier than you'd think. There are a lot of rooms. Do you actually use them all? They were used by the servants we hired to maintain the mansion. Some lived on site, so a decent number of rooms were needed. When we arrived at the dining room, everyone was equally astonished by how spacious it was. I remember being just as surprised the first time I saw it. This room was designed to accommodate large gatherings, so it's built accordingly. It's also one of the top 3 places guests usually see, so we made sure to make it look impressive. This is incredible. I don't even know what to say. It looks like a movie set or something. Next was the office. There wasn't much to see, just some bookshelves, a desk, and a chair. Oniai, can I try reading one of these books? Of course. Yay, whoa, I've never seen writing like this before. Ah, that would be the language from the other world, Isgardian. Oniai, you can read this. I can. This one's titled, On Trade with the Sadi Theocracy. He's right, I can't read any of this at all. I've got the gods to thank for that, really. After leaving the office, we headed into the reception room. It was the room most often visited by guests, and the decor reflected that. Wow, it looks like an art gallery. We do have actual artwork on display here. Like what? The vase over there was crafted by a master artisan. I'm not sure what its current value is, but at the time it was worth about 200 million gall, around 400 million yen. Yikes. Oni-sama, by the way, the sofa you're sitting on is worth about 50 million yen. Wah! We couldn't help laughing at Yui's shocked reaction as she jumped up. We continued deeper into the mansion, eventually arriving at the detached training hall. Inside, we found Kane in the middle of a training session. Captain, and your family too? What brings you here? We're just giving them a tour of the place. How's your training going? I'm scheduled to interview at a used bookshop tomorrow. I can't keep imposing on your hospitality forever. We really don't mind, though. My dad and Yui's eyes drifted toward the wooden training swords nearby, seemingly intrigued. They weren't like the Japanese kind modeled after katanas, but shaped like Western swords. Wanna try holding one? Can we? Of course. The two of them cautiously picked up the wooden swords and tried striking a pose. They're pretty heavy. They're solid wood all the way through. That's not all, it feels heavy in a different way. Noticing that, Yui-sama, you may have the makings of a knight. Kane commented while instructing my dad on how to hold the sword. Meh. Swords aren't just weapons. They cut down enemies, protect your lord and yourself. They carry the weight of life itself. I see. Are you interested? Just a little. I guess it's more like a kind of admiration than anything, but yeah, I am. Then how about trying it out together sometime? Really? Yay. We left the training hall and stepped out into the courtyard. All 7 of us gathered under the gazebo, though it was a bit cramped. I'll go prepare some tea. Thanks, Kane. This garden is beautiful, by the way. Thank you very much. The garden was designed to let each plant express its own individuality. And even as its owner, I found myself sighing in admiration whenever I saw it. Still, it's amazing. I mean, another world, huh? You were still doubting it. No, it's just that up till now, it hadn't really hit me. But now, it finally feels real. With that, Dad reached over and gently ruffled my hair. You've done well. Yeah. It was a peaceful afternoon, the kind that makes you feel a little sleepy. And once again, all was calm. Episode 40, Summer Plans. The first day of summer break. We were all in the living room, facing the computer. How about this place? This one looks nice too. We were planning a trip somewhere during the holidays. Cells and the others had grown accustomed to this world. We didn't have to worry about money anymore, so we figured, why not go on a trip? Father, what do you think about this place? Alicia had picked Kyoto. It would probably be crowded this time of year, but when it comes to quintessential Japanese sightseeing, Kyoto was the most iconic option. How about this one? Cells had chosen Inoshima. Known for its famous aquarium and coastal charm, it was a classic summer travel destination. In terms of distance, Inoshima was closer. But in terms of convenience, Kyoto had better access. Both were hard to pass up. Which one would you like to go to, Kazuya-san? Father? Section, so you came to me for advice. It had been a while since I entered Yui's room, and who could have guessed it would be for something like this? Why are you even torn Onii? I want to consider both of their opinions. I'd only heard rumors about the Inoshima aquarium, and I'd never actually been there myself. But I'd heard the sea was close. It sounded like a perfect summer destination. As for Kyoto, I hadn't been since my middle school field trip. My memory of it was vague at best, so it might as well be a fresh experience. A trip where you stroll through temples and shrines, reminiscing about the ancient capital that had its own charm too. Then just listen to both of them. Hi. It hit me like a bolt from the blue. It's not like you can only take one trip, right? Well, no. Then go on one first, and the next trip can be the other. You're right, that makes sense. I left Yui's room and returned to the living room, where the scene had changed, similar but different. Mother, what do you think of this one? Oh my, that does look nice. They weren't looking at a travel site anymore, they were browsing a glamping site. What's going on here? Father, we were just thinking, traveling to tourist spots this time of year might be a hassle because of the crowds. I remembered how Kase-san once told us about something called glamping, so we started looking into it. You don't want to go sightseeing? As long as I can go with you and Alicia, Kazuya-san, that's more than enough for me. Yes, Mother. I couldn't help but pull the two of them into a hug. You're squeezing me a little, Father. Hee, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Let's make this a great summer vacation. And with that, we went back to browsing the computer, looking up different places to go. What kind of summer should we have? That's what we were all thinking about. Episode 41, Assignments and the Festival. A few days into summer break, the three of us sat at our desks, tackling the homework assigned for the holidays. Hey, Cells. If you use this formula here, you can solve it. Thanks. With Cells teaching me, I made steady progress on my assignments. As expected, she understood all of the material and was simply going through the motions of completing it. Mother, could you please help me with this part? That one's simple. Just use what they call Arno's equation in our world. Thank you very much. By noon, we were working smoothly through our tasks. While we were eating lunch, Mom suddenly mentioned something. By the way, I heard the neighborhood association is holding a summer festival. What is a summer festival? Well, it's hard to explain. There are food stalls, bond dances. Basically, it's a festival to welcome the bond season. It's a lively event where everyone has fun together. Since it's hosted by the neighborhood, it's on a small scale. Why don't you go check it out? A festival? I want to go, Father. All right, let's finish our homework first, then we'll go. When I glanced at Cells, she nodded happily. That settled it, time to power through the rest of the assignments. With that in mind, I turned back to my desk. Section. By the time the sun was about to set, we had arrived at the neighborhood's summer festival grounds. It was small, just as Mom had said. Walking across it only took a moment, but with the sound of festival music and the rows of stalls, it still felt like a proper celebration. This is amazing. Are those food stalls? Alicia's eyes sparkled as she looked around the moment we arrived. That's cotton candy. It's made by spinning sugar into fine threads and shaping it into a fluffy mass. It looks so cute. Father, may I go buy some? Hold on, we have to get tickets first. We made our way toward the festival's main tent. Why tickets? I heard it's to cut down on money handling issues and to help teach kids about money. How many do you need? 10, please. All right. After exchanging cash for tickets, we returned to the cotton candy stand. 1 cotton candy, please. Sure thing, 1 ticket. Here. Thanks. I handed the cotton candy to Alicia. She eyed it curiously for a moment, then took a bite, her eyes lighting up. MMM. It's so sweet. Well, it's sugar after all. But it feels like a different kind of sweetness. Here, mother, try some. Alicia offered it to Cells, who took a modest bite. You're right, it does have a different kind of sweetness. Father, you try it too. Alicia held it out to me next. Wondering if it could really be that different, I took a bite. MMM, haven't had this in a while, but it's still as good as I remember. Right. That stall over there says Baby Casella. Wanna go check it out? Yes. Wrapped in the cheerful sound of festival music, the evening had only just begun. Episode 42, Summer Festival. Isn't this fun, Father? Amidst a festival with just the right size of crowd, Alicia shared her impression. She seemed to be enjoying this new culture so much that I couldn't help but smile. You're getting a bit too excited. Even as she said that, Cells was smiling as well. I thought she might feel reluctant about eating while standing due to the nature of food stalls, but that didn't seem to bother her. Instead, her curiosity was drawn to the many foods she had never seen before. Father, what's that? That's kakiguri, shaved ice topped with syrup. Wanna try it? Yes. Sir, one kakiguri, please. Sure. What syrup would you like? Which one do you want? I showed Alicia the syrup menu. I'd like strawberry. Strawberry, huh? The machine roared to life as the ice was shaved. Alicia watched the process with keen interest. Here you go. Don't drop it. Thank you very much. Receiving it, Alicia immediately took a bite. It's cold and delicious. Glad you like it. Eat too fast and you'll get a brain freeze. Brain freeze. When something really cold goes down your throat suddenly, it makes your head hurt. I'll be careful. While enjoying the shaved ice in the shade of a tree away from the crowds, Cells asked a question. What is that style of clothing called? Following her gaze, I spotted a group dressed in yukata. That's called a yukata. I'm not too knowledgeable myself, but it's a type of traditional Japanese clothing like a kimono, often worn to summer festivals. They look cool and charming. Yeah. Next time we come to a summer festival, why don't we wear them? Yes. After finishing our treat, we headed toward the festival's center, where I'd heard music. Sure enough, a bon odori was underway. What exactly is that? That's the bon odori. It's a staple of summer festivals. Traditionally, it's danced to honor the spirits of one's ancestors. I see. That said, nowadays most people probably don't dance for that reason anymore. It's fine to just join in casually. Just then, an announcement played, signaling the start of the dance. Since we're here, why not join in? But I don't know how to dance it. Just watch the people dancing on the platform and follow their movements. Don't overthink it, just give it a try. Music began to play through the venue. Participants formed a circle around the central platform, each starting to dance. L like this. Yeah, that's it. Nicely done, Cells. What an interesting dance. Looking good there, Alicia. And so the night went on. Since it was a neighborhood festival, it ended fairly early. Having enjoyed ourselves until the very end, we headed home with a bit of lingering fondness and some snacks from the food stalls as souvenirs. Today was another peaceful day. Episode 43, Swimming. This is amazing. I can't believe there's a place like this indoors. Alicia, in her swimsuit, exclaimed excitedly. With our summer break assignments mostly finished, we'd been preparing for a trip to the sea that we had planned for some time. That was when Cells found an advertisement for an indoor pool and leisure facility. Since it required less preparation than going to the beach, we decided to come here instead at a place called Zaboon Land. Watch your step. You might slip and fall. I know, mothers. Zaboon Land was an all-weather indoor water leisure park. Its interior reminiscent of a full-fledged European resort, open year-round. Still, beyond the glass, the dazzling summer sun poured in. Alicia's right, this is incredible for an indoor facility. It really is. Father, there's a water slide. Want to give it a try? Yes. The slide Alicia pointed out was the type where you ride down in a rubber raft. Judging from the course, it was quite long. According to the sign, 3 people could ride together, so we lined up in the order of me, Cells, and Alicia. After waiting for a while, it was our turn. Be careful getting in. Okay. The odd sensation of the raft caught me off guard, but I climbed in carefully. All right, have fun. The staff member gave us a push, and the raft shot forward. Whoa, ew. The unfamiliar feeling made me let out a strange sound. Even though the course looked long from outside, the ride itself was over in a flash. That was so much fun. Father, can we go again? Of course. So we got back in line. The view from the observation deck was impressive, letting us see the entire facility. Shall we do some swimming after this? Yes. After a few minutes of chatting while we waited, it was our turn again, and we slid down once more. Mother, can you swim? I can manage a little. Come to think of it, this might be the first time Alicia's properly swum. Now that I thought about it, there were no pools in Isgard, and the sea had monsters, so playing there was out of the question. During extracurricular activities by the sea, I'd heard she hadn't gone into the water. Then, let's do a little swimming practice. Okay. We moved to the 25-meter pool. First, I'd have them learn to float. Relax and let your body rest in the water. It's a little scary. It's fine, I'll help you right away if anything happens. She was floating just fine earlier, so it should be fine. Saying that, Celes demonstrated for Alicia. Okay. Following her lead, Alicia tried floating as well. She almost sank a few times, but eventually managed to stay afloat. As expected from Cel's child, she had a natural knack for it. Now, put your hands on the poolside and practice your flutter kick. I demonstrated first. Wow, that's powerful. You move forward using this kick and your arm movements. For now, let's just practice moving forward with the flutter kick. I had them copy what I'd done earlier. Despite only watching once, both of them imitated it perfectly. Next, let's try moving forward with a kickboard. I'll go grab one, so you two wait here. With the brilliant sun shining outside, the day was far from over. Episode 44, Picking Up Girls. Come on, what's the harm in hanging out with us for a bit? I'm waiting for someone, so please find someone else. When I came back with the kickboard, I saw Celes and the others being approached by unfamiliar men. Could you please stop? I immediately stepped in and one of the men jeered. Ooh, playing the hero, huh? Cool guy. Yeah, whatever, why don't you just get lost? The men trying to hit on them didn't back off easily. Kazuya-san. Father. Once they recognized me, the two of them moved to stand behind me. Do you need something with my wife? Wife? Just so you've got kids, huh? Acting all young, let's go. Grumbling under their breath, the men walked away. You two okay? We're fine, you came right away, Kazuya-san. While we were talking, a familiar voice called out. As expected of you, Kazuya-kun. We didn't even have to step in. Kasei-san, what are you doing here? I came with Fudogama-san to hang out. We just happened to see what happened earlier. Celestina-san, I already reported those guys to the lifeguards. Thank you, Fudogama-san. Alicia-chan, this is our first time meeting, right? Nice to meet you. Yes, thank you for helping us. Fudogama-san patted Alicia's head as she replied. So, what were you three doing? Celes and Alicia were practicing swimming. I held up the kickboard I'd fetched to show them. You two can't swim. There wasn't much opportunity to swim in the country, where Celes and the others lived. I see, then let's practice together. Fudogama-san's in the swim club after all. I'm fine with it. How about you two? When I asked, both nodded. All right, then let's practice together. Section, I realized again just how different it is with someone experienced. Fudogama-san's teaching was far more precise and easier to understand than mine. Celes and Alicia mastered swimming in no time. Wow, you two really have talent. I can't believe you learned so quickly. It's thanks to your instruction, Fudogama-san. Thank you. Thank you. Don't mention it. The two of them had become fast friends, praising each other as they talked. After that, we played together for a while, and as the sun began to set, we parted ways. Thank you for today, Kazuya-san. What's this all of a sudden? I just thought, if we hadn't met you, we probably never would have learned to swim. If you put it that way, I wouldn't have even come back to this world. So thank you too. We laughed at how strange it sounded, and so another peaceful day came to an end. Episode 45, A Rainy Day. About a week into summer break, we went shopping as usual. Is that everything? Yes, thank you for carrying the bags. Don't worry about it. When we stepped out of the supermarket, the already cloudy sky had darkened even more, and rain had begun to fall. Rain, huh? Should I go buy an umbrella? I brought a folding umbrella, so it's fine. You're well prepared. The weather forecast said it would rain. With that, Celes took 2 folding umbrellas out of her bag. I was grateful that she had prepared enough for both of us. I opened mine, and the soft patter of raindrops played against it. They're convenient, aren't they? What is? Folding umbrellas, yes, but more than that. It's amazing that common folk can know the weather forecast. True. Chatting idly, we headed home, walking side by side under our umbrellas in the slightly humid air. Kazuya-san, do you like the rain? What's with the sudden question? No reason in particular. I guess I'm not a big fan, gives me headaches. That's right, I'll give you a massage later. Her smile made the corners of my mouth lift without thinking. I like it a little, but not today's rain. Why not? Because it keeps me farther from you. All right, we've got bags today. That's right. So you usually like it. Yes, because I can be closer to you. Then maybe I like rain too. Oh, is that so? Because it means I can be near you. At that, she gave me a mischievous smile, even though you're always near me. Yeah, but even closer. I instinctively tried to step closer to her, only to be blocked by our umbrellas. Let's hurry home. Yeah. The rain had grown heavier. Using that as our excuse, we quickened our pace. We got pretty wet. I wiped the rainwater from the groceries and put them into the fridge. It's really coming down outside. Not quite enough to call it a downpour, but the steady, forceful rain pounded against the window. How's your headache? Better than before, but it still hurts. Want to take some medicine? Yeah. She brought me water and some medicine. After taking it and draining the glass, she draped a towel over my head. You're a bit wet too, Kazuya-san. And your legs are pretty wet too, Cells. I grabbed another towel and began drying her off. We're pretty soaked. What should we do? Take a bath. You can go first, Cells. No, you should go first. Your colds tend to last a long time. No, you first. No, you first, Kazuya-san. Our back and forth made us both chuckle. In that case, shall we go together? Let's do that. With that, we headed for the bath. In the unique quiet of a rainy day, 2 sets of breathing echoed softly. Today was peaceful once again. Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Episode 46, Morning. I wake up just as the sun begins to rise. Careful not to wake Cells sleeping beside me, I slowly slip out of bed and head for the training grounds. I choose a wooden sword from the rack and step into the training grounds. After some light warm-up exercises, I begin my practice swings. 1 swing, 2 swings. In the still air, the sound of my blade cutting through the wind rings out. Once my body is warmed up, I move to face the wooden training dummy. From below, from above. Fa-ha. In the midst of my sharpened focus, I sense a familiar presence. Training from the morning. You're as diligent as ever, Captain. Kane. Kane is also carrying a wooden sword. He must have come here to train as well. Wanna go together? If you'll allow it. Of course. Without a word more, we face each other and take our stances. After a brief moment of silence, our swords move. We trade 1-2 blows, then both step back. You've really grown strong. My hands are tingling. What are you saying? You're keeping up just fine yourself. This time, I take the offensive, mixing in feints as I swing. Instead of blocking, Kane chooses to evade. Enough of that, I'll come at you now. Come on. Kane then swings with the refined technique of a knight. I meet his strikes with my own blade. The crisp, rhythmic sound of clashing wood echoes through the training grounds. You're always willing to cross swords with me. It's the best way to have a proper talk with you lot. I didn't think I'd gone that far into muscle brain territory. We continue exchanging blows while talking. 1 strike, then another. Our rough breathing and the sound of our swords ring clear when I sense another familiar presence. Father, Kane Oji-sama, breakfast is ready. At that voice, we both step back and respond. Got it. Thank you, Alicia. I suppose that's enough for today. Thanks for joining me. Not at all, the pleasure's mine. We bow to each other, then shake hands. Afterwards, we head to the showers attached to the training grounds to wash away the sweat. Kane and I part ways at the showers, and when I head to the living room, I find Cells setting the table for breakfast. Good work with training. Breakfast is just ready. Thanks. Everyone takes their seats, waiting for the signal. Well then, let's eat. At my words, everyone begins their meal. They don't have to wait for me, but at this point, it's become a habit. What's the plan for today? Since we have no particular schedule, why don't we go out somewhere? That sounds great. And so the day begins, with the wish that today, too, will be peaceful. Interlude, boredom. During the second week of summer break, with all our assignments out of the way, we were spending our days relaxing at home. Cels and I were watching TV together in the living room. I'm bored. Since returning to this world, I'd stopped working and instead taken up studying. But now that we were on summer break, even that obligation was gone. Things were just too hectic before. I think it's fine to take it easy for now. Even so, what am I supposed to do when there's nothing to do? Well, shall I make some tea? With that, Cels headed to the kitchen. She moved as if she were already quite used to it and began preparing the hot water. You're getting pretty good at this. Yes, there are a lot of convenient tools here. She poured the hot water into a teapot and began preparing the tea. Apparently today's tea is supposed to have a strong, relaxing effect. Oh yeah, sounds nice. I took a sip of the tea she made, a refined aroma and a calming flavor. I can't say I have a discerning palate for tea, but I could tell it was good. Yeah, this is really good. You're amazing as always, Cels. Thank you very much. We made some light conversation while finishing our tea, then returned to the sofa. Taking it easy is harder than it sounds. Is that so? If you weren't here, I'd probably just be zoning out with nothing to do. I shared my honest thoughts. And once again, I found myself unsure of what to do next. So, what should we do now? Let me think. Cels pondered for a moment, then gently patted her lap. Without resisting, I rested my head on her lap. I think it's best to relax like this. If I stay like this, I'm gonna fall asleep. I wouldn't mind if you did, you know. As she said that, Cels softly stroked my head. It felt so comforting, it made me drowsy. And just like that, I surrendered to sleep. Section, his breathing is steady, looks like he's fallen asleep. Even as I realize this, my hand continues to gently stroke his head. You really have such a peaceful expression now. He was impressive as a hero, and even then he had his moments of vulnerability. But seeing his smile now, I can't help but wonder if those smiles from back then were distorted by burden. The thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. He shifts slightly on my lap, perhaps tickled by my touch. That too I find dear, and secretly I press a kiss to him. Without saying a word, I keep stroking his head until the moment he wakes. Interlude, the second girls' gathering. Chronologically set before summer break. It had been nearly 3 months since Cels and the others arrived in this world. Though they were initially overwhelmed by the technology here, they'd grown used to it. These days, Cels could even go out on her own. One lunchtime, as I walked over to Cels' seat like always, ready to eat together, I saw Kase-san and Futagama-san chatting with her. Ah, Kazuya-san, sorry, but today. We're borrowing Celestina-san for a bit. We kind of wanted to have a girls' gathering. Cels looked apologetic. You don't have to make that face. Go and enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. Without thinking, my hand reached out and gently stroked her head. We've gotten used to it too, but still, pretty bold of you. What is? Nothing. Well then, since we've got the husband's permission, let's go. With that, Cels was whisked away by Kase-san and the others, leaving the classroom. Maybe I'll invite Ryo for lunch today. That's what I found myself thinking. Section. After parting with Kazuya-san, we headed to the courtyard. It's going to get too hot to come here soon, I thought as we laid out our lunches. So, hey, just being blunt here, but how are things with Kazuya-kun? How are they? You know, your married life. There's only like 2 married couples around us, so we're curious. I've said it before, it's just normal. What's that supposed to mean? It was a bit hard to answer when asked how, but I tried to respond to their questions anyway. Well, first of all, we live together. We've heard that you and your little sister are living at Kazuya-kun's place. Yes, we're being taken care of. Any complaints about living together? Complaints? You know, everyone lives differently. Don't you ever fight over stuff like that? Not really. Whoa, that was fast. Even thinking back on it now, I can't recall anything like that. 10 years ago, maybe a little. Or rather, it just took Kazuya-san a while to adjust to Isgard. Considering he'd been living in a world like this and was suddenly thrown into a war-torn fantasy world, it makes sense now. Yeah, nothing comes to mind. Like, does he forget to put out the laundry? Or forget his lunchbox? Neither, actually. What about splitting housework? If I let my guard down, Kazuya-san ends up doing everything. I guess that's the only thing. Kazuya-kun's amazing. And well, we share meals and sleep together. W8, you sleep together too. Yes. As I answered, both of them squealed in delight. We're married, so isn't that normal? Well, I mean, there are married couples who sleep separately. Right, and being together all the time, don't you get tired of it? Not at all. I want to be with him forever. If he allows it, I want to stay by his side as close as possible always. Isn't that only natural? Then, what do you love about Kazuya-kun? What do I love? I love Kazuya-san's hands, because he always gently strokes my head. I love Kazuya-san's voice, because he always calls my name. I love Kazuya-san's heartbeat, because it always lulls me into a peaceful sleep. He always protects us, because he's so kind. The word like isn't enough, I love Kazuya-san. Even my sigh carries warmth, and if it's a warmth he gave me, it feels too precious to let go. Maybe I should have gone with coffee instead of cola. Same here. Our slightly sweet lunch break continued. This warmth growing inside me, it's probably just the sun. Episode 47. Fever. Midway through summer break, we were preparing for a trip we'd been planning for some time. Our destination was Kyoto, a city where you can really experience Japan's traditional culture and scenery. There's so much to see in Kyoto, we'll need to plan things out properly. Father, I'd like to visit this place called Fushimi Inari Shrine. Nice, I think Kiyomizudera's the spot for me. It's a 2-day, 1-night trip, so we should be able to visit a bunch of places. On the morning of our departure, though, I felt something was off. Cells, are you feeling all right? We had gathered in the living room earlier than usual, but something was clearly wrong with Cells. She looked a little unsteady, and her cheeks were flushed like she had a fever. Let me take your temperature, okay? Okay. She seemed to have noticed the changes in her body, quietly allowing me to help. As expected, when I checked, she had a fever. 37.8 degrees C, yep, that's a proper fever. I'm sorry, on such an important day. It happens to everyone. Let's get you back to bed. How are you feeling? I'm okay. Want me to walk you back? Yes, please. Supporting her as she swayed, I helped her lie down in bed. Remembering that Kane had once acted like a doctor, I called him to take a look. After checking her pulse and tongue, Kane nodded a few times. What do you think? Just a cold. With all the recent changes in her environment, it's not surprising. I see. After Kane left, I bowed my head to Cells. Sorry if I had just noticed sooner. Right, Cells and the others had come from Isgard to this world. It was no wonder her body would react to the drastic change. Please, lift your head. The fault lies with me for neglecting my health. You've done nothing wrong. Cells gently stroked my head with her feverish hand. That touch felt strangely comforting, and I let myself lean into it just a little. Section. After making sure Cells was asleep and leaving the room, I found Alicia waiting outside. Is Mother all right? Kane says it's just a cold. I see. She apologized, said she felt bad for getting sick on such an important trip. I don't mind at all. A trip is something for the whole family to enjoy together. The way Alicia smiled when she said that reminded me so much of Cells that I couldn't help but stare. Father. No, it's nothing. I'm about to make some rice porridge. Want to help? Yes. Episode 48, Nursing. How long has it been since I last had a fever? At the very least, I don't think it's happened in the past 10 years. That was the thought that drifted through my hazy, he-tattled mind. The bedroom feels larger than usual. I guess that's because we normally share it. The bedding, cooled by a magical air conditioning tool, feels pleasantly chilly against my skin. And yet I can't shake this loneliness. Please come back soon. Section. Sometime later, I heard the door open. From the footsteps, it sounded like Kazuya-san had returned. I made some rice porridge. Cells. MMH, thank you very much. With Kazuya-san's help, I slowly sat up. Maybe because I was now more aware of the fever, I felt even dizzier than before. Just eat what you can. No need to rush. Itadakimasu. I brought a small spoonful to my mouth. The gentle saltiness and sweetness of the rice soaked into my body. It's delicious. I'm glad to hear that. With practiced hands, Kazuya-san gently wiped the sweat from my forehead. You seem awfully used to this. Do I? I used to do this for Yui a lot. For Yui-san. Yeah, hard to imagine now, right? She used to catch colds all the time back then. That led into more stories about the past. He doesn't usually talk about those things much, so it made me quietly happy. You're amazing, Cells. You ate all of it. It's thanks to your delicious porridge, Kazuya-san. After cleaning up the clay pot, Kazuya-san prepared a wet towel. All right, time to wipe your body down. Hey, you've been sweating, haven't you? If you don't wipe it off, it'll just make things worse. Why, yes, I know that, but I can do it myself. Then I'll let you do the front, and I'll take care of the back. I can do the back myself too. We went back and forth like that for a few minutes, but in the end, I let Kazuya-san handle my back. Okay, I'm starting now. Why, yes. His hand and the cold towel pressed gently against my bare back. Hiya. Too cold. And no, I'm okay. All right, I'll keep going then. He rubbed gently with steady, careful strokes. It was an unfamiliar sensation, but somehow comforting, and I found myself just relaxing into it. It feels good. I'm glad. Before I knew it, it was over, and I was left with a strange, quiet sense of loss. Now you just need to rest. Kane's preparing some medicine, so it should be ready by lunchtime. Yes, thank you. Well then, get some sleep. Are you leaving? I'd love to stay with you the whole time, but Alicia's waiting too. Right, of course. Don't worry. I'll stay right here until you fall asleep. His gentle voice lulled me toward sleep. I want to stay with him a little longer. With that lingering wish in my heart, I drifted off. Section. This is trouble. Her hand was wrapped around mine. It was warmer than usual, and she was holding it tightly. Sorry, Alicia. Looks like I'll be a bit late getting back. With that thought in mind, I continued to gently stroke Cel's hair. Interlude, Nursing Part 2. It seemed Celestina-san had caught a cold. Alicia-chan came to report it, looking a little worried. Kazuya, where is he? He's bringing some rice porridge to Mother for breakfast. He made it. Yes. I helped out a little too. To think back before the two of them arrived, he'd never really cooked. And now he could do things like that. 10 years really does change a person. What about medicine? I think there was some fever reducer somewhere. Father already prepared it. Oh, I see. He's so well prepared. Even though he used to help out when Yui was little and sick, Kazuya wasn't that much older than her at the time. It was nothing more than a child's attempt at helping. Looking after the person herself is a completely different story. But still, I'm glad. About what? Catching a cold isn't good, of course, but the fact that she feels safe enough to let her fever rise, it means she sees this place as home. Yes, this is our home now. Well, I suppose since Kazuya already has a mansion, it may not feel that different. As we chatted, I began preparing an ice pillow. Kazuya would probably bring one too, but I wanted to do something as well. Can you give this to Kazuya? What is it? An ice pillow. It's basically the same as an ice pack in terms of effect. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. We're family after all. Thank you. Watching her back as she left reminded me of Kazuya when he was small. She really is his child. Thinking that, I decided to make something easy to eat for dinner tonight. Episode 49, Boys Hangout. It's been a week since Cel's caught a cold. She's made a full recovery and is back to her usual self. While we were revisiting the travel plans again, I was on the phone with Ryo. So let's do it, Boys Hangout. What exactly do we do at a boys' hangout? Talk about romance and stuff, maybe. We don't need to meet up just for that. Girls have their hangouts too, don't they? Well, sure, but still. Come on, it'll be fun. All right, I don't mind, but I'm leaving all the planning to you. Now you're talking, and just like that, the boys' hangout was decided. Not that I had any idea what we were going to do. Section. On the day of the hangout, Ryo and I met up at the cafe we'd reserved. So, who else is coming? There's one more guy. Yo. A voice called out as someone arrived a little late. Namikawa Jin. What's with the full name all of a sudden? Just call me Jin like usual. He was from another class and known for being both a top student and great at sports. Back in our first year, before I went to the other world, we were in the same class and talked a lot. But after changing classes, we'd grown a little distant. It's been since our first year, huh? The three of us hanging out like this. Now that you mention it, yeah. Well, let's get this boys' hangout started already. We ordered drinks and a few light snacks to share, quenching our thirst with cold water. So, what should we even talk about? How have you been lately? What kind of dad-like opener is that? Cut me some slack. I was momentarily stumped on how to get the energy going. But eventually, I managed to bring things back to our usual vibe. We got into games and other topics, and were starting to warm up when our snacks arrived. Anyway, down to the real reason we're here. How's married life, Kazuya? What kind of question is that? Come on, Obviously, I mean you're married. Ah, yes. We haven't really heard much from you, and we're curious. That's a hard one to answer. Just as I hesitated, Jin threw me a lifeline. You won't get much if you ask it that vaguely. How about this? Has anything changed since you got married? Changed, huh? The biggest change is Alicia being born, but I obviously can't just come out and say that. I guess I gained another little sister. Oh, you mean Alicia-chan? I've been hearing rumors about her lately. Something about her scoring in the top ranks on the recent midterms. Wow, considering she just transferred, that's impressive. And so our boys' hangout began. The sun was still high in the sky, far from setting. We're taking questions for Kazuya and the others. They'll probably answer them somewhere down the line. Episode 50. Boys Hangout Part 2. So, how's everything else? I guess the biggest thing is that cells became a part of my daily life. As I took a sip of my coffee, Ryo responded with a slightly exasperated tone. Well, yeah, you're married now. It's hard to put into words. It's like, I used to be alone and now she's just there, right beside me. So that's what it feels like when your family grows, huh? Even though it was hard to describe, I tried my best to convey the feeling. Don't you have any complaints about living together? Complaints? I mean, no matter how close you are, you were still strangers before. I figured there'd be some friction when living together. Not really. Seriously. Even thinking back on it, the only time we had any issues was during the adjustment period when I was still getting used to Isgard. These days, even with some differences, Cells and the others have settled into the lifestyle well. Nothing that's turned into real friction. Yeah, nothing major comes to mind. No trouble with chores or anything. She's gotten used to life in this country too, so no. Actually, she's often done things before I even notice, which motivates me to keep up. So, you two really sleep together, huh? What's with the sudden question? Come on, you can't say you're not curious. Well, yeah. We do sleep together. It's not exactly the kind of thing you bring up casually, but I've got nothing to hide, so I said it plainly. That earned a soft whoa of awe from the two of them. Isn't it tiring being together all the time? Is it? I've never really felt that way. Is that how it usually goes? There are plenty of married couples who sleep separately, you know. Well, yeah. When I had work late, she'd go to bed ahead of me sometimes. Work? You had a part-time job or something? Ah, yeah, I quit a while ago though. I kept things vague, brushing over the details with a twinge of guilt. All right then, tell us, what do you like about Celestina-san? What do I like? Don't say it's just her looks. I wasn't gonna. It took me a moment to answer, but I eventually found the words. I like the atmosphere Cells creates. Because she brings me peace. I like her eyes. Because they always look straight at me. I like her heart. Because she always stays by my side. Like, doesn't even begin to cover it. I love Cells. When I said that, both of them silently sipped their coffee. Too sweet. Let's get an espresso. Agreed. With that, the two of them waved down the waiter and ordered espressos. I felt a little overheated, but chalked it up to having just come in from outside and chugged the rest of my iced coffee. Another peaceful day. Episode 51, A Fun Plan. At night, while organizing some homework in my room and glancing at the calendar, I suddenly realized something. I just remembered, Alicia's birthday is coming up soon. Yes, and just knowing we don't have to hold a formal party for the nobles, this year takes a bit of pressure off. That's true, what a relief. When it came to hosting noble-style parties, we had to prepare the food, decorate the venue, assign maids and butlers properly, and overall make sure the event lived up to the expectations of a hero. I can still vividly remember how frantic the preparations were. What should we do this year? Since we're in this world now, I want it to feel fitting for the setting. Hey, Kazuya-san, since we have the chance, how about making it a surprise? A surprise? I like that. With our minds made up, we both started researching how to throw a birthday party. Before coming to Isgard, I'd barely experienced birthday parties, so this was a good opportunity. We'd do our own research, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to also ask Yui and our parents. And just like that, the night wore on. Section A, it's Alicia-chan's birthday. Don't say it so loud, it's a surprise. We discussed the plan, while Alicia was in her room doing homework. Let's see how about chicken, or pizza, that totally feel like a party. True, I'll leave the food part to you, Yui. Yay, I'll put together a list of stuff and let you know later. No, wait, that doesn't feel right. I'm keeping it a secret from even Oni Itakai too. Bubbling with excitement, Yui dove into preparations. While she was swept up in that energy, we started thinking about Alicia's birthday present. Back in Isgard, it would have been something like jewelry or a staff, but that wouldn't work here. A girl Alicia's age wearing expensive accessories in this world would definitely seem out of place. So then, what should we do? This is a tough one. Kazuya-san, about the cake, I could look it up online, but I really want to see them in person. Yeah, then let's go check them out right now. Right now. No time like the present, let's go. Where is the cake shop? It's inside the station, near the shopping mall we went to the other day. Then that's close, shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'll get ready, so please wait a moment. Sure, sorry for the sudden plan. Take your time. Yes. And thus, the planning for Alicia's surprise birthday party began. Looks like it's going to be a fun one. Episode 52, Searching for a Present. And so, we arrived at the shopping mall. Perhaps because it was summer vacation, it was bustling with people even on a weekday. Now that we're here, what should we do? For now, let's try the general goods store. As we walked along, I couldn't help but smile at the sight of little kids running around, full of energy. When Alicia was that age, what was she like again? She didn't like her etiquette lectures. Oh yeah, I remember. She used to come crying to me in the office. You always sided with Alicia back then. Well, you know. Fufu, you weren't fond of those lectures either, were you? As we chatted, we arrived at the general goods store. We looked around for anything that might catch our eye, but surprisingly, nothing really stood out. It's actually kind of hard to find something. She already has pretty much everything, after all. Compared to Isgard, this world offers a far wider variety of products, and the quality of mass-produced items is quite good. However, in Isgard, even though there are fewer options, if you choose carefully, you can get things of much higher quality than what you'd find here. Most of the things Alicia uses fall into that category. Everything we've procured from our official merchant has been top-notch, both in quality and durability. Oh, I think I might have found something. While I was still tilting my head in doubt, something interesting caught my eye. Hey, no fair. Cels rushed over, pouting, so I showed her what I'd found. This might actually be a good one, she said. Told you. We took it to the register right away and had it wrapped as a gift. Kazuya-san, you traitor. Isn't that a bit harsh? You're staying with me until I find one too. Of course. We browsed the shop for a while longer, picking things up and putting them back over and over again. There are definitely a lot of cute things, but nothing really jumps out at me. Maybe you're rushing a little too much. Maybe so. We decided to take a break and headed into a tea shop in the restaurant area. This place has an interesting interior. It's got a Japanese-style setup. The interior resembled a Kyoto tea room, with only a few seats and a calm atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to the noisy shopping mall outside. Says here the place is modeled after Kyoto tea houses. Then let's make sure to visit one when we go to Kyoto. I want Alicia to experience this too. Yeah, it'd be fun to try authentic Japanese tea. Before long, our drinks arrived. Here's your order, 2 uji matcha lattes. Thank you very much. We took a sip together. The rich, creamy blend of matcha and milk filled our mouths with a gentle sweetness. It's delicious. How should I put it? The sweetness feels so kind to the body. It's really good. I don't think I've ever had something made with real matcha before. This is great. As we savored the flavor, we found ourselves melting into the calm atmosphere. Sometimes I wonder, if Alicia had been just an ordinary child instead of a noble, what would things have been like? The grass is always greener, huh? I've lived both lives, so I can say this. Nobles have their own hardships, and commoners do too. I know, but I couldn't let her just play like other children. Especially Alicia, she had the burden of being the daughter of a hero. I was stricter with her than I would have been with any normal noble child. Now I wonder, was that the right thing to do? Yeah, I think about that too. But in the end, it's up to Alicia to decide. You're right. If Alicia can smile, then I want to believe we made the right choices. Yes. Yes, you're right. Cel's quiet confession echoed gently in the peaceful tea shop. All right, let's change gears and keep looking for that birthday present. Yes. This time, we entered a different shop. It was a woodcraft store, specializing in wooden items. These are adorable. Displayed in the case were mechanical pencils and ballpoint pens, each made of wood and engraved with floral patterns. They really are cute. I kind of want one for myself. Wanna buy one? No, this is Alicia's present hunting trip. With that, Cels continued browsing the store. Eventually, she stopped in front of another showcase. Did you find something good? Kazuya-san, how about this? This is actually really nice. Right. We called the shop attendant over and had the item brought to the register, making sure to get it wrapped nicely for a present. Will she be happy with it? As we harbored that little sliver of worry, the day of the celebration steadily approached. Episode 53, Alicia's Birthday Party. On the day of Alicia's birthday, we went about our routine as if nothing special was happening. Then, just past noon, I asked Yui to take Alicia out for a bit. Alicia-chan, wanna go check out some clothes? They just released some new stuff. That sounds lovely. I'd love to. Success, she was safely lured out. With that, we began preparing for the party. The menu included pizza, fried chicken, salad, and of course, a cake to finish it off. To be honest, most of the food was ordered, so there wasn't much to do on our end. We only had to prepare a few of the side dishes ourselves. We couldn't forget the decorations either. While we took out some of the party items stored in the mansion, this time we decided to use mostly decorations from this world. The party would be held at home. We could have used the mansion, of course, but since this was Alicia's first birthday in this world, we figured it'd be more meaningful to celebrate it here. As we were finishing up, it was time to pick up the food. We split up as a family to get everything. Dad went to pick up the fried chicken. Cels and I handled the cake. Mom stayed home to receive the pizza. This feels kind of nice, doesn't it? What does? That you're all doing this much just for Alicia. Yeah, you're right. With everything successfully picked up, we returned home. Everyone else made it back safely too. Soon after, I received a message from Yui. We're about to head back. Are you ready? All good, thanks. I relayed the message to everyone, and the final prep began. I wonder what kind of reaction she'll have. Just thinking about it is enough to make my heart race. Section, after a while the front door opened. Yui led Alicia into the darkened room. What's going on? You want me to come in? As soon as she stepped in, we popped the party crackers. Happy birthday, Alicia-chan. F-way. Even her confused, blank expression was adorable. We quickly explained the situation. Alicia, it's your birthday today, right? So we're all here to celebrate. Father everyone hic. Tears welled up in Alicia's eyes. The mood shifted with a tinge of uncertainty. You okay? Why yes, hic, I'm fine, it's just I'm so happy. Her words were enough to ease everyone's concern. I thought there wouldn't be a celebration this year, since we didn't have to host a noble party. We've always celebrated your birthday, separately from the formal parties, haven't we? Why yes, but... Come now, Alicia. No need to waste such a special day with puffy eyes, right? Cels gently wiped her tears with a handkerchief. With a deep breath, Alicia turned to everyone. Thank you all so much. Everyone responded with warm smiles. Come now, let's eat before it gets cold. Wow, it looks amazing. We guided Alicia to her seat and everyone sat around the table. Once again, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Section. Once the meal settled, it was time for gifts. I'll go first. Mom started things off. What a cute necklace, thank you so much. She gave Alicia a simple, floral-patterned necklace perfect for daily wear. Alicia smiled and immediately tried it on. How does it look? It suits you perfectly. I'm glad you like it, Alicia. Next up was Dad. I wasn't sure what kids your age like these days, but I thought this might be useful. Feel free to use it with your friends. A cafe gift card, I love it. I'll definitely go with my friends sometime. I'm glad you like it. Then it was Yui's turn. This is from me. This is nail polish. Yep. It peels off easily, so it's super convenient. I picked colors I thought would suit you. Thank you so much. Let's do our nails together next time, okay? Yes. Then came my turn. Compared to everyone's stylish gifts, I was a bit nervous whether mine would be well received. This is from me. What is it? It's a plant growing kit. This one's for cherry tomatoes. Remember you said you wanted to try growing something. Back then, as a noble, it wouldn't have been proper to let her play in the dirt. But now, no one would stop her. Father, thank you so much. Alicia gave me a small hug, and I gently hugged her back. Seeing her this happy made it all worth it. Last one's from me. Finally, it was Cel's turn. She handed Alicia a neatly wrapped box small enough to fit in her palm. This is a watch. I know we have smartphones now, so you might not use it much, but I thought it'd be nice to have one for daily wear. Thank you. Alicia quickly put it on. The small wooden watch looked perfect on her delicate wrist. I'll wear it to school right away. Thank you, Mother. Another hug between Alicia and Cels. That moment alone made the entire party worthwhile. Here, we've got cake too. Strawberry cake. Alicia's eyes sparkled as she watched the slices being served. Once everyone had a piece, she took a bite. It's delicious. I'm glad Cels picked it out, you know. Thank you, Mother. And so, the birthday party came to a perfect close. Thank you, I've gained another precious treasure. Interlude, after the birthday party. Not long after the birthday party ended and the cleanup was done, we returned to our room in the mansion. It didn't take long before she was fast asleep. She must have really enjoyed herself. Thanks, that's good to hear. I gently stroked Cels as she sat on my lap. She narrowed her eyes in contentment. If she was that happy, it was all worth it. Even preparing for it was fun, oh right. As we talked, Cels suddenly remembered something. You don't have to make my birthday celebration this extravagant, okay? Huh, you sure? Yes. She leaned in against my neck. Just being able to spend the day with you and the others is more than enough for me. And just like that, our lips met in a natural kiss. That's a bit disappointing. Is it? Yeah, I actually enjoyed planning everything out. That's true, it was fun. I sank back into the sofa with her in my arms. This feeling, utterly comforting, was something I never wanted to let go of. All right then, let's go to a hot spring for your birthday. Isn't that still kind of a big event? You think so? Yes, but I'm a little excited. Our conversation trailed off after that, not because things got awkward or anything. We were simply sharing the same space, and that alone was enough to make me feel completely at peace. Kazuya-san, if you're going to sleep, let's go to bed. Yeah, but I'm not sleepy yet. You're not. I think I'm still a little buzzed from the party. Fufu, I feel the same way. We moved to the bed, still chatting. Is that so? Yes, because I just want to be close to you like this. Interlude, his face. Every now and then, I find myself wondering, what was he like before he ever stepped onto the battlefield? I imagine he must have been gentler back then. Kind as he is, that seems only natural. Huh. You mean Kazuya before Celestina-san and the others came? I decided to ask. Yes, it's something I've been a bit curious about. Let's see. After a moment of thought, Aka-sama let out a quiet reply. He was a little gloomy, I suppose. Gloomy? Yes, no matter what I asked him, he'd just respond half-heartedly. That really caught me off guard. He wasn't good at expressing himself, you know. It was completely different from the Kazuya I knew in Isgard. As a captain, he would gather everyone's opinions, clearly identify the issues, organize them, and carry out missions with precision. That's the Kazuya I've always seen, so the thought of him being any other way was hard to imagine. That's quite surprising. I've only ever seen him fulfilling his duties, either as a hero or as a captain. Oh, that's not all there is to him. Huh. I've never seen him act so spoiled before. Aka-sama's words made me chuckle. It's true, his expressions when we're alone and the ones he wears as a hero are completely different. And yet, there are still parts of him I don't know. Just thinking about that brings a subtle bitterness to my chest. You look a bit displeased. No, that's a lie. A little maybe. It's just the thought of a side of Kazuya I don't know kind of bugs me. Kazuya's a loved man, isn't he? Her words made me a little bashful, but I didn't deny them. But I'm glad, really. He has such a good face now. A good face. Yes, he looks confident, I suppose. He carries himself taller, straighter. He just seems more forward-looking. When Aka-sama smiled and said, "It's probably thanks to Celestina-san," I couldn't help but laugh, embarrassed. But I think so too. He really does look different now. Now that he's been freed from the weight of his duty as a hero, there's nothing holding him back anymore. That tension that once hung around him, it's gone. And you too, Celestina-san. Your face has changed. Me? Yes, at first I suppose you were still adjusting to an unfamiliar place. You seemed on edge stiff, but now all of that's melted away. You've got a good face too. That's thanks to everyone, and to Kazuya-san of course. As I said that, Aka-sama gently patted my head. When was the last time someone besides Kazuya-san did that? Maybe never. And yet, It felt strangely nostalgic. Ah, that reminds me. What is it? Please feel free to call me Celestina, or rather just Cels. That's what all my family calls me. Are you sure? Of course. It was a small moment, but I felt the distance between us shrink just a little. Episode 54, His Hands. School had started again. Truthfully, I had wanted to go on a trip, but between Cels catching a cold and Alicia's birthday party, we never managed to go in the end. Hopefully, we can go somewhere during the next long weekend. Time to head out. Got it. Alicia too. Yes. We're off. It's been 10 years since I last walked this school route, but I've gotten pretty used to it by now. Cels and Alicia both walk forward without hesitation. You two have really gotten used to this. Do you think so? Yeah, you both look like an ordinary high schooler and middle schooler now. Foo-foo, I'm glad to hear that. We arrived in front of the school gates. Since the middle school has a different entrance, this is where we part ways. Well then, see you later. Yes, see you. Under the intense lingering summer heat, I pushed forward, feeling my HP slowly drain, aiming for the sanctuary of the air-conditioned classroom. Morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Kazuya-kun. Celestina-san listened to this. Fudug Ama-san did something. Just like that, we rejoined our circle of school friends. Every now and then, I find myself thinking, we've lived in a different world than them, at least 10 years worth. Is this okay? Should I tell them about the other world? I sometimes struggle with that thought. And in those moments, Cels is always there to support me. Whenever my thoughts drift in that direction, she gently takes my hand. Just that simple act, Cels will probably never know how much it saved me. Section. He's leaning slightly to the right. He's probably lost in thought again. He's always like this when something's troubling him, and without fail, it's when he's blaming himself. So I take his hand to let him know, it's okay. His hand is bigger than mine. It saved me countless times on the battlefield. No, even outside of battle. The hand that gently pats my head at unexpected moments. The hand that always reaches out to hold mine when we go somewhere. The hand that shows me I'm needed. Just how much that hand has saved me, Kazuya-san will probably never know. Episode 55, Alicia's Morning. Well then, see you later. Yes. We parted ways with father and the others in front of the school gate. Since arriving in this world, I've come to realize something. Though this world is quite different, schools are surprisingly similar. Of course, the subjects taught are different. Alicia-san. Good morning. Good morning. Exchanging greetings with my classmates, I took my seat. If I recall correctly, the first period today is PE. I stowed my things away and headed to the locker room along with the other girls. The fact that I'm from another world is, of course, a secret. There are many things I have to be careful about. One of them is PE. It might sound conceited, but by Isgard's standards, I'm fairly athletic. As the daughter of a hero, a brave, and a princess, I was trained to be worthy of the role. People in this world are physically weaker compared to those from Isgard. It's only natural, considering how few threats exist in this world. That's why I have to hold back and match this world's average athletic level. Today's class is apparently softball. Any sport involving hitting something is always tricky. It's hard to control my strength. All right, once you're done warming up, we'll start with some catch practice. At the teacher's command, everyone spread out. I paired up and stood at a distance as well. Alicia-san ready. Yes. A softly thrown ball came flying toward me. I caught it cleanly, then tossed it back. Gently, lightly, softly, good, the throw went just as planned. Alicia-san, your control's amazing, that's so cool. Thank you. I've always been good at precision, especially with object-based magic. Well, I have to be. Next up, batting. Everyone gets 20 pitches. If you're not batting, get into the field. Now it was batting practice. My turn to hit. I picked up the bat everyone said was heavy, but I was amazed by how light it felt. Compared to a real sword, the difference is night and day. Even though it's metal on the outside, maybe the inside is filled with a different material. I was admiring this world's technology again when my turn came. Next up, Alicia. Pretend you're blowing off some steam and go all out. Why, yes. I swung the bat toward the upper part of the underhand thrown ball. Pock, the ball rolled slowly across the ground. Yes, that worked out well. Pock, pock. The pleasant sound echoed across the schoolyard. This is kind of fun, Before I knew it, all 20 pitches were done. Wow, Alicia, you hit all 20 balls. Thank you. With that, I moved on to fielding. Even in the lingering summer heat, I had a great time being active. Section. Third period, Math. Mathematics shares many similarities with Isgard, or rather the formulas are almost the same, they just go by different names. Even so, this world is truly impressive. They teach material in middle school that, in Isgard, is only taught in upper-level academies. It's proof of how far research has progressed in a peaceful world. I began solving the problems, applying the formulas I'd learned in Isgard. It's a surprisingly difficult process, but I'm learning so many new things, and it's fun. So now we substitute that number for y, and then, maybe because of the earlier PE class, a bit of drowsiness tried to creep in, but I managed to stay focused. Section, fourth period, the last class of the morning, science. Today, we're learning about flame tests with a live experiment. No lecture today, actual practice. The classroom felt unusually lively. And we're using fire, so be careful with your clothes and hair. We learned in the earlier lecture that the flame's color changes depending on what's being burned. I wonder if magical fire reacts the same way? I'll ask Mother later. Just like in the textbook, the flames reacted in different colors: red, green, blue, orange. Seeing it with my own eyes was, well, surprisingly impressive. The experiment went smoothly, and the class ended without issue. Now it was time for lunch, the part I'd been waiting for. Today was one of those days I'd be eating with Mother and the others, so I grabbed my bento and hurried to the courtyard. Episode 56. August lunch. Isn't it hot? Yeah, it's a little hot. The lingering summer heat was as merciless as ever, and now we were facing a certain problem. That problem was the heat. The summer sun still showed no signs of letting up. We'd come to our usual courtyard for a family lunch, but, as expected, it was sweltering. I could feel the sweat slowly building up as I waited for Alicia. What do you think? Should we go inside? The dining hall's probably packed, though. True. Anywhere indoors that allowed for dining was likely already taken. What should we do? Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, there she is. Alicia came trotting over to us, her forehead lightly glistening with sweat as well. Hey, Alicia, aren't you hot? Yes, a little. I thought so. I ran through a mental list of possible indoor spots we could use, but none of them stuck. Oh, I might have an idea. Really? What are you talking about? We were thinking of moving somewhere inside. It's just too hot out here. Following Cel's lead, we made our way toward the high school building. The place she had in mind turned out to be the student council prep room. I didn't even know such a room existed. I heard from Fudayama-san and Kasai-san that this room is kind of a hidden gem. I had no idea. The moment we opened the door, a refreshing breeze kissed our cheeks. Celestina-san, Fudayama-san, and Kasai-san too. Inside the room, already seated and enjoying their lunch, were Fudayama-san and Kasai-san. Well, that explained it. Oh, you three here for lunch? Yes. It was getting too hot outside, so we thought we'd eat indoors. It is boiling out there. Come on in, make yourselves at home. Thank you very much. With a wave of the hand, we were invited to join them. Alicia and I took our seats. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Alicia. Alicia-chan, it's been forever. I'm Haruka Fudayama. Nice to meet you, Alicia-chan. Nice to meet you. Alicia gave a slightly nervous greeting, which was so endearing I couldn't help but smile. Let's all eat together. You really do look like Celestina-san, Alicia-chan. Don't people tell you that a lot? They do, quite often. As we chatted, the three of us began unpacking our lunch boxes. I've always wondered, Celestina-san, you make all the bento, don't you? That's amazing. Wow, seriously, that's impressive. It's really not that big a deal. I just pack in some leftovers from the night before, too. I listened to their conversation as I slowly ate. It was kind of nice, having a lunch like this for a change. Alicia, don't move. Oh, Oni-sama. There we go. You had a bit of sauce at the corner of your mouth. Thank you very much. She ducked her head shyly, clearly embarrassed. That too was incredibly adorable. You know, Fudayama-san said suddenly, you two don't really seem like sisters. It's more like a mom and her daughter. NGGH. Kazuya-san. Are you okay? Cough coughs, I'm fine. A mother and daughter, is that how we look? Well, yeah, you two look alike, but it's also the vibe you give off. Sorry if that's weird. Not at all. Actually, I'm really happy to hear that. Lunch with a larger group than usual, it had a charm all its own. Episode 57, Alicia's Afternoon. After lunch came the afternoon classes. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. These days had become so familiar, so routine, that I could honestly call them part of my everyday life. Ugh, cleaning duty sucks. Seriously. Before I knew it, classes were over, and it was time for cleaning. I actually think it's an interesting system, having students clean their own classrooms. Was it the same in schools for commoners? There's no way to find out now. Alicia-san, let's go. Yes. Our destination, the faculty room. That was my assigned cleaning area. Ah, there you are. I'm counting on you again today. Yes, sensei. I took a broom and began sweeping the floor. Just because I'm a noble's daughter doesn't mean I don't know how to clean. Mother always told me to clean my own room, so I know the basics well enough. Swish. Swish. It's not a good thing that there's so much dust, it reflects our negligence, but watching the dirt pile up and get swept away in one go is oddly satisfying. Just as I finished wiping things down with a rag, the chime rang out at the perfect time. I put the cleaning tools away, returned to the classroom, and began packing up for the day. It was time for SHR. There aren't any announcements today. Be careful on your way home. Goodbye. With that word, students began rushing to their clubs or heading home. I wasn't in any club, so I simply made my way back. Another peaceful day, safely passed. Section, once I got home, it was time for homework. I'm the type who prefers to get it out of the way early. Leaving it unfinished makes me feel weirdly itchy inside. I opened my textbook and notebook, grabbed my mechanical pencil, and started on the assignments. This mechanical pencil is incredibly convenient. Unlike quill pens, which need to be dipped in ink constantly, it's hassle-free and there's no need to worry about running out of ink. It's similar to the kind of pencil used by artists, except it extends a fine piece of lead you can use. This world really does have a lot of convenient tools, ballpoint pens included. It seemed like there wasn't much homework today because I finished sooner than I expected. When I headed to the living room, Father and Mother were sitting on the sofa, watching TV. Alicia, we were thinking of watching a DVD a friend lent us. Want to join? Yes, I'd love to. The three of us sat on the sofa with popcorn in hand. As the DVD started playing, the title flashed across the screen. It was real, Paranormal Phenomena Special. Father, isn't this going to be scary? It's fine, it's all made up anyway. Father laughed it off without a care. I'd only heard about this kind of thing through friends, but apparently it's pretty scary. I swallowed hard but couldn't take my eyes off the screen. Please focus on the top right of the screen. Doing as instructed, I looked closely, and there it was. Faintly, a human face appeared. Abe. Whoa, that's impressive. I was startled by the sudden appearance, but also found myself admiring the special effects. It's amazing, right? I wonder how they pull that off. Who knows? But the resemblance is uncanny. Though I was surprised by a few of the jump scares, we finished the movie in good spirits. Right then, Grandma returned home. I'm back. Welcome home, Grandma. I'll have dinner ready in no time. I'll help. Volunteering to help, I headed to the kitchen and started cooking with Grandma. Just a little more to go before the day ends. Once again, today was a peaceful day. Interlude, horror. Cells and I had returned to our room in the mansion for a bit. The reason being, HMMNGH. It was Cells. She hugged a sofa cushion tightly, wearing a strained expression as if trying to endure something. Come to think of it, you're not good with astral-type monsters, right? You're mean. You knew that and still played that video. Sorry, I honestly forgot until just now. As I apologized, I reached out and gently patted her head. Now that you mention it, Alicia was surprised too, but she didn't seem that scared. My fear stems from something that happened in the past, so I doubt it's anything hereditary. Something that happened. Yes. It was quite a long time ago, so my memory's hazy. But I once saw a white figure walking through the castle in the middle of the night. It kept fading in and out, floating toward me. I still remember how terrifying it was, especially since I was too young to use magic back then. Couldn't it have just been one of the maids? I know all the maids in the castle by face and name, and besides, it didn't have a face to begin with. She sank her head deeper into the cushion as she spoke. The sight was so endearing that I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her from behind. Is something wrong? No, you were just too cute. See cute? Yeah. I breathed in through my nose. With that, her scent filled my chest. It felt like my whole being was being replaced by her. If only she felt the same way. That tickles a little. Yeah. Are you even listening? Yeah. She shifted slightly in my arms, so I turned her toward me and held her again. This feels nice. Yeah. Section, warmth spread through my whole body, his surprisingly strong build. That scent I love so much. I quietly inhaled, filling my chest with his scent. It felt like my whole being was being replaced by him. No, I wanted that to be the case. He held me tight, almost to the point of it being just a little painful. I could feel the slightly fast rhythm of his heartbeat. Mine was probably racing too. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'll give him all of me. So please, you too. Interlude, a friend. My name is Nakajima Ryo, and sometimes I find myself thinking about my friend Kazuya. We've been friends since middle school, but somewhere along the way, Kazuya changed. I'm not exactly sure when it started, maybe around May. There was just this subtle shift. The way he spoke, the way he handled things, he carried himself with a calm maturity that hadn't been there before. Was this what they called adult composure? It was like he'd shed a layer and grown up ahead of the rest of us. The most obvious change? Kazuya got married. It's been legal to marry from the age of 16 for a while now, but I hadn't heard of anyone our age actually doing it. Even celebrities tend to wait until they're at least 20. And yet, Kazuya got married. And not just to anyone, to an actual beauty. Silver hair so pure it almost shimmered, flawless skin, and delicate features that looked straight out of a fantasy novel. She seriously looked like an elf. Honestly, my first thought was, why? I mean, up until recently, there hadn't been a single rumor of him having a girlfriend. He always hung out with the guys. He was the type who didn't have any hint of romance in his life. And now he skipped the girlfriend step entirely and suddenly had a wife. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Ah, you're Kazuya-san's friend? I'm his wife, Celestina Hattori Roman 6 Yggdrasia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Why yeah, nice to meet you. Even now, I still don't know what the right way to respond to that was. Introducing your wife at our age? Seriously. But when I actually talked to her, she really was the perfect beauty. Top of the class, athletic, full of smiles and friendly conversation. And get this, she's not even Japanese, but she explained Japanese history better than our teacher ever could. Where the hell did Kazuya find someone like her? Before I knew it, Celestina-san had become a regular part of our group. Kazuya and Celestina-san are always together. But it's not like they're constantly flirting like some new couple or anything. It just feels natural, like it's obvious she'd be there by his side. Kazuya-san. Yeah, that's right. Then I'll go ahead. Okay. But sometimes their conversations are straight up weird. Not in the sense that they're skipping subjects or using vague words, they're completely empty. I once asked him about it. You mean that conversation just now? Let's see. Kazuya-san, was this the reference book the teacher recommended? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, I'll go pay for it then. All right. That's beyond just being in sync. Is that what happens when you get married? I mean, my dad accidentally bought the wrong kind of milk the other day and Mom scolded him for it. So is it just these two that are weird? I can't say for sure. As a student, I don't have enough data to make that call. You two really are amazing. Oh right, it's not just Celestina-san who joined our group. Kasai-san's with us now too. If I get a girlfriend, will I be like that too? Yes, no, not happening. Thought so. From what I can tell, Kasai-san's probably Celestina-san's first female friend. Thanks to her, we all started hanging out more naturally. Oh, this one's getting a movie adaptation. Which one? This won the Bookseller Award last year. It's really good, the main character. Sorry to keep you waiting. No worries at all. What were you two talking about? This book, actually. And just like that, we'd chat about whatever came to mind. Even though things had changed a lot, this new version of everyday life felt oddly comfortable. Episode 58, Team Division. Athletic Festival. All right, let's get started with the team division for the Athletic Festival. September had arrived. According to the calendar, it was technically autumn, but the lingering summer heat still beat down mercilessly on our skin. Despite that, our school had begun preparations for the athletic festival. Unlike most schools, ours didn't compete by class. Instead, the entire student body was split into East and West teams. That meant even classmates could end up on opposing sides. There are white and black balls in this box. White is for West, black is for East. So draw one and we'll divide you up that way. One by one, everyone stepped forward to draw their lots. I got East, Kazuya. Ryo had drawn first, he was on the East team. Hoping I'd land on the same side as more of my friends, I drew mine, silently wishing for East. Oh, it's black. Looks like I got East too. Now then, what about Cells? Ah, I got black too. Thank goodness. Even if it's just an athletic festival, I really didn't want to be competing against her. As she came over to my side, I reached out and gently patted her head. Celestina-san, which team did you get? I'm on the East team, Kasai-san. Awa, I'm on the West. I see, then I suppose we're enemies now. Hey, don't say it like that. It sounds kinda scary. Foo, sorry. Let's both do our best, okay? Once the drawing was over, the next step was choosing which events we'd participate in. So the mandatory event for boys is the cavalry battle. Looks like we have to join at least one more. What are you thinking, Kazuya? Maybe the obstacle course or the 100-meter dash. For the girls, the obstacle course is mandatory. What exactly is this borrowed item race? Ah, that one's fun. You run to a station, grab a slip with a prompt written on it, and then you have to borrow whatever it says from somewhere and bring it back. Cells smiled with genuine interest as she listened. I see, that sounds like a fun event. I think I'll try that one. Nice, maybe I'll join you in that too. Together with our classmates, we happily decided on our events. It felt very student-like, and that tickled me a little, but it was a warm, pleasant kind of feeling that made me smile. Section, so, Alicia, how'd your team turn out for the athletic festival? I was placed in the West team. That evening, we were relaxing in the living room of the estate after dinner, chatting comfortably. If I remember right, the middle school division is scheduled 2 days after the high school one. Apparently, that schedule was made to avoid overlap for siblings attending both divisions. Hey, Alicia. Yes. Would it be all right if we came to watch your athletic festival? I'd heard that a lot of middle and high schoolers these days didn't like having their family show up. I personally didn't mind, but I wasn't sure about Alicia, so I asked her cautiously. Of course, can I come see yours too, Father? Yeah, of course. The idea of her seeing ours too was a little embarrassing. But the sight of Alicia's bright smile made all that embarrassment vanish. Man, this is shaping up to be one hell of a fun athletic festival. Episode 59, Sports Festival, Part 1. The day of the sports festival had finally arrived. Our school really goes all out. We even get matching t-shirts handed out. That said, it's not like we had any full group rehearsals or anything. We did practice the events during PE class, but there wasn't any large-scale run-through or coordinated marching or the like. Was it the same last year? Well, it was 10 years ago, so my memory's a bit hazy. Today, we've been blessed with clear skies, perfect weather for our sports festival. From the center of the field, we listened to the principal's esteemed speech. Maybe it's the excitement of a special event, but everyone seemed to be in unusually high spirits. Nice, it's actually a bit cool today. Yeah, if it were blazing hot, I'd be dying. Let's do our best out there, Kazuya. Yeah. Section. Next up is the boys' obstacle course. All participants, please gather at the starting line. Oh, that's me. Go get 'em, I'll be cheering for you. Thanks. Kazuya-san, good luck. Runners are now in position. Obstacle course, start. At the sound of the starter's pistol, the runners all burst forward at once. It was such a quintessentially student-like moment, I couldn't help but smile. Next runner, get ready. I was up next. I stepped into place and got into a crouch for the start. Give it your all, Kazuya. You can do it. Their cheers made me smile even more. On your marks, set. With a sharp pop, we all took off. First up, the balance beam. This one's all about coordination. But wow, the East team is off to a fast start. Carefully gauging both my footing and the path ahead, I moved forward with steady precision. I made sure to glance sideways and adjust my pace to match the other runners. Next is the net crawl. Runners must be careful not to get caught, though the East team still holds the lead. My body remembered how to move instinctively as I went into a low crawl. There weren't any thorns or obstacles on the net, so I could move through easily. This was a simple one. Kazuya. You've got this. When I looked around, most of the others were still tangled up in the net. I must have cleared it too quickly. To avoid standing out too much, I eased up on my pace just a bit. Next, the dizzy bat challenge. Will the runners be able to stay upright? 30 spins would have been brutal, but 10 was well within the limits of my balance. Even so, I made sure to slow down appropriately here. Next comes the hurdles. Alternating jumps and crawls, this section really slows runners down. Jumping over and then immediately ducking undertook more effort than expected. I adjusted my pace again, taking it a bit slower but steadily making progress. And now the final stretch, a 30-meter dash. It's neck and neck between both teams. Kazuya-san, you can do it. The moment I heard her voice, a burst of strength surged through me. I sprinted with everything I had, and that's the finish. First and second place go to the East team, third to the West. I received the second-place flag from the teacher and lined up. When I returned to our section, Ryo and Cells were waiting for me. Welcome back. That last stretch was insane. You were so fast, I thought you were gonna take first. Welcome back, that was amazing. Thanks. There's no way I could tell them it was just because I wasn't wearing armor. As I sipped from my water bottle, Cells leaned in and whispered softly. You looked really cool. Cough. I choked a little, but I gave a quiet reply. Thanks for cheering me on. Interlude, lunch during the sports festival. After finishing the morning events, we regrouped with Alicia, who had been watching from the general seating area. It was time for the lunch break. Your obstacle race was amazing. Thanks. Thinking she saw that makes me a little embarrassed. Come on, let's eat now. Sorry for making you cook even on a day like this. Not at all. I did it because I wanted to. Besides, you helped me, didn't you? Even so, you made most of it, Cells. In that case, let me count on you when it's Alicia's turn, okay? When I replied with a of course, Cells smiled in satisfaction. She opened the layered lunchbox, revealing fried chicken, rice balls, tamagoyaki, and other delicious-looking dishes. No doubt about it, this was a feast. Let's eat. I took a bite of the tamagoyaki. The gentle sweetness spread through my mouth. It was unmistakably Cells' flavor. This is delicious, Cells. I'm glad to hear that. The fried chicken is great too, Mother. Thank you, Alicia. Eating in a different setting like this somehow made the food feel fresh and gave me a sense of indescribable excitement. By the way, Father, which events are you in for the afternoon? Cells is doing the scavenger hunt, and I'll be in the cavalry battle. As we were having this conversation, someone called out to us. Alicia-chan. Kase-san. Geez, if you were coming, you should have told me. Being called Father just a moment ago had my heart racing a little faster than normal. What were you guys talking about? I was just asking what Oni-sama and Oni-sama would be participating in next. If I remember right, Celestina-san signed up for the scavenger hunt, didn't she? Yes. I'm really looking forward to it. Seems like she didn't catch on after all. Relieved, I let out a breath as the announcement played over the speakers. Apparently, the afternoon events were about to begin. We should get going. Do your best, Oni-sama, Oni-sama. Thanks, we will. And just like that, the short break came to an end, and the afternoon program started. Knowing Alicia was watching straightened my posture without me even realizing it. That afternoon, I found myself wanting to make sure I wouldn't embarrass myself in front of her. Episode 60. Sports Festival, Part 2. The first event of the afternoon is the scavenger hunt. I'm off then. Yeah, be careful. Okay. The first event of the afternoon was the scavenger hunt. This one was probably the most entertaining of them all. Looking for someone with glasses. Anyone with a ponytail, ponytailed girl, where are you? It was the kind of event that let the spectators get involved too, making it fun for everyone. On your mark, get set. Oh, Cells is up next. With the sound of the starter pistol, all the runners dashed out at once. Whoa, that girl's got amazing form. She was holding back a little, but even so, her naturally graceful running form couldn't be hidden. Celestina-san is incredible. Did she do some kind of sports? Yeah, something like that. No way I can tell them. She used to race across battlefields. She opened the envelope with the prompt and, after reading it, made a beeline straight toward me without hesitation. Kazuya-san, please. Hi. You're the item I need. She grabbed my hand, and I was pulled along as we took off running together. Thank you very much. Now we just need Alicia. Wait, that's not the finish line. I can't leave Alicia out. Not quite understanding what was going on, I ran with her toward Alicia. Alicia. Mo Onisama. Alicia's part of the scavenger hunt too. Please come with us. Why yes. With cells in the center, the three of us crossed the finish line together. I couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was the prompt? The Eastern team just crossed the finish line. They brought 2 people with them. What could the item be? Cells showed the judge the paper with the prompt written on it. She let us see it too, and what was written there were 2 simple characters. Family. We're a family, the 3 of us. There's no way I could choose just one. Cells. Mother. Without thinking, Alicia and I wrapped our arms around Cells. What's wrong with you two all of a sudden? No, we're just really happy. Yeah, exactly. Section. After parting with Alicia and returning to our team area, Riot was waiting for us. Welcome back. So, what was the item? Family, apparently. That's pretty nice. Yeah. But still, why was Alicia-san with you two? She said, because the 3 of us are a family. Huh. He looked a bit puzzled, but that couldn't be helped. I hope there comes a day when I can tell him everything. That thought drifted through my mind on that warm afternoon. Episode 61, Sports Festival, Part 3. Cavalry Battle. The sports festival was nearing its climax, with only 2 events left. The relay and the cavalry battle. Up next is the second-year cavalry battle. Which side will prevail, east or west? Looks like it's our turn now. Kazuya, you be the commander. Me. Well, you're the lightest one here. Apparently, everyone else agreed, and so I ended up taking the role of the commander. I climbed on top of the horse we formed, WHO. Something about this feels familiar. It's a little lower in height, but honestly, it's not far off from real horseback riding. You think you'll be okay? Yeah, I got this. Good. Both teams take your positions. Let the victors raise their battle cries. On your mark. With the sound of the starter pistol, both sides charged forward at once. Although we were charging, it was more of a controlled trot, careful not to drop the rider. We checked our balance and began our advance. What's the strategy? Let's flank the ones locked in a standoff. Can you do it? Yeah, no problem. We circled around behind the opponents who were locked in a staring contest and snatched their headbands. Og, no way. That's dirty. A perfect pincer attack. The East team has the upper hand. So easy to move. That's really the only word for it. The biggest factor is that we're in sync. The horse team can communicate clearly. Sure, our pace is slower, but the enemy team's in the same boat, so it's not exactly a disadvantage. And without armor, I can move freely. I feel a little exposed without the weight of it, but it's not a huge issue. Kazuya, can this be our last run? I'm getting wiped. Got it. Then let's go out with a head-on charge. Considering the horse team's stamina, this would be our final move. Might as well go out facing the enemy straight on. I dodged the opponent's hand and reached for their headband. 1 strike, 2 strikes. They're not giving this up easily. Kazuya-san, you've got this. Father, do your best. Father. Oh crap, maybe Alicia's words flustered them, but I managed to grab the headband just in time. That was probably loud enough to hear. Haha, you snatched it thanks to Celestina-san's cheer. Nice one. It wasn't just that okay. Thankfully, he didn't seem too bothered. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. And with that, the East team defeats the last of the West team. Looks like it's over. Yeah. Section, back at our team area, Cells came over to greet us. Great job, both of you. Thanks, Celestina-san. Kazuya-san. What's up? Alicia's voice, was it okay? I don't think anyone noticed. That's good to hear. Her whisper tickled my ear just a little too much. Still, I managed to suppress the urge and carry on the conversation. Alicia's going to get a stern talking to later. Haha, go easy on her, would you? Episode 62, Relationship. The sports festival ended without a hitch, and after finishing the cleanup, we were making our way home. Alicia looked a little awkward. The way she fidgeted was honestly kind of cute. It made me want to laugh, but I held back. Alicia. Why yes. Do you remember our arrangement? Yes, outside the house, we're to call each other Oni-sama and Oni-sama, right? Exactly. That's right. A long silence followed. Well, maybe it wasn't all that different from usual. Still, it definitely stood out more today. I'm sorry, about earlier, right? I'm not angry, you know. If anything, there's no reason we couldn't just make our relationship public. Eh? Alicia let out a surprised noise at how casually Cells said it. Kazuya-san and I have talked about it before too. That maybe forcing the way we address each other isn't the best idea. Yeah, I've seen you struggling with it more than once. Would that really be okay? I mean, there's also the matter of magic, and we're elves too. Of course, we're not going to publicly reveal that part. That hasn't changed. There are simply things we say and things we don't, depending on the audience. Right? That hasn't changed. People might point out that the ages don't quite line up, but once we're past high school and college, those appearances stop being a public issue. It's not about announcing it to the world, just that it might be okay to tell the people we're close to. We've talked about that for a while now. We've been feeling guilty, like we were deceiving everyone. It's not like Edith-sama ever told us to keep the otherworld part a secret. So, Alicia, what do you want to do? Section. That night, we were resting in our rooms at the mansion. So, what did Alicia say in the end? She said, I'll leave it to father and mother. I see. Cells nestled into my neck as she sat on my lap. Kazuya-san, what do you want to do? Let's see, I think it'd be fine to tell Ryo and Kase-san. I see, Cells said as she gently stroked my head. What is it? Because you looked anxious. Anxious? Yes. Well, I am anxious. No matter how close we are to them, there's no guarantee they'll accept it. Of course I'd be nervous. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Yeah, you're right. As I responded, still with a trace of uncertainty, Cells softly kissed my forehead. It will be fine. Yeah. Interlude. Lunchboxes for the sports festival. In the early morning, while everyone else was still dreaming, Cells and I gathered in the kitchen. Naturally, we were preparing Alicia's lunch for the sports festival. Do you remember what we're making today? Fried chicken, asparagus wrapped in pork, lotus root sukyun, sandwiches, kinpira gobo, what else? Rolled omelet and octopus-shaped sausages. As expected of a sports festival bento, it's packed with all the classic dishes. But making them all is no small task. Even with the mansion's spacious kitchen, the number of burners is still limited. If we don't work efficiently, we'll run out of time before we know it. All right, let's get fired up. Yeah. We started with the fried chicken, which had been marinating in advance. It takes time to cool, so it had to be first. I coated the pieces in flour and potato starch, then fried them up nice and crispy. The satisfying crackling sound and the delicious aroma filled the kitchen. Kazuya-san, could you handle the asparagus wraps? Got it. I wrapped asparagus spears with pork belly slices. It was surprisingly tricky to make them look neat, and I struggled a bit. When I glanced over at Cells, she was already doing the second fry on the chicken. As always, her technique was flawless. Not to be outdone, I focused on my prep work. This part's done. Great, then let's move on to the next. She handed me boiled eggs and mayonnaise, ingredients for the sandwich filling. I mashed them together while gradually mixing in the mayo. This is oddly fun. Next came mincing the lotus root. Once that was done, I mixed it with ground meat. We worked in silence, focused on the task. Several hours later, the bento was complete. Good work. You too, Cells. That was a lot to make, huh? Not at all. If it's for the ones I love, it's nothing. Thanks. Carrying the leftovers, we headed back to our room. Sampling what's left is one of the few perks reserved for the cooks. I'm looking forward to Alicia's sports festival. Yeah, maybe I should have bought a proper camera. Would it really make a difference? Apparently, you can zoom much more than with a phone camera. Then maybe we should have gotten one. Our idle chatter continued to bloom. Is it just age that makes these little moments feel so precious now? No, it's definitely because of Cells. Episode 63, Sports Festival, Part 4. And so, the day of the sports festival arrived. We brought along the lunchboxes we had prepared and made our way to the section reserved for guardians. Compared to a high school sports festival, the crowd was massive, which took me by surprise. After scouting for a good spot, we laid out our mat. Athletes assemble. With that announcement, the students who had been waiting on the sidelines all began to gather in the center of the field. So they're doing a full ceremony here too, not something we had during my time. I wonder what it was like back then. It's been so long, I can't remember clearly. We are blessed with clear skies today. Listening to the principal's characteristically long speech gave me an odd sense of comfort. Just 2 days ago, I was in the shoes of these student athletes. Seeing it all from this side of the fence now, it feels strangely refreshing. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the events began. I checked the program we received in advance, and as expected, there weren't any major differences from a high school sports festival. Still, the thought of seeing Alicia in action made me excited. Do you know which events Alicia's participating in? I believe she signed up for the obstacle race, the relay, and the item scavenger race. The relay, that's impressive. There were also a few events where everyone participates, so I'd better not miss anything. Alicia, meanwhile, seemed to be chatting amiably with the kids beside and in front of her. Her beautiful white hair made her stand out clearly in the crowd. I couldn't help but worry whether she might be a target for bullying or something unpleasant, but it seemed I was just being paranoid. She looks like she's getting along really well. Yes, it's a relief. Yeah. Next up, we have the girls' 100-meter dash. Looks like Alicia's up. We stood and started getting ready to watch. Think she can hold back properly? She'll be fine. On your marks, set. With the crack of the starter pistol, Alicia and the other runners burst forward all at once. Running with beautiful form, her silver white hair, just like Seals's, flowed behind her in the wind. She's fast. You of all people would know that best, wouldn't you? Well, yeah, but still. I'm the one who's been training Alicia, so I know her physical capabilities well. Still, it's been a while since I've seen her holding back. And this is the first time I've seen her running alongside kids her own age. Honestly, she might be faster than some of the actual track club members. Blazing down the track at that speed, she crossed the finish line in first place, no surprise there. Catching her breath, she looked around the field, and the moment her eyes met ours, she flashed a bright, blooming smile and gave us a peace sign. As expected of Cel's daughter. Unlike her usual training sessions, today gave us a new sense of just how much our daughter had grown. Before we knew it, we were both smiling. Episode 64. Sports Festival Part 5. East Army and West Army were neck and neck. The scoreboard showed a close 50-55. Next up is the cheer battle. Both armies' cheer squads will now send their cheers in hopes of further success. Cheer battle, I wonder what kind of event that is. What kind of event was it again? As I searched my distant memories, students in school uniforms and cheerleader outfits lined up on the field. First up is the West Army's cheer squad. Go Geo West, win-win West, let's go West Army. With perfectly synchronized movements, the West Army's cheer squad brought out the full charm of their cheerleaders. Kazuya-san. That is. EAST fight East Army. When I looked toward the East Army's cheer squad, I spotted Alicia. She was only wearing the skirt, but the cheerleader outfit suited her incredibly well. As their coordinated routine landed perfectly, cheers erupted from the crowd. Looks like there's something else to ask her about over lunch, I thought, as we clapped along with the others. Thank you, both teams. Next up. Section Lunch Break. After meeting up with Alicia, we laid out our bento boxes. Wow, it looks delicious. Kazuya-san helped a lot this time too. Is that so? Thank you so much, Father. While eating lunch, I asked Alicia about her cheer squad appearance. Come to think of it, why didn't you tell me you were joining the cheer squad? I just wanted to surprise you a little. Sorry. Well, I was surprised. You looked adorable, Alicia. Thank you, Mother. Oh, right. Regarding how we address each other, we decided to be careful at school. We figured it would be better to get used to it in daily life too, so it wouldn't slip out unexpectedly. But in the end, it wasn't a big deal, and we concluded it would be better not to change how we usually interact. It felt like Alicia also seemed more comfortable this way. Ah, it's Alicia-san. Kawaii-san, are you on lunch break? Yeah, I just finished eating. Are you here with your siblings? No, these two are my parents. Your parents. So young. I'm Hattori Kazuya. Thank you for always looking after our daughter. I'm Celestina Roman 6 Hattori Yggdrasia. Thank you for being so kind to our daughter. Seeing Alicia chatting so naturally and happily with one of her classmates gave me a quiet sense of relief. In this world, people aren't like the nobles from our original world, they're just regular civilians. I had been worried about Alicia suddenly being dropped into a crowd like that all on her own. But it looks like it was all unnecessary concern. It was a warm afternoon, and I felt happy getting a glimpse into our daughter's everyday life. Episode 65, Sports Festival, Part 6. Next up is the Borrowed Item Relay. A lot of you are probably looking forward to this event where even non-runners get involved. It looked like it was finally Alicia's turn to participate. I switched my phone to camera mode and got ready. On your marks, get set. At the sound of the starter pistol, all the runners dashed forward. Someone over 180 cm tall? Anyone. The youngest teacher. Events where both participants and spectators join in really do get the crowd going. There were laughs all around from the participants' frantic searching and their assigned prompts. On your marks, get set. Looks like it's Alicia's turn. She took off with a beautifully smooth crouch start. After picking up her prompt, she came running straight toward us. Father, please. Me. Come on, Kazuya-san, off you go. Without even thinking, I started running with Alicia as she pulled me along. When we reached the finish line, a student came over to verify the prompt. Are you sure it's okay to say this? Yes, it's perfectly fine. What kind of prompt needs to be double-checked? That question was quickly answered through the announcer. First place goes to the East team. The prompt was, the person of the opposite sex you love most. What? The crowd erupted in shrieks and excited murmuring. Of course, father is number one. Feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment under all the attention, I returned to the spectator area where Cels was waiting. That was nice, wasn't it, dear? A little embarrassing, but wait, what's with that look? It's nothing. Truly. Even as she said that, her gaze was clearly a bit sharper than usual. Are you jealous, by any chance? Of course not. Really? Call me a foolish woman for being jealous of my own daughter. I'd never laugh at you. Thank you. You're terrible. Sorry. As I apologized, I gently patted Cel's head, which she had rested on me a little roughly. Her expression might have been unreadable, but deep down, I was overjoyed. Section. The sports festival came to an end, with plenty of chances to see Alicia shine. Once we got home, she quickly fell asleep, likely worn out from the day. Today was fun, wasn't it? Yeah. We were tired too, having woken up early to make bento, so we lay down on the bed together. As we slowly drifted into a comfortable doze, we talked quietly. I wonder what the next event will be. Let's see, the school trip is coming up soon. It's a class trip with everyone. Oh my, that sounds fun. There's also the culture festival. What kind of event is that? Each class sets up an attraction or a booth. Some even put on plays or mini-games. That sounds delightful too. Before long, our conversation tapered off, and we both drifted to sleep. As if exchanging each other's warmth, we fell into a peaceful slumber wrapped in a shared sense of closeness. May tomorrow be just as peaceful. Interlude, a story about a classmate. Suddenly, but honestly, I'm in love with Alicia-san. She transferred in from overseas out of nowhere, and she's the very definition of brilliance. Top of the class academically, incredible at sports. With silver hair so clear it seems almost translucent, and crimson eyes that pierce straight through you, her features are strikingly refined. She's kind to everyone, always responds with grace, and she's attentive to the needs of those around her. There's no way not to fall for someone like that. To be honest, she's so much like a picture-perfect heroine, it makes you question whether someone like her could even exist in reality. The day she transferred in, the impact she made was no small thing. I moved here from somewhere in Europe. My name is Alicia Hattori Yggdrasia. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is just like something out of a light novel. I bet more than a few people in the class thought the same thing. Before long, Alicia-san had been completely accepted by everyone. Whether it was because of her appearance, I can't say for sure. Not long after she transferred, we had our midterm exams, and that's when she showed her true potential. Somehow, she beat out all the top students and took first place overall. Even though she'd been in Japan for less than 3 months, she scored nearly perfect marks in subjects like history and Japanese. Word about her spread like wildfire. Apparently there's this gorgeous foreign girl who's not only super smart, but great at sports too. After that, her already high popularity skyrocketed, now even with romantic interest in the mix. Is Alicia-san here? I'm Alicia, yes. Do you need something from me? If you're free, would you come behind the gym at lunch? I'm sorry, but I decline those kinds of requests. Then could I at least borrow a bit of your time? There's something I want to talk about. If it's a confession, I'll have to turn that down too. I'm sorry. Alright, I understand. Sorry to bother you. But no matter who it was, she turned them all down. That's why I won't confess either. I'm too afraid of being rejected. Call me a coward if you want, I don't care. As long as I can be friends with Alicia-san, that's more than enough for me. Before I knew it, summer break ended and the sports festival arrived. That day, I just wanted to enjoy it from the position of a classmate who occasionally gets to talk to her, but then something unexpected happened. First place goes to the East team. The prompt is, someone of the opposite sex you love. The crowd exploded, half in squeals, half in stunned murmurs. It was hard to see from a distance, but the guy looked like a high schooler. So she has a boyfriend, huh? Even so, one of our classmates went to confirm the truth directly with Alicia-san. Alicia-san, that person just now. He's someone very dear to me. She said it with the brightest smile I've ever seen on her. But somehow, it didn't feel like a smile you'd give someone you're romantically interested in. It felt more like the smile you'd give to family. Still, I had no way of digging deeper into that. So I've decided I'll stay as the classmate who talks to her every now and then. Episode 66, talking about alcohol. To begin with, we're running out of alcohol. The regular drinking stock had already started feeling scarce around the end of summer vacation, and now the bottom is finally showing. We still had some high-quality liquor for guests and some barrels in storage, but that's not the same as our usual drinking supply. In this world, we're 17. That means we're still underage and can't buy alcohol. So then, what should we do? Should we stay dry until we reach the legal drinking age here? I suppose I could manage it, but just knowing I can't drink makes me want it all the more. HMMMM. In the end, I decided to ask Dad about it. Alcohol. You mean not for cooking? Yeah, for us to drink. You two are drinking. In Isgard, the rule was that anyone over 15 could drink, so I just went along with it. I confessed, bracing myself for a scolding. Well, I guess that kind of thing happens in another world. Though a bit confused, Dad accepted the explanation. But I can't buy you liquor for drinking. Why not? It's against the law. Underage drinking is prohibited, and anyone who helps can be fined. I see, so I guess I'll just have to give up. Yes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Exactly. So take good care of the liquor you brought back from the other world. He's right, it's strange enough for a high schooler to even be drinking, so maybe I should just give it up. But then, Dad's words caught my attention. Dad, what did you just say? I said, take good care of the liquor you got in the other world. You're not going to stop me from drinking. Ordinarily, I should, but I don't really understand how things were in that other world. Besides, from what I hear, you were 27 over there, weren't you? Then I trust you'll drink responsibly. Dad, but if you ever make mistakes with alcohol or let it affect you the next day, then I'll stop you. Thank you so much. Section. That night in my room at the estate. Hey, Cells, want to try this? What is it? I pulled out a non-alcoholic lemon squash. Weren't you forbidden from drinking by father-in-law? Dad said it'd be too rough to quit cold turkey, so he bought this for me. I see, then I'll have to thank him later. I already did. As we chatted, I cracked open the can with a light pop. I poured the chilled drink over ice in a glass. It looks kind of like juice. The only difference is the alcohol content. Otherwise, it's not that different from juice. I swirled the glass, inhaled the aroma lightly, and took a sip. It's delicious. This is the first time I've had non-alcohol from this world, but it's good. That slight bitterness mixed with the lemon's tartness gave it a nice flavor. This makes me look forward to trying real alcohol from this world. Cells, it's rare to hear you sound so eager to drink. It's delicious, so I can't help it, can I? Sitting side by side on the sofa, we leaned into each other. The temperature wasn't cold, in fact, it was warm enough to be stifling, but her warmth felt pleasant. Let's drink together again. Yeah. The ice in the glass chimed softly. If I listened closely, I could even hear insects outside. But right now, all I could focus on were her movements, her breath, her heartbeat. Without either of us deciding, we leaned closer and our shadows overlapped. Tonight was going to last just a little longer. Episode 67. Baby. The sports festival was over, and we were back to our regular classes. On the way home from school, we stopped by a cafe. I didn't even know this place existed. Yeah, I just heard about it recently. Been wanting to check it out. The shop had a vaguely foreign retro-modern vibe. As soon as you opened the door, there was a counter that served as both register and kitchen. There were 4 counter seats, and beyond that just 2 table seats. It wasn't a large space by any means, but it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt cozy and relaxing. It's a nice place. Yeah, it is. After getting our drinks, we chatted about nothing in particular. That's when the door opened, a new customer. It was a woman with a stroller who took a seat at the table next to ours. Naturally, there was a baby in the stroller, smiling with a gentle expression. Bah. The baby's eyes locked onto Cel's. Oh. Abu. The baby stretched its little hands out toward Cel's with all its might. It was such an endearing sight that I couldn't help but smile. I'm so sorry. Oh, not at all. What an adorable little one. A girl's. The woman nodded in response to Cel's question. I see. Hello there. My name is Cel's. Say. Yes, that's right. Cel's played with the baby, letting her tiny fingers wrap around hers. Watching them made me smile with nostalgia. There was a time when Alicia was like this too. Back then, the world was still plagued by war, and I was constantly away from home. Cel's and the rest of the household took care of little Alicia in my place. I'd always say I wished I could have helped more, and every time Cel's would tell me, because you're out there protecting us, we can live in peace. While I was lost in those thoughts, the baby's expression scrunched up. Waya. Oh dear. The baby had started to fuss. I just changed her diaper, and she just ate, so why? The woman looked troubled, so Cel's offered a few words before gently picking up the baby. Sometimes babies just get lonely. When they can't hear their mother's heartbeat, they cry as if searching for her. She softly patted the baby's back, gently rocking her in her arms. After a while, the baby's eyes fluttered closed, and she began to breathe peacefully in sleep. Incredible, she usually cries forever once she starts. When a baby cries, it's important not to panic. Just hold her gently and calmly. Babies are very sensitive to negative emotions like anxiety. With a gaze full of warmth and love, Cel's continued holding the baby. I once heard that if you put a baby to sleep right after they stop crying, they might start again soon after. I'm so sorry to bother you with this. Not at all, you really helped me, thank you. Have you dealt with babies before? There was a time when I looked after a relative's child. Of course, there's no way she could say, this is my own child, while wearing a high school uniform. Ignoring my inner panic, Cel's handed the baby back to the woman. We'll be going now. Thank you so much. Cel's gave the baby a soft bye-bye, and we left the shop. She was such a cute baby. Yeah. On the way home, as the sun began to dip, we kept chatting like that. I kind of want to look after one again. Wouldn't it be hard though? Of course it would be. That's what raising a child is. And technically, I'm still not done. Even so, Cel's continued. But if it's your child, I'd do it again, as many times as it takes. Thanks. It was unbearably embarrassing. Blaming the heat in my cheeks on the setting sun, we hurried home. To see our child, episode 68, A Moment in the Morning. I woke up naturally in the early morning. It was just past 4, still too early for training. Maha, Kazuya-san. Sorry, did I wake you? No, it's fine. Is something wrong? Not really, I just happened to wake up. When I told her she could go back to sleep, she replied, if you're getting up, then I will too. Even if we wake up at this hour, there's not much to do. In that case, how about a walk? I nodded at her charming suggestion. Just give me a moment, I'll get ready. Sorry to drag you into this. Not at all, if it's with you, I'd go anywhere. And so, we got changed and quietly stepped outside. The eastern sky was beginning to brighten, but the world was still cloaked in darkness. This feels so refreshing. It's rare to be out at this hour. Yeah, back in Isgard, the only time I was ever out this early was during wartime. With no particular destination, we wandered through the quiet streets. The town was hushed, no voices, no sounds. We didn't speak either, just melted into the stillness. After a while, we came across a park. A small one, just a slide, a jungle gym, and some swings. I wish I could have taken Alicia to a place like this too. What is this place? It's a park. Unlike the ones in Isgard, it's a place for kids to play. When I explained that, she simply nodded with an awe. In Isgard, parks referred to noble gardens, former royal private lands that had been open to the public. But in reality, commoners rarely visited. They were mostly used for noble ladies' tea parties. It's a nice idea. having a place where kids can play freely and safely. Yeah. Of course, given the hour, there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a child. I gestured toward the lonely-looking swing and invited Cells to try it. Wanna give it a go? I don't know, isn't this a little childish at our age? Come on, just try it. What kind of play equipment is this? It's called a swing. You enjoy the back and forth motion like this? Why? I gently pushed her back and let her sway. This is such a strange feeling. Fun though, right? Yes. The swing rocked in varying intensities. Eventually, she got the hang of it and started controlling it herself with her legs, letting go of my hands. It feels like I could fly away. Just don't actually fly off, okay? Hee, I won't. As the sun peeked out from the eastern sky, we sat on a bench to rest after playing on the swing. It's really cool around this time of day. If only it stayed like this all the time, huh? Indeed. As we shared that small talk, she suddenly leaned in and kissed me. What was that for, all of a sudden? I just felt like it. And you looked kind of lonely. There's no way I could feel lonely when I'm with you, Cells. Thank you, but you were thinking about Alicia, weren't you? Well, yeah. I just thought it'd be nice to take her to a place like this too. I see, it's lovely that you can think about things like that. But when you're with me, I'd like you to think only of me. Is that selfish? She pouted slightly as she said it, so this time I kissed her instead. That makes me really happy. Soon, the town would begin to wake. We'd have to go back too, but for now, just a little longer. Episode 69, Album. It was evening after school, and we were cleaning my room at home. Since we now lived our daily lives at the mansion, we barely used this room anymore, except when returning here occasionally. Still, even if you don't use a room, dust inevitably gathers, so cleaning was a must. At first, I thought I'd clean it myself, but the girls insisted. We use this space too, and so the 6-tatami room was now being cleaned by 3 people, clearly more firepower than necessary. I've finished dusting. I'll vacuum next then. Maybe it's because of cleaning duty at school, but Alicia and the others handled the tasks with practiced ease. With all 3 of us working together, the cleaning was quickly finished. That should do it, thanks, you too. Not at all, we use this place too, after all. By the way, shouldn't we clean the closet as well? Now that you mention it, we haven't cleaned it even once since coming back here. I opened the closet doors, and sure enough, dust had claimed the corners. Shifting some of the items around, we cleaned inside the closet too. Father, what's this? Oh, that's an album. Fathers, may I take a look? I'd like to see it too. Of course, go ahead. When I opened the slightly old album, it was filled with photos accompanied by handwritten notes. Is this Kazuya-san? So cute. The photo Cells was pointing to had a note. November 3, Kazuya is born, and showed a sleeping baby. Well, of course. Adu-sama had a childhood too. It was a little embarrassing having my photo album looked through, but at the same time, it stirred a warm sense of nostalgia. I don't remember anything from when I was that young, but still, it felt somehow familiar. This one's Yui-Oni-sama, right? She's so tiny. The photo showed me peering curiously at baby Yui, who was wrapped in a blanket. She was a baby, so of course she was tiny. But she's adorable. Yeah, she is. The photos continued. Kindergarten, elementary school, junior high, high school entrance. As the years went by, the number of photos gradually decreased. So it ends with your high school entrance. The older you get, the fewer chances there are to take pictures. It can't be helped. Hey dear, why don't we make our own album too? Cells gently stroked the album as she spoke those words. I think that's a great idea. We'll have to include the pictures from the sports festival we took recently. Yes, let's do that. We should also add the group photo with Oji-sama, Aka-sama, and Yui-san. Talking about albums stirred up all kinds of dreams for the future. And just when things were feeling wonderfully sentimental. Let's finish cleaning first, shall we? All right, we were in the middle of that. And so, we resumed our cleaning, dreaming of the day that album would become thick with memories. Episode 70, Lap Pillow. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, just how much will Cells allow from me? She basically listens to almost everything I say. That hasn't changed since our time in Isgard. It makes me happy, of course, but at the same time, I can't help but worry. Am I making her put up with too much? Putting up with too much. I voiced my thought, trying to act on the advice of a friend from long ago. Well, not really. What's this about, all of a sudden? I just thought about how you always listen to me, and it bothers me a little. When I said that, she shook her head with a firm furu. That's not true. You listen to my requests too, don't you? Maybe, but I feel like you're the one who's been granting my requests more often. That's not true either. Then in that case, give me a lap pillow. A lap pillow. Yes, a lap pillow. She arranged her legs neatly and lay her head on my lap. At the same time, a pleasant weight pressed down against me. Wouldn't a guy's lap be too hard and uncomfortable? Not at all, it's the perfect firmness. Cells curled up like a child, facing my stomach. Immediately, a fragrance I adored tickled my nose. It wasn't fabric softener, it was Cel's scent. You smell nice. Don't sniff me like that, it's embarrassing. But what's wrong with it? It's a scent I love. To hide my embarrassment, I stroked her hair. Her silken silver strands were so smooth that touching them was comforting for me too. After a while, my hand wandered out of curiosity, brushing against her ear. Hiya. My fingers traced along her slender, elongated ear. NNH, Kazuya-san, that spot is really sensitive. Sorry, I didn't mean to, just slipped. What do you mean, just slipped? I apologized again, patting her head gently. Honestly, in that case, grant me one more request. What is it? Take me on a date, right now. Right now? At this hour, the only place open is probably the shopping mall. That's fine. What matters is being with you, Kazuya-san. Now take me there. All right, my princess. I took Cel's hand, leading her out on a date. It looked like today wasn't quite over yet. Episode 71. Hidden Feelings. The sports festival had ended, and as the school returned to its usual classes, preparations for the next event were already underway. Anyone else got an idea? On the blackboard were scribbled suggestions like Okonomiyaki shop, haunted house, and maid cafe. That's right, today, we were deciding on our class's presentation for the cultural festival. Kazuya-san. What's up? What kind of event is the cultural festival? Well, it's supposed to be a cultural event where students present and share what they've learned. But honestly, it's more like a student-run festival. People from outside the school are allowed to come too, but only on that day. As I fumbled through my not-so-clear explanation, Kase-san came to the rescue. You went to a summer festival, right, Cells? Then just imagine something like that. It's kind of like if you combined a summer festival and the sports festival and split the difference. I see, I think I get the idea. So what does presentation mean in this context? The whole class works together on one thing. It could be a food stall, a game-like attraction like a haunted house, or even a play. You can really do anything. That sounds so fun. Cells, visibly excited, suddenly seemed to come up with something and gave me a quick glance. Something on your mind. I have something I'd like to discuss, but not here if that's all right. Since Cells said so, I excused myself from the teacher and stood up from my seat. Would you like to do a play? A play? Sounds good, but why are you asking me specifically? I want to make it a story about us. Back in Isgard, stories about me and Cells were often turned into performances. A romance between a hero from another world and an elven princess. No doubt, it was a tale that captured the attention of the common folk. The idea of reenacting what bards once performed ourselves made me feel kind of itchy inside. Why do you want to do it? I didn't press her, just gently asked. In this world, no one knows who Kazuya-san is. Well, yeah, of course. But you're an amazing person. You were suddenly summoned, and yet you fought as a hero. That's only because you were there with me. Just as I tried to say that, Cells shook her head firmly. I'm really happy you'd say that, but that's not it. Maybe it's just a vain desire to show off, but I want everyone to know. I want them to know how incredible my Kazuya-san is. Cells gently rested her forehead against my chest. As I patted her head, I replied, writing a script won't be easy, you know. I'm prepared for that. All right then, let's do it. Now I kinda want to show off how amazing my wife the princess is, too. Don't say embarrassing things like that. That goes both ways, doesn't it? We laughed together for a moment, then returned to the classroom. Ah, Celestina-san, where'd you go? Sorry, I just had something to discuss with Kazuya-san. Then, after a brief pause, Cells spoke up. For the cultural festival, shall we do a play? Episode 72. Hidden Feelings, Part 2. The class reacted in 3 distinct ways to Cells' proposal. Some showed interest in the play, some looked clearly annoyed, and others had no opinion at all. Naturally, opinions were raised regarding her suggestion. Doing a play sounds fine, but what about the script? All the existing ones are really well known. I plan to write a new script myself. The class stirred once again at Cel's declaration. Ah, so do you already have something prepared? Or are you planning to write it from scratch? The teacher, speaking on behalf of the class, posed the question to Cels. I plan to write it from now on. That gives us about 2 months until the school festival. If you factor in 1 month for rehearsals, can you finish writing it in the remaining month? I'll make it happen. Unfazed by the teacher's pointed words, Cels responded with a composed and dignified air. Tell us the outline of the story. Whatever's ready so far will do. It's a story about a person who gets summoned from another world and defeats the Demon King as a hero. Again, the class gave 3 kinds of reactions to her summary. Sounds good, an original story for the play. But it sounds like your typical light novel plot. I want to try it. Doing a play with everyone sounds fun. In the end, the decision was made by vote. The usual candidates for school festival activities vied for popularity, but the play won by a notable margin. All right then, Celestina-san, I'm counting on you to prepare the script. I'd like to move ahead with casting next. Can I leave it to you? Yes, in that case. That night, Cels was already facing her manuscript. Cels, don't overwork yourself, all right. I know, but since everyone agreed to go along with my selfish request, I have to give it my all. As I watched the steadily filling manuscript pages, I muttered to myself. The role of the hero, The idea of playing myself was kind of funny. It's easier to make adjustments at home if you play the role, Kazuya-san. Cels had given some perfectly reasonable explanation, like that, to convince everyone. The others accepted it, and so the role was given to me. Even though I've thought this countless times, I still don't think I'm the heroic type. It's almost laughable. You are a hero, Kazuya-san. Did I say that out loud? No, but it was written all over your face. Cels said this without even glancing at me, her eyes still fixed on the manuscript. You've saved me and everyone else so many times. You are a hero, Kazuya-san. I don't know about that. Most of the things I've accomplished were only possible because everyone else was there. The times when my presence actually made a difference, those are rare. There you go again, putting yourself down. That's a bad habit, you know. Even as we bantered like that, I continued to support Cels as she worked. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the story she's writing about us will turn out. Episode 73, Picking Up the Pen. Now that I've picked up the pen, so many memories come rushing back. Memories from the war, memories from our newlywed life. There are so many that it's hard to move the pen forward. Among them, only a few are really suitable to turn into a story. It's not like we had a perfect string of victories, like something out of a painting. There were plenty of failures too. Like that time, we fell right into the enemy's trap and ended up being chased around day and night. Some of them are funny in hindsight, others still weigh heavily on me. And yet, I write those memories down one by one. But it's not enough to just write them out. Is it interesting as a story? Does it spark curiosity? Is it consistent? Does it have proper pacing? Once I start thinking about it, the considerations never end. And on top of that, I also have to write the stage directions. Where should the lighting hit? When should the sound effects come in? That list is endless too. Now I truly understand just how amazing professional screenwriters are. I draw upon my memories of the story once told about Kazuya-san in Isgard and use them as a reference while writing. Kazuya-san has always disliked flashy embellishments. That applied not only to clothing but to stories as well. Whenever he saw tales of heroes in Isgard, he would say, "I was never that cool." So I try to craft this story based as closely on the facts as possible. Fortunately, there's no shortage of material. Even sticking to the truth, I should be able to make it an interesting story. The next difficult task is cutting things down. Embellishing stories is fun and easy, but the stage time is fixed. 90 minutes. That's the time allowed for this play. I continue my work while checking the pacing of the dialogue. Too slow or too short, either would ruin it. Maybe that sense of timing is the most important thing in creating a story like this. Now and then, I mouth the lines to check the rhythm. Leave that guy to me. Did I ever say something that cool? Hiya, Kazuya-san, since when were you standing there? Just a little while ago, I guess. Your handwriting is still as beautiful as ever, Cels. Thank you very much. How's the script coming along? Not very well, to be honest. I was just realizing how incredible professional writers are. Kazuya-san chuckles and nods in agreement. Ever since we returned to this world, I feel like his smile has softened somehow. It's not like he used to be stiff before, but compared to back then, there's a gentler air about him now. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? No, I just thought, you have a lovely face. If you're going to praise me like that, I'm glad I didn't get it scarred. Seeing Kazuya-san laugh so warmly, I can't help but smile too. And I find myself wishing, if only these peaceful days could last forever. Episode 74, Library. One weekday evening, we stopped by the library in front of the station on our way home from school. This is amazing. Ordinary citizens can freely access knowledge. It's wonderful. We decided to try studying somewhere different for a change, and it seemed we'd made the right call. It's not just knowledge either. There are entertainment novels too. That's incredible. Even the National Grand Library in Isgard only carries a handful of entertainment novels. Well, this world has advanced printing technology, so books aren't that expensive or rare. I understood that from living here, but even so, it's still amazing. First thing for you, Cels, is to get registered as a user. We headed to the front desk and told them we wanted to register. They gave us the registration form. After filling out the required information, she received her library card. The process went smoothly, and she was able to get her card without issue. With this, I can use this facility too. If I remember right, you can borrow up to 10 books and take them home for 2 weeks. Take them home, what if the books get dirty or damaged? Well, yeah, that does happen sometimes. But the system basically relies on people's goodwill not to do that. To think such a system could even exist, it must have taken a great deal of courage to implement. Probably, I replied to Cels. We continued chatting as we walked around the facility. Seeing Cels gazing around with sparkling eyes made her look so adorable, I couldn't help but smile. All right, shall we head over? Where are we going? There's a space set up just for studying. I led Cels deeper into the building, where a study area open to students came into view. Any student can use it. That's truly wonderful. A place where anyone who comes can study without discrimination. What a lovely space. Upon entering the study area, a calm, dignified silence filled the atmosphere. We followed the unspoken rule and quietly took our seats. Unpacking our supplies, we began studying. The soft scratching of pencil on paper, the occasional sound of pages turning. The subtle sounds were soothing, making it a comfortable environment to focus and study. The day isn't over yet. Episode 75, Confession. Cels-san, there's something I've been wondering. What is it, Yui-san? After dinner, the two of us were relaxing in the living room. Kazuya-san had gone out with Kane for training. Is there anything you don't like about Onii? Something I dislike. I tried thinking about it, but nothing immediately came to mind. I can't really think of anything. I've never once seen you complain about Onii, Cels-san, so I got a little worried. Like maybe you were just keeping it all bottled up. You were worried about that, thank you. But I promise I'm fine. Really? Yui-san said teasingly, and I replied with a laugh, assuring her I meant it. Strictly speaking, I did have complaints before I came to this world. But after arriving here, those worries had disappeared. Cels-san, you're lying. Eh? Her words were so spot on it caught me completely off guard. It's just a feeling, but Cels-san, you're lying, aren't you? I can't hide anything from you, can I? There is one thing. Yui-san leaned in slightly, clearly intrigued. What is it? The way he treats his own life so carelessly. The way he treats his life carelessly. Yes. You already know that Kazuya-san was on the battlefield, often while he was in Isgard, right? You mentioned that the other day. The battlefields that required Kazuya-san's presence were all extremely dangerous. I suppose all battlefields are, but these were exceptionally so. Even now, I remember it clearly. How he would return late at night and collapse into bed, sleeping like the dead. Kazuya-san carries Edith-sama's blessing. It grants a number of effects, one of which is regeneration. Like how your HP heals in a video game. That's not entirely inaccurate. To be precise, unless his head and heart are destroyed at the exact same time, he regenerates. To me, it's more like a curse than a blessing. In this case, at the same time means not even a fraction of a second apart. Not even magecraft can achieve such timing. Because of that ability, Kazuya-san survived any battlefield, no matter how grave the wounds he sustained. Humans can get used to anything, even the worst situations. Kazuya-san grew accustomed to dying and reviving. He would often draft plans that disregarded his own life. He was willing to be the one to charge in first, to stand in the line of fire. Of course, the rest of the unit never approved of that. They tried to create plans that would protect him. But whenever his life was weighed against someone else's, Kazuya-san would always prioritize others. As I let all of that spill out, I noticed Yui-san was looking at me with a solemn expression. Sorry for bringing all this up. No, don't be. I'm glad you told me. I want to hear more about Onii. That's... I hesitated, unsure of how to respond to her sincere gaze. Just then, Kazuya-san's voice broke the tension. What's going on? You two look awfully serious. It's nothing. How was the training? Fighting people is definitely different, way more satisfying. I changed the topic, somewhat deliberately. Mu dodged the question. Yui, something bothering you? Nope, more importantly, Onii, I want you to train me sometime. I'm sorry, Yui-san, just not yet. I'll tell you everything after the culture festival. Please, just give me a little more time. Episode 76, Morning. On a certain holiday morning, Cels and I woke up later than usual. It wasn't as if we had done anything special the day before. Maybe the fatigue from our daily routine had simply piled up. When I changed clothes and headed to the mansion's living room, I found Alicia sitting there, studying her textbooks. Good morning, father, mother. You woke up later than usual. Good morning. We both ended up oversleeping somehow. I'll get breakfast ready right away. It's already late, so why don't we eat out today? Eat breakfast outside. Yeah, it's called a morning set, part of cafe culture. You order a drink, and it comes with light food like toast. My explanation was a bit clumsy, but somehow I got the idea across. Both of them nodded curiously. So the drink is the main part, not the food. How interesting. Having breakfast outside, that sounds nice. Let's go. And so, the three of us headed to a cafe. The cafe we went to was a chain store commonly seen in this area. Honestly, it had been 10 years since I'd last been there, so I was looking forward to it myself. May I take your order? One morning set, with iced black coffee and a cafe latte, Alicia. What about you? I'll have an iced cocoa, please. Once we finished ordering, we enjoyed some casual chit-chat. So, what's your middle school class doing for the cultural festival? My class is planning to do a maid cafe. Alicia, you'll be dressing as a maid. Yes, but only on the morning of the second day. It would definitely suit her. But for a noble's daughter to become a maid, what kind of story is that? What about you, father and mother? What will you be doing? We're performing a play. A play? Yeah, Cels wrote the script. It'll be about the things that happened to us during our hero days. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I've only ever heard bits and pieces from others, or seen it portrayed in plays, so I'm really looking forward to it. Come to think of it, I'd hardly ever told Alicia about it directly. It had been war, after all. There wasn't much worth talking about. If I had to say something, maybe that the rations tasted terrible. Other than that, it was all stories soaked in blood and mud. With Alicia's age, they weren't the kind of tales she'd enjoy hearing anyway. That's probably why I never spoke of them, but maybe I should have. Yeah, next time I'll tell you about it. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. As we talked, our food arrived. Thank you for waiting. 1 iced black coffee, 1 cafe latte, and 1 cocoa morning set. This is amazing. It's so big. Alicia's eyes widened at the sight of her cocoa. It was served in a glass easily over 30 centimeters tall. No wonder she was so surprised. Now that you mention it, this place always served things in oversized portions. You should have told me that first. Will I even be able to finish this? Alicia looked a little troubled, and I couldn't help but smile. As we sat there, sharing a meal full of smiles, one thought crossed my mind. I'm glad that I was able to protect this. Episode 77, Measurements. Time to take measurements for the costumes. A few days had passed since our class officially decided to do a play for the culture festival. Now, costume measurements had begun. Since Cels had already solidified the character settings early on, she handed them off to the fashion club, who were now hard at work designing the outfits. With just 2 months for production, it was an extremely tight schedule. Today was the costume measurement day, and all the students appearing in the play were gathered. Now that we're actually doing this, I'm kind of nervous. Same here. Everyone in the cast was saying similar things. I had gotten used to being measured back in Isgard, so it didn't bother me too much, but still, there was a bit of embarrassment involved. I considered skipping it, since I've got some muscle and didn't want to make a big deal of it, but having one outfit stand out due to differences in material or quality would be worse, so I agreed to have one made just like the others. Next is Kazuya-kun. At the call, I stepped forward and was quickly surrounded by several members of the fashion club who began taking my measurements with tape measures. It tickled. For someone who doesn't look it, you've got a great body, Kazuya-kun, broad shoulders and all that. Totally, you've got some serious muscle. I had no idea how to respond, so I just gave a vague, awkward smile. And watching silently from the side was Cels. When our eyes met, she quickly looked away and fled, clearly flustered. I had a pretty good idea why, and I couldn't help but smile. Once my measurements were done, I excused myself with a word to the fashion club and went after Cels. Cels. Kei Kazuya-san, why are you here? Aren't you still doing measurements? They're not done yet, but this was the top priority. I pulled her into a hug. I'm not going anywhere. How did you know? It was written all over your face. That and I just had a feeling. That's not a real reason. Was I wrong? When I teased her with the question, Cels quickly shook her head side to side. Those girls in the fashion club were really cute, and they were touching you all over. You're the one I care about most, Cels. The only ones allowed to touch me are you and Alicia. The girls from the fashion club got a special pass, just for the costume. I'm sorry for getting jealous over something like that. This time I shook my head. No, not at all. Honestly, I'm happy you feel that way. Really? Looking up at me with teary eyes, Cels asked, and I replied with a gentle yeah as I stroked her head. Back in Isgard, I used to get jealous of the guys trying to get close to Cels. Remembering that, I made her a suggestion. In that case, let's do this. Once the play's over, let's go somewhere you want to go. Somewhere I want to go. After thinking for a while, Cels softly said, Then, I'd like to go to that hot spring we talked about before. A hot spring, huh, sounds good. As we talked, we started casually planning a little trip together. Once the measurements were over and we got back home, I'd let her spoil me as much as she wanted, and spoil her right back. That was the kind of warm afternoon it was. Episode 78. Expression. To me, Kazuya-san is someone whose emotions are easy to read, but apparently, that's not how he appears to others. The realization came after something a boy, who confessed to me today, said. As always, I turned him down by explaining that I already had a husband, Kazuya-san. In response, he told me this. I don't get what's so great about that gloomy guy. You can't even tell what he's thinking. Honestly, I can't help but wonder how anyone could look at someone as expressive as Kazuya-san and come to that conclusion. Perhaps he simply saw one particular moment and decided everything based on that. That's the only explanation I could come up with. From my perspective, Kazuya-san is extremely easy to understand. Or rather, to be precise, he's honest and straightforward. He wears his heart on his sleeve. It's true that when we first met, he gave off the impression of being expressionless, gloomy, even, and a bit socially awkward. But that doesn't mean he was unreadable. His eyes were always calm, and not once did he ever give off a threatening vibe. From the very beginning, he treated me with respect, not as a princess, but as a person. That hasn't changed, even now. Besides, if you just ask him directly, he'll tell you what's on his mind. There's no need to wonder when the answer's just a question away. These days, I can read him quite well even without asking. He only shows his full range of emotions around the people closest to him, but even in daily life, I think his expressions have become softer and much more approachable compared to before. I mean, it's written all over his face. That feeling of I love Celestina is plain to see, not that I'm being conceited or anything. Of course, he doesn't openly display it in front of others all the time. But even in daily interactions, Kazuya-san's eyes are always gentle when he looks at me, glowing warmly with affection. That might be subtle to others, but when we're alone, his expressions grow even softer, even sweeter. Who was it that called him gloomy? Even he used to describe himself that way, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I glanced toward Kazuya-san, who's seated directly across from me, solving problems in a study guide. The sweet gaze he usually gives me is nowhere to be seen right now. Instead, he wears a calm and composed expression as he silently moves his mechanical pencil across the page. Oblivious to the fact that I'm observing him like this, he's fully immersed in his studying, eyes fixed on the lines of text before him. Naturally, there's no trace of kindness or sweetness in his current expression, and I find myself giggling inwardly. Someone who sees only this might label him cold or emotionless again. Something wrong. No, not at all. I was just watching you as a little break. At that, he gives me a slightly exasperated look. Not sure I'm worth staring at like that. Oh no, you definitely are. Please show me more and more of those expressions. You don't have to wear that pained face ever again. Episode 79. What it means to fight. Apparently, the script is nearing completion. Each night, the stack of manuscript paper Celestina writes on grows thicker, and with it, the number of times she groans in frustration. I'm really starting to understand just how amazing professional authors are. Even though it's based on a play and has precedent, it's clearly proving to be a difficult task. The most I can do to help is transcribe her handwritten drafts into digital format. And while doing that, my thoughts start drifting back to the battlefield, to the conversations we had between skirmishes. Did I really say something like this? You did, you know, you don't remember. I was so caught up in the moment, it's all kind of a blur. Honestly, the version of me in this play feels way too idealized. But when I asked Cels about it, she just said, not at all. So I decided to ask someone who had also been there, Kane. Hey, don't you think this portrayal of me is a little too flattering? It's been tweaked a little for dramatic effect, but personally, I think it's pretty accurate. Apparently, I was spouting some seriously cheesy lines back on the battlefield. A deep, indescribable sense of embarrassment hits me, but I do my best to ignore it and keep working. If you feel that strongly about it, why not write your own version, Captain? Nah, I haven't done anything worth turning into a story or autobiography. You've taken down the 4 heavenly kings, a dragon, even the demon king, and you say that. If you claim that's nothing, you're basically reducing every hero in history to just some common soldier. But I wasn't fighting alone. Neither were those heroes. Captain, you achieved more than enough to be proud of. You should hold your head high. Haven't I been telling you this for, 10 years now? No matter how many times you say it, it just doesn't sit right with me. Section, the captain always talks like that, belittling himself. Even after 10 years since being summoned to Isgard, he'll proudly talk about Lady Celestina or Lady Alicia, but never about himself. I believe it's because he hates conflict, truly abhors it. Since I started living in this world about 3 months ago, I've been struck by how absurdly peaceful this country is. To someone like the captain, raised here, that war-torn world must have seemed unbearably cruel and savage. I can't even begin to imagine. I still remember him standing on the sidelines back then, watching silently while others traded stories of how many enemies they'd killed. No matter how many generals he brought down, how many soldiers he defeated, for the captain, each one was nothing more than an act of killing. To him, a world where that could be praised must have looked horrifyingly twisted, not that someone as tainted as me can truly understand. Still, I hope he never forgets all the lives that were saved because of him. No matter what I say, he'll probably never change. So please, Lady Celestina, Lady Alicia, save the captain. Episode 80. Manuscript complete. It's done. After several days of furrowing her brow while working on the script, Cels finally finished her manuscript. As expected of her, she even managed to finish it before the deadline. Great job. Hee, you could praise me a little more, you know. It was rare for her to say something like that, so I made sure not to forget to properly praise her. You're amazing, Cels. You really did a great job. Cels narrowed her eyes in contentment, leaning into the hand I used to pat her head. It was worth the effort. That easy, huh? You're pretty low maintenance. Only when it's you, Kazuya-san. My gaze drifted to the stack of manuscript pages. It had to be well over 100, maybe even 200 sheets thick. I can't believe my story turned out this hefty. You're surprised by how thick your story is, aren't you? You could tell. It's you, Kazuya-san. Of course I could. Cels draped herself against my chest, almost like she was snuggling. This is the trimmed-down version, you know? Kazuya-san's decade-long war chronicle, well, it's more of an adventure tale. There's no way that fits into just one play. Really? Absolutely. You'd need at least a 7-part series to properly cover the whole story. As we chatted, our breathing naturally synchronized. I once heard that when people's breathing aligns, they tend to get sleepy. Apparently, we were no exception. Before we knew it, we both drifted off to sleep. Section. Ow. What's wrong, Kazuya? Did you hurt yourself? Nah, just slept weird yesterday. The next day, we held a meeting at school to discuss the cultural festival. Just because the script was done didn't mean the work was over. Now came the actors' practice, setting up and taking down the stage lights and backdrops, plenty left to learn and prepare. This script is amazing. The realism, or I guess the immersion, it feels like it actually happened. Thank you. With this, we might actually win first place. There's a ranking. Oh right, Celestina-san wouldn't know. At our cultural festival, the school ranks everything, like food stalls, gym stage performances, based on things like crowd draw and entertainment value. The teachers announce the winners each year. And guess what? The class that gets first place wins a barbecue. Everyone in the class nodded along as Fudagama-san explained. Apparently, for students, barbecue was a pretty irresistible reward. That's quite extravagant. Right. We can't afford to lose to the other classes. Let's go for first place. With that rallying cry, the whole class shouted, "Yeah!" in unison. The pre-preparation phase was over, and at last, things were really starting to feel like a proper cultural festival. Caught in that inexplicable sense of excitement, both of us couldn't help but smile. Episode 81, Direction. Rehearsals for the play had started in earnest. Changes in lines or staging were becoming commonplace due to performance adjustments and directorial decisions. Now that I think about it, there was one major change. The role of the princess had been given to Celes. Everyone involved in the play, including the cast who read the script, unanimously recommended her. When I asked why. Because Celestina-san fits the image best. Well, since she was the model for the character, that made perfect sense to me. I suppose that means the image has been successfully translated into the script. Lines 34 through 48, let's run them straight through. I shall say it once more, Hiro Dono. Celes, who wrote the script, took up the megaphone herself and issued instructions. Normally, these responsibilities would be handled by different people, but due to time constraints, Celes was taking on multiple roles. During line 41, please make sure the hero and Chiron are at center stage. Yes, like that. She relayed the results of her discussion with the classmate in charge of staging to the cast. As actors, we couldn't see the whole stage from an overhead perspective, but that limited viewpoint gave us insight from the first-person perspective. During line 51, I won't really be facing the audience. Is that okay? Let's see, if you could face the audience more directly at that moment, that would be ideal. Got it. Adjustments were made constantly from the perspectives of the director, the audience, and the actors. And it wasn't just the actors involved in that process. Can we get the spotlight on the hero and Chiron during this part? Staging adjustments were, of course, made as well. No matter how good something looked from the actor's or director's perspective, it ultimately came down to how the audience experienced it. So, students not currently on stage would sit in the audience and provide feedback. Chiron's lighting looks too strong. Then can we drop one of the lights? No one was going to say this was just a school festival play. We were working together as a class to deliver a production of true quality. While preparing all this, there was something Celes had been worrying about all along. Do you think this has become too much of a self-centered project? What do you mean? I came up with the idea, wrote the script, I'm directing the acting, and now I'm even playing the princess. I'm afraid it's turning into a play that's just meant to make me feel good. That's not true. Everyone's on board with this. And besides, this gave me time to think about how to tell my family. It's going to be fine. Looking at how things were now, that much was obvious. The whole class was working together on this production. As far as school festivals go, this had to be one of the best possible outcomes. 2 weeks left until the cultural festival. Time to give it our all. Episode 82. The night before the cultural festival. The night before the cultural festival, in my room at the estate. Kazuya-san. Celes, how did it go? They're all coming to see it. They said they're looking forward to it. I see. I ran my hand over the script, bathed in moonlight. Countless revisions and adjustments had ballooned the script with sticky notes and scribbled memos. I wonder how it'll look to my family. That I cannot say. Yeah, I figured. But at the very least, you'll be able to show them a small piece of those 10 years you saw, heard, and fought through. As I listened to Cel's comforting words, I closed my eyes with my own hand. I'm a killer. Yes. I've cut down so many demons and monsters. That's true. But it's not just that, I've killed humans too. To me, there's no real distinction between humans and demons. If we can understand each other through words, then they're all people. As for monsters, they're nothing more than wild, dangerous animals in my eyes, and yet I still cut them all down as if they were the enemies of mankind. I'm definitely going to hell. Then so am I. Cells, I've killed demons and monsters without a second thought. My sins must be heavier than yours. That's not true, Cells you. It's the same. We stood on the same battlefield, took up arms and fought. There's no difference. Cells, if you're going to hell, then I'll go with you. We'll atone for our sins together. Even in death, we'll be together. Or are you saying you'd leave me behind once you die, Kazuya-san? Cells sat down beside me on the sofa, close enough to touch. The gentle scent that tickled my nose eased my heart. Of course not. Even in death, we'll stay together. That makes me happy. For as long as we live, let's continue to walk together. Yeah, me too. Without either of us saying a word, we leaned in and exchanged a quiet kiss. Hey, Kazuya-san. What is it? After the play is over, you're going to talk to your family, right? To be honest, the play already covers pretty much everything, so I'm not sure there's much left for me to say. I said that, and Cells lightly tapped me on the side in protest. Okay, I won't leave all the talking to you, Cells. I gently stroked her head. Her silky hair ran smoothly through my fingers. It felt so nice. I wonder if it'll be okay. You're overthinking it again. I'm sure they'll accept everything, especially Yui-san. Yeah, I can already see her leaning forward, full of questions. As we talked, the night deepened. Tomorrow would be a long day. Interlude, we're going to Big Brother's Culture Festival. On the day of the Culture Festival, I left home at a slightly different time than usual, together with grandfather, grandmother, and Yui Wanasama. When we arrived at the school, the front gate looked completely different from usual, as if welcoming us in its special outfit. Even the air felt different somehow. The whole atmosphere of the school was wrapped in a vibe that made it hard not to feel excited. Wow, so this is what Oniai School is like. You've never been here before, Yui Wanasama. Yeah. Last year, I got sick and couldn't make it. With a cheerful skip in her step, Yui Wanasama studied the school map and pointed to a particular spot. Look, they've got a haunted house. Let's go check it out. What kind of place is that? Well, it's like an attraction where you enjoy scary experiences. Enjoying fear, that's quite an interesting concept. There was still some time before Father and the others play. So, at Yui Wanasama's suggestion, we decided to check out some of the other class exhibits. First up was the haunted house she pointed out earlier. The classroom was draped in thick black curtains, making it so dark it was hard to believe it was still daytime. The props and their color choices were spot on, creating an eerie yet impressive atmosphere. This is amazing. This level of quality doesn't feel like just a school festival. The way they've crafted the mood is truly impressive. Alicia-san, you're not scared. If it were Japanese-style horror, I'd be more frightened. But I've seen zombies before. You've seen zombies. Now let's go. Wait, Alicia-chan. Apparently, school culture festivals are more serious business than I thought. In addition to the haunted house, there were cafes with animal themes, yakisoba stalls, and takoyaki stands. Considering the booths from the various clubs too, there seemed to be a decent number of attractions. This takoyaki is delicious. And it's only 300 yen, that's incredible. Apparently, these kinds of stalls aren't allowed to make a profit, so they offer things practically at cost. You could have more fun here than at some actual festivals, and for a lot less money, too. It's almost time for Father and the others play. All right, let's head over then. Carrying the food we'd bought from the stalls, we made our way to the gymnasium. When we arrived, rows of folding chairs had been set up, forming a complete audience section. The turnout was much higher than expected. About 70% of the seats were already filled. Good thing we came a little early. Yeah, I didn't think this many people would show up for the play. While we were tidying up our things and getting settled, an announcement came over the speaker system. Now beginning. Class 2-2's Hero Story Performance. Episode 83, Culture Festival Part 1. Beep, a buzzer rang out, signaling the start of the performance to the audience. As the curtain parted, Kazuya appeared on stage in his school uniform. After a brief pause, a narration began to play. It was a day with thin clouds in the sky, but otherwise fair weather. The hero, having spent an ordinary day at school, was on his way home. The road he took wasn't particularly crowded, just a few other students in similar uniforms walking ahead or behind. Nothing unusual there, and the hero felt no particular way about it. He walked for a while, stopping at one of the few traffic lights on his route, just like always. But then, in the next moment, a background crew member rushed across the rear of the stage, swiftly changing the set. The backdrop was replaced with an opulently decorated interior, adorned with luxurious furnishings, the kind anyone would recognize as a royal room straight out of a fantasy world. "You've come at last, hero. We welcome you." From stage left emerged a king dressed in equally extravagant clothing. Our world is now in grave danger, brought about by the cursed demon lord. Though we would prefer to handle matters ourselves, the demon lord's power is far too great. Thus, following ancient prophecy, we summoned you from another world. Wait a second. What the heck is going on? It's only natural to be confused. Allow me to explain everything clearly. The king strode confidently to center stage, then turned to address the audience. This world is called Isgard, similar in appearance, but wholly different from the hero Dono's own. Outside our borders roam not just animals, but dangerous beings known as monsters, minions of the demon tribe. These creatures threaten our very way of life. Our enemies, the demon tribe, may resemble us in form, but within they are utterly savage. Led by the demon lord who seeks to eradicate humanity, we face them in battle each and every day. Ew. Are you all right, Hero Dono? I think so. Come now, Hero Dono. Tell us your abilities. How am I supposed to know what my abilities are? Just say status open, and by the blessing of the goddess, your abilities will be revealed. Status open. Immediately, Kazuya's stats appeared via projector on the screen behind him. Name, Hattori Kazuya. Job, Otherworlder. HP, 205. Magic Power, 50. Skills, Hero Grand May. Blessing, Blessing of Edith. Ooh, this is incredible. Magnificent. With this, we are saved. The nobles erupted in excited cheers. Meanwhile, the hero simply watched them, not understanding a thing. My apologies, there's no point in just us getting excited. The skills you possess, Hero Dono, are truly extraordinary. The hero skill allows one to master all forms of weaponry and grow far beyond ordinary men. And the Grand Mage, a sign of someone with high affinity for all forms of magecraft. With study and training through spellbooks, you'll be able to learn and wield magic at an exceptional pace. And the blessing, it grants constant regeneration against anything short of natural causes. It can even allow you to transcend the limits of mortality. The story progressed alongside visual explanations for each term displayed via projector. I see. Once again I ask, Hero Dono, will you save our world? The king's plea made the hero flinch. That was only natural. Anyone would hesitate if asked something so suddenly. Please wait, your majesty. Oh, Charon, I didn't see you there. Cain, no, Charon stepped forward this time, kneeling before the king. Of course I am here. Your majesty, the hero Dono still seems quite disoriented. Moreover, there is much he must learn if he is to eventually fight alongside us. Might we give him a bit more time to adjust? You're right, I was too hasty. My apologies. No need. In that case, may I be entrusted with Hero Dono's education? No one else would be more qualified than you, the sage who has lived over 400 years. I entrust him to you. I am most honored. Charon turned toward the still-seated hero and offered his hand. Once again, nice to meet you, Hero Dono. I am Charon Archibald. I'll be serving as your instructor. I look forward to working with you. Episode 84, Culture Festival, Part 2. The scene shifts to the royal castle's training grounds. The hero, wooden sword in hand, faces Chiron. He is undergoing training. Not yet. Your footwork is too shallow. Gah. Even with the hero skill, without training you're no better than a newborn. That's why you must start with the fundamentals. I know that, but still. After a flurry of clashing blades, the hero is knocked back and breathes heavily through his shoulders. You may have your thoughts on this, but reality doesn't change. You'll likely be deployed to the battlefield soon. I'm only training you so you can survive even a second longer when that time comes. The two cross blades again and again, the dull clack of wooden swords echoing. I'm grateful for someone like me, with no known origin, to receive such dedicated training. Hero, you truly are. I expected you to complain at least a little. Oh, I've got plenty to complain about, but like you said, reality doesn't change. That's why I'll survive long enough to return to my original world. With those words, the hero and Chiron clash one last time and vanish backstage. The background shifts to a tranquil plain. On stage, it's named the Lloyd Plains, but its wide-open landscape closely resembles the Rose Plains. What kind of place is our target, the Lloyd Plains? To put it bluntly, it's really just an empty field. Also, please mind your tone. You're setting an example for your subordinates. Scolded, the hero straightens his posture. He wears silver armor and a red cape. The reproduction is so accurate even cells, and the others murmur in admiration. There's still some distance to the Lloyd Plains, but stay alert. We're already on the battlefield. Yeah, got it. As the stage lighting dims slightly, a sudden whoosh of wind is heard. Hero. I know, all units scatter. A magic attack is incoming. The lighting turns red. Dull explosion sounds and soldiers' voices fill the stage. It's war. Moments after the hero gives the order, a much louder explosion follows. Yuara. What the hell? Why are there demons in a place like this? Actors portraying demons clash swords with the soldiers in choreographed combat. Retreat. Issue the retreat command. One subordinate shouts, but the hero immediately rebuts. No, that won't work. Most of them are flying types. We'll be hit from behind. We'll break through and rendezvous with the forces waiting at the Lloyd Plains. But at this rate, the Lloyd army might already be. If they're flying types, it was probably a surprise attack. They'll be fine. The hero raises his sword and shouts, "Follow me, let's go." His booming voice, fitting of a true hero, pulls the audience deep into the scene. Beyond the hero's charge lies another chaotic battlefield. Corpses litter the ground, lifeless and silent. Well, I came here on a whim, and what do I find? Such a strong magical presence, to think I'd run into the hero. What luck. An electronically modified voice echoes from the speakers. Who's there? So my name hasn't spread that far, huh? I guess I've been a bit too thorough with the slaughter. Appearing on stage is a large man clad in armor of ominous black and violet. He wields a massive greatsword as tall as himself. I shall name myself. I am Krobel, one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings. The two engage in a verbal showdown, circling center stage. I'm the hero. Thank you for the introduction. What business have you and your kind in trespassing upon human lands? By the divine revelation of our God, we have come to purge humanity. That is something I can never accept. As expected, there is no room for negotiation. The air around Krobel makes that perfectly clear, but simply purging humanity would be dull. Dull? Yes, just wiping humans out is too bland. That's why I propose a duel. A duel with whom? The hero asks, and Krobel slowly points at him. With you, hero. What's in it for us if we accept this duel? If by some chance I am defeated, the forces deployed here will immediately retreat to our homeland. Do you expect me to take that on faith? All the troops I brought today are monsters. Monsters are absolutely obedient to me. Even if I die, unless it's the Demon King himself, no one can override my orders. As proof, Krobel commands a nearby monster to kill itself. Without hesitation, the monster obeys. How about now? All right, I'll believe you. Hero. If I win, that's all that matters. What about if you win? Just killing the hero is enough for me. Understood. With that, they create distance between them. Heroes, you really are. If I win, that's all that matters, right? Yes, please win. I will. They face each other. Without a cue, both draw their weapons, the hero a longsword, Krobel a massive greatsword. Let's go, hero. Bring it, Krobel. With those words, Krobel channels power throughout his body. He swings his greatsword, clashing with the hero's blade. Once, twice. The swords strike again and again. Ararag. Haya. The hero, who had been on the defensive, knocks aside Krobel's greatsword. Krobel staggers back a step from the impact. Now it's the hero's turn to go on the offensive. His strikes are not fast, but each blow carries crushing weight, pushing Krobel back. So this is what a hero is like. Seya. Even an untrained eye could see the hero's sluggish swordplay gradually transform into something refined. As expected of the hero, so strong. With this, I won't let you. The hero shatters Krobel's blade. Quite literally, he breaks the sword-shaped prop made of foam with his own weapon. Any last words? The Demon King is strong. Got it. With that, the hero delivers the final blow to Krobel. Krobel collapses without strength, and the human forces erupt into cheers. The hero's first battle ends in triumph with the defeat of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Episode 85, Culture Festival, Part 3. Half a year had passed since the hero arrived in Isgard. Thanks to his efforts, the demons within the country had largely been purged, and his party now made their way to the elven nation, Igdomia. Hero, I have heard of your exploits. I ask that you lend your strength to our kingdom as well. As you command, your majesty. I shall appoint Alice as commander of the elven forces. I trust you'll work well together. I am Alice von Yggdrasil, second princess of the Igdomia kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hero Dono. Cells no, Alice gracefully curtsied, clad in a magnificent dress that showcased the full skill of the costume team. Forgive my boldness, your majesty, but the battlefield is far too dangerous. Please reconsider. I'll be fine. I've inspected battlefields before and I've fought as well. I won't be a burden. She speaks the truth, hero. Given Alice's abilities, there should be no issue. I leave her in your care. As you will. After the Elven King departed, the hero was left alone with Alice. You really intend to come with me to the battlefield? I do. There's no need to look at me like that. Among the royal family, I am the most proficient in magecraft. Understood, I'll protect you so don't leave my side, ever. The stage lights dim, and the scene shifts. The hero's party made their way to the battlefield, which had recently seen intense fighting. Aside from the station troops, only corpses remained. A battlefield cloaked in eerie silence. Even if our forces control the area, it's still a battlefield. Stay alert. Yeah, I know. Acknowledging Chiron's warning with a nod, the hero relayed the same to the rest of the party. Princess Alice, has anything about the surroundings changed since your last visit? Nothing in particular. But it used to be such a peaceful place. My condolences. As the party examined the corpses, a sudden cry pierced the silence. Yuyuara. Everyone instantly drew their weapons and went on alert. Then, emerging from beneath piles of fallen elves and beasts, the monsters revealed themselves. Ghouls desecrating corpses like this, how vile. The party immediately ceased all inspection and shifted into combat formation. They closed ranks around Alice, cutting down the advancing ghouls with coordinated precision. Ghouls are weak to fire magic. Who here specializes in fire? We can't. Not in the middle of a forest like this. Are you trying to burn our woods down? As heated voices clashed, Alice silenced them with a sharp command. Just aim carefully, or are you saying you can't even manage that? And no, we can do it. Then stop hesitating. There's too many, we need to act fast. The roar of fire magic rang out, while the ghouls laughed with distorted, grotesque voices. Though the spells burned bright, the swarm of ghouls seemed endless. Slowly, they began to push the defenders back. Yua! A shout came from a mage positioned in the center of the formation. What happened? Skeletons. Knights, get in there. Quickly! An ambush from within what was believed to be a safe zone, enough to shatter their formation. Such coordinated movements, someone's directing them. With these numbers, I'd say so. The hero cut down enemies as he pushed his way toward Alice. Carving through the horde, he found Alice already engaged in battle. Airy fell. The speakers projected the sound of slicing wind. The left-hand-right movement of the spell was a faithful recreation of Cell's magecraft. Princess Alice, you came just in time. The hero slashed down the ghouls approaching her from behind. No end in sight. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a screech like a badly tuned violin echoed through the forest. Ki shi. It's pointless, you know. I've got plenty of raw materials. Who's there, hiding like a coward? An elven knight shouted bravely, only to be instantly cut down and fed to the ghouls. Ahaha, like I'd show myself so easily. But if the hero's here, that changes things, doesn't it? Emerging at last was a man draped in a tattered robe, his limbs dangling like a puppet. Nice to meet you, Hero Sama. Name's Brisk. I replaced that weakling Krobel as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Brisk let out a manic laugh, then abruptly fell silent and spread open his robe. In the very next moment, the hero moved to shield Alice. Hiro-sama. Sound effects rang out to suggest an attack had landed. The hero's armor was stained with blood. Quick, heal him. Get back, I might get hit again. That doesn't matter. What about you? Ignoring Alice's cries, the hero rushed forward, determined to take Brisk down. Kisha-shasha, it's no use, you know? That attack's coated in poison. Soon, huh? Brisk stopped laughing. Why? Why can you still move? Even as Brisk reeled in disbelief, he unleashed another volley of needle attacks. The hero raised his longsword to shield his face, ignoring the rest and pressing on. This isn't right. Why aren't you dodging? You're not humans. Next came attacks infused with fire and wind magic. The hero deflected them all with his blade, closing the distance. Haha, cutting through spells. You really are insane. Still cackling, Brisk raised his staff to cast more magic, only to have both his weapon and head sliced clean off. With the death of the caster, the ghouls collapsed and the skeletons crumbled. Only the sound of allies' breathing remained on the battlefield. The dead returned to silence. Kazuya-sama, Kazuya. Alice emerged from a wall of earth. Her breath caught the moment she saw him, and she ran. Silver armor riddled with needles. Blood pouring out, and yet the hero smiled at her. Are you unharmed, your highness? There's no way I'm unharmed. Are you injured? You must be treated immediately. I'm fine. We need to treat you. She reached out to examine the wound, but froze. The wound, it's closing. Ever since I came to this world, my body's been healing like this. No matter what kind of attack hits me. But, Alice cut off his reassurance with a forceful voice. But it hurts, doesn't it? Yeah. The hero's quiet answer echoed through the silent battlefield. Scene change. The hero's party at the Royal Capital Inn. Having handed off battlefield defense to another unit, the party returned to their inn in the capital. With another of the 4 heavenly kings defeated, the knights held a celebration. From the terrace on the 2nd floor, the hero and Alice watched them. Everyone looked so happy. Yeah. I heard that no one died this time. Yeah. Their conversation was more silence than words. After a pause, Alice spoke up. Won't you tell me about yourself? Fighting the trembling in his chest, the hero finally began to speak. I was just a regular student. Then, out of nowhere, I was summoned to this world, trained to fight, told I could go home if I won the war, so I fought. But I don't understand anything. The hero's voice cracked with sobs. Alice gently stroked his back and said, I want to know more about you. Not your world's science or culture or anything like that, you. I want to understand you better. A single tear slid down Alice's cheek. Bathed in moonlight, the hero knew he would never forget how she looked in that moment. I've fallen in love with you. If you're lost, then let's find the answers together. Until the day you return home, may I stay by your side. Episode 86, Culture Festival, Part 4. Several months had passed since Alice began accompanying the hero's party. Their exploits were nothing short of extraordinary. Even the Demonkin in the land of the elves, Igdomia, had been eradicated, and now their march extended to the neighboring Demon Lord's territory. We'll probably reach the Demon Lord's domain by tomorrow at this rate. It's finally happening. Are you really sure it was the right decision to come with us? While marching, the hero turned to ask Alice, What are you saying now after all this time? I have my father the king's permission. Besides, I want to be with you. I see, thanks. The hero's party crossed forests and mountains, eventually setting foot into the Demon Lord's domain. And there, an astonishing sight spread out before them. This is a town. So quiet. Be on alert. Civilians might be around. Stay sharp. Just as the troops began to deploy, a voice echoed from deep within the earth. Begone, trespassers who dare invade our land. Who's there? I am Leonhardt, the one you call the Demon Lord. The moment they heard the voice, everyone instinctively drew their swords. But no one was in sight. If you wish to defeat me, come to the castle. I will face you. The party remained on guard and adjusted their formation. Even after waiting a while, the voice never returned. Was that really the Demon Lord? And which castle was he referring to? Many questions surfaced, but none found answers. Our scouts have spotted a fortress-like structure. All right, let's head that way for now. Everyone stay alert. Scene shift, the fortress. The drawbridge is down, could it be a trap? No idea. but we've got no choice but to move forward. Trusting the hero's words, the party pressed on. One knight, curious about the hero's seemingly confident steps, spoke up. Hiro-sama, do you know something about this castle? What makes you think that? You're walking with such certainty, I couldn't help but wonder. I've got no proof. Just a gut feeling that this is the way. I see. I've already divided the unit, just in case. It shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that splitting our forces is exactly what the enemy wants? That's possible. But without a layout of this place, this is the best we can do. And so, the group advanced. Eventually, they arrived before a massive door. I sense a powerful magic this could be it. Let's proceed carefully. After confirming with one another, they opened the door and stormed in. Looking around the room, they saw only one person, seated high at the far end of the chamber. Hair long enough to reach his waist, golden and radiant. His frame was slender, yet clearly muscular. The man rested his elbow on the armrest and spoke a single line. Well done making it this far, hero. Episode 87, Culture Festival, Part 5. The party, though lacking evidence, was certain. This man was the Demon Lord. Without a word, each of them drew their weapons and assumed a state of high alert. What's wrong, hero? No greeting for me. You're the Demon Lord, aren't you? Indeed. I have to defeat you. And why is that? Because I've seen so much along the way, villages burned, people slaughtered, children who could do nothing but cry. If ending all that suffering means defeating you, then I'll gladly take up my sword. The Demon Lord shifted the leg he had crossed and responded. Then show me this strength of a hero you speak of. The Demon Lord rose with a languid grace and took up his weapon. It was a longsword, an elegant weapon, despite its ominous, pitch-black surface that hardly seemed like metal. The hero struck first, lunging with a sharp, direct blow from the right. Yet the Demon Lord easily caught it with his bare hand, not even using his sword. Is that all? I'm just getting started. The hero swung his blade left and right, but the Demon Lord parried them effortlessly, wielding his longsword with one hand. Hiro-sama. At Alice's signal, the hero pulled back to open a line of fire. In that moment, Alice's magecraft struck the Demon Lord head-on, but it seemed to have little effect. He merely waved the smoke away, as though annoyed. This is all you amount to, despite having defeated Krobel and the others. Now it was the Demon Lord's turn to attack. Their blades clashed swiftly, once, twice in rapid succession. Hiro dono. Arrows flew in from Chiron and the others to support him. Enhanced by magecraft, the arrows didn't just strike, they exploded or released acid. But even when wounded, the Demon Lord regenerated instantly, launching another attack as if nothing had happened. The hero narrowly evaded it. Hiro-sama, are you all right? I'm fine, but I can't involve all of you any further. Fall back. I don't want to, but understood. Everyone staying here will only hinder Hiro-sama. We must retreat. But then Hiro-sama will be alone. Some of the soldiers objected, but in the chaos of battle, hesitation was fatal. Chiron, I understand. Everyone do as the hero dono says. Otherwise, he won't be able to fight at full strength. Chihiro-sama, may fortune favor you. Following Chiron's command, the soldiers began to withdraw. Your Highness, please as well. Understood. Hiro-sama, I pray for your victory. And thus, the stage was left to just the hero and the Demon Lord. You're going to face me alone. Yeah, I don't want to fight while dragging everyone else into it. The hero raised his sword and swung it through the air. At first, it made only a dull sound, but gradually the swishing grew sharper. Then slowly, the sound began to lag behind the swing itself. Interesting. Now then, Demon Lord, let's finish this. Episode 88, Cultural Festival, Part 6. The battlefield is shrouded in a moment of silence. Then, without any cue, both sides use shukuchi and their swords clash. Ho, you can keep up with this speed. Slower than I expected, that's a relief. Don't get cocky. One strike, then another. Their blades meet, and a beat later, a dull metallic ring echoes across the stage. Holy Javelin. Dark Javelin. Their swords break from the clash, and both simultaneously unleash their magecraft. As the spells collide, so do their swords again. A sharp strike. A heavy blow. Every technique exchanged is top class. Any ordinary opponent would be finished in a single hit. And yet, they evade, block, and counter each other flawlessly. To think a human could fight at this level, I'll give you credit. Not that I care. Like a flowing river, the hero's swordplay dances beautifully, relentlessly pressuring the demon lord. I see now, so this is the blade of a hero. Dropping his defensive stance, the demon lord raises his sword in preparation. What kind of attack is he planning? That thought circles through the hero's mind. A swift strike, far beyond anything that could be called merely fast. It truly tore through the moment in the blink of an eye. The attack pierced the hero's left arm. What? GH. Despite clutching his wounded arm, the hero doesn't drop his sword. On the contrary, with just one arm, he delivers a crushing blow to the demon lord. That strike slashes through the demon lord's right eye. Ga, you live up to the name, hero. You've earned it. The hero says nothing, simply returning to his stance. Very well then, hero, tell me your name. Kazuya, Hattori Kazuya. I'll remember that name. There's no need. This ends today. Phew, haha, don't be so sure. At that moment, smoke erupts on stage, obscuring the view. From within the haze, the thunderous clash of battle continues to reach the ears of the audience, conveying the intensity of the fight. When the smoke finally clears, what the audience sees are a more battered hero and demon lord, but neither has broken their stance. Next move ends it. Bring it on. At those words, the hero and demon lord charge forward. The demon lord swings horizontally, while the hero brings his blade down in a vertical arc. At the moment they cross, the hero's sword flares with light and shatters the demon lord's greatsword. You're strong. With those words, the demon lord collapses. Right on cue, Alice and Chiron rush to the hero's side. Hero dono. Kazuya-sama, Kazuya, that wound. I'm fine. Come on, let's all go home. As those words are spoken, the curtain falls. Despite a bit of rushing at the end, we managed to finish the play within the allotted time. And finally, with everyone on stage, it was time for the curtain call. The play has come to its end. Interlude, after the curtain call. The curtain call. Everyone from the cast to the production crew stepped onto the stage and bowed. In response, the audience returned their appreciation with applause. Amidst that applause, I felt cold sweat trickling down my body. Just what kind of battles did Onii go through? The depiction of blood on stage, the arm that vanished mid-performance, it was more vivid, more detailed than any battle I could have imagined. Well, of course, when you're cut by a sword, the body splits in two. If you're cut, you bleed. And if you go even further, the organs. As my mind kept drawing those connections, a sudden realization hit me. Could it be that the reason we saw so few soldiers on stage wasn't due to production constraints, but rather because so many people had fought and died that they simply couldn't be counted? I remembered what Celestina once said. Unless the head and heart are destroyed simultaneously, he can regenerate. How many times did Onii come face to face with death? As someone who hasn't seen it with my own eyes, I can only imagine. But no, even imagining it is hard. I want to hear about Onii's battles, but it scares me. A nameless dread creeps over me. It seems father and mother felt the same. They stared at the stage, their faces stiff with fear. So Kazuya actually did all that. After a long silence, father finally managed to speak. We could only nod vaguely in response. I wasn't born yet during the war with the demon lord, but I do know what battle is like. I've only fought against monsters, though. Even so, I can't help but wonder what kind of emotions you both must have felt. When it's all over, what are we supposed to say to the two of them? As we remained in the now sparse audience, that question kept swirling in my mind. Not that it was awkward exactly. It was just that I didn't know how to approach them anymore. Still, we have to go meet them. That much was clear. Without anyone needing to say it, the three of us headed toward the meeting spot we'd agreed on beforehand. Episode 89, After the Culture Festival. After the curtain call, when we exited backstage, our classmates welcomed us with warm applause. That was amazing. It felt like something that really happened. Celestina-san's ears were incredible too. Makeup these days can do stuff like that, huh? With the heat of the performance still lingering, Cels, her ears slightly flushed red, bowed her head to everyone. Thank you all so much for putting up with my selfishness. In response, everyone shook their heads. We're just as proud of the play. Besides, it was something we all decided together. Yeah, totally. It was fun too. Everyone, thank you so much. Voices of appreciation poured in, each person offering words of kindness to Cels. Being the heroine, writing the script, and giving stage direction must have been a lot, huh? You're amazing, Celestina-san. Cells accepted the praise with a bashful smile. That much said, we headed back to the dressing room and changed out of costume. She removed her makeup and hid her ears. Now, she was just an ordinary student again. Cells, Kazuya-san. Cells carefully hung up the costume she had just taken off and quietly gazed at it. A lot has happened over these past 2 months, hasn't it? Yeah. Now that it's over, we'll need to explain everything. To Oji-sama, to your parents, to Yui-san, and to Alicia. Yes, we will. How are we supposed to explain it all? Crossing into another world, undergoing harsh training, setting foot on the battlefield, so many encounters, so many farewells. It's hard to sum it all up in just a few words. Kazuya-san, it's about time. Yeah, let's go. The play had been over for a while now. Everyone was probably gathering at the meeting place. Shall we? Yes. Section Cells-san. Thank you all for coming today. This is a family event. Of course we'd be here. Thank you, Oji-sama. After the brief reunion greetings, it was time to get to the main topic. Hey, Kazuya, about what happened in the play, can I ask? Yeah, of course. Let's talk somewhere else. We moved to the classroom we'd used as a waiting room. Everyone took a seat, waiting to hear our story. Where should I even start? There's so much, it's hard to choose. Maybe begin by explaining the play itself. Yeah, good idea. So much uncertainty, but I'll speak. About my long, yet somehow short journey. Episode 90, Battle with the Demon Lord, Part 1. It was on a day of pouring rain that we stormed the Demon Lord's castle. From the time we first formed the Imperial Guard, our numbers had already dwindled significantly. Even with communication magic, splitting up inside the castle required each of us to be prepared for the worst. By the time we reached the Demon Lord's throne room, only 10 of us remained. We regrouped before making our final charge. Let's go. UOHHHH. The knights let out a fierce battle cry as they stepped into the throne room and quickly formed their formation. So brave and yet so reckless. Did it not occur to you that traps might be waiting for you? Seated at the far end of the room, atop the central dais, was a beautiful man with golden hair. He leaned lazily on his elbow as he spoke. What's wrong, hero? Not even a greeting. You're the Demon Lord, aren't you? That I am. Upon confirming it, I raised my longsword before me and spoke to the Demon Lord. I have to defeat you. And why is that? On the way here, I saw too many things: villages burned to the ground, people slaughtered, children who could do nothing but cry. If ending all of that means defeating you, then I'll gladly take up my sword. The Demon Lord looked down at me coolly, unfazed by my resolve. HMPH, lies. What are you talking about? No doubt you were told that if you killed me, you'd be returned to your original world. Unfortunately, that's not happening. You can't go back. That's a lie. The Emperor of Albania said that once the war ended, we'd be sent back home. And that's the real lie. Out of the countless worlds that exist, do you truly think a mere human could choose one and send someone there? Absurd. That can't be. You, the brat who's lived 400 years, surely you understand. There's no way a mere human could wield magecraft capable of traversing worlds. Ish. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, you insolent brat. I believe in the world I've seen with my own eyes. So you're not foolish enough to believe the words of your enemy. Very well. Show me then this so-called power of the hero. Episode 91. Battle with the Demon Lord, Part 2. Kazuya took the initiative, delivering a sharp strike straight to the Demon Lord's right side. But the Demon Lord caught the blow effortlessly with his hand, not even using his longsword. So that's all you've got? Not yet. Kazuya swung his sword from right to left. The Demon Lord parried casually with one hand using his longsword. Kazuya-sama. At Cell's signal, the hero stepped back to give her a clear shot. At the same time, Cell's magecraft struck the Demon Lord squarely. But the Demon Lord didn't seem fazed at all. He simply waved the smoke away as if it were a nuisance. This is all you can do after defeating Krobel and the others. This time, the Demon Lord counterattacked. Their swords clashed swiftly, once, then twice. Kazuya couldn't block them all, and wounds began to open on his body. Captain! Kane and the others unleashed covering fire, arrows enhanced with magecraft that exploded or scattered acid on impact. Even when the Demon Lord took damage, his body regenerated instantly. As though nothing had happened, he continued attacking. The hero narrowly dodged. Kazuya-sama, you're hurt. Under normal circumstances, Kazuya's wounds would have started healing quickly, but a small cut kept bleeding endlessly. I'm fine. But I can't afford to get everyone else caught in this. Fall back. I don't want to, but I understand. Everyone will only get in Kazuya-sama's way if we stay here. Let's retreat. But then the captain will be alone. The other knights voiced their concerns, but in a battle this intense, hesitation was fatal. Chiron. I know, everyone do as the captain says. Otherwise, he won't be able to fight at full strength. Captain, may fortune be with you. Spurred on by Cain, the knights withdrew. Your Highness, you too. Understood. Kazuya-sama, please, may fortune be with you. Though they kept an eye from the entrance, in the Demon Lord's chamber, only Kazuya and the Demon Lord remained. You sure you want to do this alone? Yeah. I don't want to fight while putting others in danger. Kazuya swung his sword toward the sky. At first, the sound it made as it cut the air was dull, but gradually it became sharper. Then, the sound began to lag behind the swing. With each slash, blood spilled, trailing arcs in the air. Ho! Let's go, Demon Lord, this ends now. Unlike before, the clashing of blades now rang out in sharp tones. Why? Is it so strange the wounds won't close? Alicia. I'm in good spirits tonight. I'll tell you something special. It's a gift from the gods. They say it ignores all abilities and allows you to strike. That's absurd. You're one to talk. Didn't you get your regeneration authority from a god as well? How do you know that? A god told me. Locked in a blade struggle, the two exchanged words. Dark javelin. Mid-standoff, the Demon Lord cast magecraft at Kazuya. Kazuya noticed it and broke away, but in the process took a wound to his left eye. Kazuya-sama. Don't come. Cell started to rush forward, but Kazuya's stern voice stopped her. A sharp strike, a heavy blow. Each move they made was a masterstroke. Any one of them could end a fight against an average opponent. But both of them dodged, blocked, and countered in turn. For a human to come this far, impressive. I'll give you that. Not that I'm happy about it. Kazuya's blade work, like a flowing river, assaulted the Demon Lord with elegance and force. The Demon Lord defended, but Kazuya's attacks finally began to land. Wounds appeared on the Demon Lord's body. Blood flew. Was it the Demon Lord's or Kazuya's? The sheer volume made it difficult to tell. Captain. Don't worry, it barely grazed me. Let's see how long you can keep bluffing. Shut up. Kazuya's massive sweeping strike drove the Demon Lord back a dozen paces. I see now, so this is the swordsmanship of a hero. As the Demon Lord lowered his guard and raised his blade in a new stance, Kazuya remained on high alert. What kind of attack is coming? That thought echoed in Kazuya's mind. SHHH. A flash, the word fast didn't begin to cover it. In a literal instant, the Demon Lord's attack tore through Kazuya's left arm. What? Gah. Even while shielding his left arm, Kazuya didn't let go of his sword. In fact, despite losing an arm, he delivered another heavy strike. That blow cut the Demon Lord's right eye. As expected of a hero, you've earned the name. Kazuya remained silent and held his stance. Very well. Hero, what is your name? Kazuya, Hattori Kazuya. I'll remember that name. You don't have to, this ends today. Phew, don't get ahead of yourself. The lightning-fast exchange wounded both of them again. The floor was drenched in their blood, like paint spilled across a canvas. The next one decides it. Bring it on. With those words, Kazuya and the Demon Lord charged. The Demon Lord swung horizontally. Kazuya brought his blade down vertically. In the instant they crossed, Kazuya's sword blazed with light and shattered the Demon Lord's longsword. You're strong. With that, the Demon Lord collapsed. Episode 92. Black. Are your wounds okay now? In the heavy atmosphere, Mom finally broke the silence. Yeah, they healed after we defeated the Demon Lord. Cells wrapped her arms around my shoulder and continued. The story isn't over yet. What do you mean, isn't over? It's not like in stories where everything ends once the Demon Lord is defeated. Section, the return journey of the Imperial Guard, after completing the Demon Lord's subjugation, was grueling. On top of the usual monsters, they had to deal with the Demon Lord's army of beasts and even demons. With the Demon Lord defeated, it seemed the chain of command collapsed, and their attacks became chaotic, making it incredibly difficult to respond. Barely making it back alive, Kazuya wasted no time and appeared before the emperor for an audience. You've done well to defeat the demon lord. Yes, your majesty. Did you truly slay the demon lord? I cut him down with my own hands. A murmur spread among the nobles. I, Cain Albert, can attest to this. The captain did indeed strike down the demon lord. His body turned to ash and vanished. I, Celestina Roman 6 Yggdrasia, also vouch for this, as the vice-captain. I see. The emperor leaned deeply into his throne and let out a long breath. So, the demon lord has fallen. We must act swiftly. The monsters may become even more active now. Just as the nobles began to move about in a flurry, the emperor raised his voice again. Once again, I thank you for defeating the demon lord. Now, is there anything you desire? Please, I wish to return to my original world. That single statement sent a new ripple through the assembly of nobles. Is that so? Of course you would. Your Majesty. It pains me to say this, but it appears the spell that returns the hero to his original world was stolen by the demon lord's forces. Those words knocked the wind out of me. Then, what will happen to Kazuya-sama? The emperor spoke heavily. He couldn't return. I could feel the blood drain from my body. It felt like my skin had gone cold. Static filled my vision, and a high-pitched ring drowned out all sound. The next thing I knew, everything went black. Episode 93, Limit. My memory of returning to the castle is hazy. Before I knew it, I was staring up at the ceiling of the room I'd been given in the castle. It's been 2 years since I came to this world. I haven't used this room much, and it still somehow feels like someone else's house. Now, though, that unfamiliarity has grown into something almost repulsive. It makes me feel downright sick. I can't go back, It doesn't feel real. Returning to another world after having been summoned to a fantasy one in the first place, something so absurd, I'd never even entertained the idea. Even so, ever since I came here, I've fought and 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 fought. What the hell was I even fighting for? Damn it, Section, it's been 3 days since Kazuya-sama collapsed. He locked himself in his room with a powerful barrier spell. Sometimes faint voices escape from inside, so at the very least, he's still alive. Alive, but to him, this must be a living hell beyond anything we can imagine. Kazuya-sama. I stopped in front of his door and gently laid my hand on it. Even if I were to call out to him now, it would mean nothing. No, it might even make things worse. Still, I couldn't stay away. I found myself here again at his door. Princess Celestina. Vice-Captain Cain. Has the captain... No. We stood there, simply staring at his door. It was all we could do. The captain's magical power is fluctuating wildly. It's unlike him. Maybe this is what he's really like. Until now, he's always played the role of the perfect hero. I tried the doorknob on a whim, but it repelled me with a sharp zap. Let's wait. If it's the captain, I know he'll come back. Yes, you're right. Section, that night, a strange unease jolted me awake. Wearing only a nightdress and a light robe, not something I'd ever wear outside normally, I followed the pounding of my heart. His room, the overwhelming magic that had filled the room earlier that day had completely vanished. I took several deep breaths to calm myself, then turned the doorknob. With a click, it turned. The door opened. Kazuya. And there he was, the moment my eyes adjusted, Kazuya-sama holding a naked blade. Oh, hey, Cels, what's wrong? Holding back the tremble in my lips, I forced myself to speak calmly. Kazuya-sama, what about you? Why are you holding a drawn sword? I was just wondering if maybe I'd return if I died, like in a game. I thought maybe I'd log out and find myself back on that same road I used to walk to school. Then, please let me come with you. Why? Cels, your world is here. My world is actually very small. You might think it's strange, since I'm a princess, but I can't bear to live in a world where the few people I know, where the man I love, doesn't exist. I approached him cautiously and gently placed my hand over his tense one. Would you let me talk with you for just a little while? After that, I'll respect whatever you choose to do. Okay. Episode 94, Tears. We sat together on the bed in the ruined room. Kazuya-sama somehow managed to sheath his sword and took a seat beside me. An eerie stillness dominated the air, so quiet that even the sound of our breathing felt painfully clear. I never imagined there would be no way back. Yeah, I've already instructed my people to investigate a way to return to your world. Yeah, the conversation died there. Kazuya-sama kept his head down, replying only with faint murmurs. Kazuya-sama, I am deeply sorry for what the people of my world have done. I bowed my head as deeply as I could. Stop that, it's not your fault, Cells. Even so, they're still people from my world, and all I can do now is apologize. Kazuya-sama, his voice hoarse, told me to raise my head. When I did, I saw him wearing a calm expression tinged with quiet resignation. To be honest, I kind of thought from the start that maybe I couldn't go back. What? I don't think they deliberately summoned me from my world. It just happened by chance. I mean, even if I had the so-called hero's skill, no one in their right mind would go out of their way to summon a complete amateur like me, right? So I figure it's the same the other way around too. They probably can't send me exactly where they want. If they try, I might just end up getting pushed into some other world entirely. I was struck silent by his words. Has Kazuya-sama been carrying that thought with him all this time while fighting? The realization tangled painfully within me. I guess I kind of knew it from the beginning, but I didn't want to think about it. And now that it's staring me in the face, I went and made a scene like this. What a nuisance I am, huh? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Before I could stop myself, I pulled him into my arms. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I wanted to do something, anything for him. That desperate urge was all that led to such a clumsy, foolish action. Kazuya-sama, no, Kazuya-san, I'm truly glad I met you. You saved me, on the battlefield, in the fight against the demon lord, and in my heart. You treated me not as a princess, but as another human being. As a girl, that meant more to me than you could imagine. That's why this time, I want to save you. I want to help you. That's what my heart wishes for. Cells. After a long silence, Kazuya-san spoke softly. I did my best, didn't I? Yes. I was suddenly summoned to some world I didn't understand, told to fight. And I cut down so many lives. Yes. I didn't even know which side was right, and yet I still did all that. I did my best, didn't I? Yes, you truly did your best. At that, Kazuya-san began to tremble, suppressing his sobs. It's all right. You don't have to be strong when you're with me. I want to see all of you, and love all of you. Ew. Please let his sorrow be carried away with these tears. As I prayed for that, I continued to gently stroke his back. Episode 95. Long awaited. I must have looked pretty pathetic, huh? As night settled in, Kazuya-san said that with his shoulders hunched. I'm just glad I finally got to hear what you were really thinking, Kazuya-san. I see. Kazuya-san smiled at that. Unlike earlier, his face now looked as though a weight had been lifted, and I felt quietly relieved. Now then, what should we do from here on? With that, Kazuya-san sprawled out on the bed, arms and legs wide open. Let's see, we'll likely need to stabilize the countries thrown into disarray, and deal with the remnants of the Demon Lord's army. Yeah, defeating the Demon Lord doesn't mean everything's just over and done with. I nodded in agreement and lay down beside him. The warmth from his skin no longer carried that uneasy heat from before. Instead, it radiated his usual kindness. Hey, Cells. Yes. Want to get married? Wah. When I turned to look at him in surprise, he had a face that said oops. Sorry, forget I said that. I will not forget. Why would you suddenly say something like that? Well, you're a princess of the kingdom of Yggdrasia, right? So I figured they might order you to return before long. You're right. Now that the Demon Lord has been defeated, I imagine I'll be summoned back before too long. Honestly, I don't want you to go. I want you to stay by my side. So, I feel the same. Even if it's another world, I will follow you. Because I love you. Hearing my words, Kazuya-san blushed deeply and pulled me into his arms. I really wanted to say this in a better setting, though. It's fine. It's not something that needs to be shared with others anyway. I tightened my embrace. My head nestled against the base of Kazuya-san's neck, and the scent that tickled my nose was the one I loved most, his. I'll give you a proper proposal another time, but Cells. Yes. I love you. Yes, I love you too. Let's walk together for a long, long time. Section, open and honest. I shared everything with my family, Dad, Mom, Yui, and Alicia. I'm sure each of them had their own thoughts about it. Still, they listened with expressions that reflected their feelings. It wasn't just the content of the story, the atmosphere was heavy too, so I tried to lighten the mood a bit. Hey, Cells, did you really have to go into that much detail? That was super embarrassing, you know. It was necessary. To convey how much you mean to me, I couldn't leave anything out. Yui picked up on the flow of the conversation. Smart little sister. Hey, Oniai, did you redo the proposal properly afterward? I am curious about that too. Let's see, it was during the victory celebration a few weeks later. That's when he did it. The moment she said that, the girls let out delighted squeals. I guess talk of that kind is especially captivating. They all swarmed Cells, peppering her with questions. Please, I thought, do this when I'm not around. By the time we finished talking, the clock had circled twice. There was a time limit on how long we could use the classroom, so we headed out. I'd finally said everything I needed to. That was how I felt. The story had grown so long that I kept putting it off. Being a story about war didn't make it any easier to tell, and I wasn't sure how to bring it up. But this had been a good chance. To me, it's already the past. It felt like a wall that had stood between me and my family had finally come down. That's what kind of day it was. Episode 96, the story of my son being a hero. Today was the cultural festival at my son Kazuya's school. Apparently, they turned Kazuya's adventure in another world into a stage play. I was invited to attend as part of the audience. It made me happy that my son actually asked me to come to a school event. At this age, most kids are supposed to be in their rebellious phase and don't want their parents around for these things. So yes, I was genuinely happy. Though, come to think of it, maybe Kazuya already passed that phase during his 10 years in the other world. It's strange, his appearance hasn't changed at all, yet internally, he's aged 10 years. But then again, if magic exists, where you can start a fire from nothing, then this kind of thing isn't exactly out of place either. Truth be told, the way he moves and speaks clearly shows he's not your average 17-year-old. I guess that's just how it is. When I arrived at the school, the grounds were bustling with students and parents. I wandered around the festival, enjoying the atmosphere while feeling a sense of nostalgia I hadn't felt in a long time. The food stands and activities were all typical student-level quality, which honestly made them even more charming. Before long, it was time for Kazuya's play to begin. I headed to the gymnasium and took a seat on one of the folding chairs. Luckily, a seat directly in front of the stage was still open, so I claimed it. The buzzer rang. The play began. The opening unfolded just as Celestina-san had once told me. Kazuya was summoned to another world, underwent training, and was sent off to war. But hearing it described and actually seeing it performed are two different things. It was intense, and this is something already toned down for the stage. Thinking about how much worse it must have been in reality sent a chill down my spine. Kazuya's performance, no, his reenactment of his own memories, was so compelling it drew the audience right in. As the play entered its final act, there was something different about him. A certain aura, a presence. Not like an actor, but like a true warrior or knight. His eyes were unlike anything you'd see in modern society. And I don't have the vocabulary to describe it properly. On a meta level, I suppose they weren't planning to reuse the costumes because the production value kept escalating. Specifically, they started using prosthetics and fake blood. Probably not something you'd see in a regular school play, but I'll let that slide. No matter how many times Kazuya was slashed or pierced, he kept moving forward, driven by his determination to crush the enemy. This wasn't like a movie or game where the protagonist is guaranteed a path to victory. The enemy was out to kill him for real, and Kazuya kept cutting them down, advancing. Of course, he wasn't unscathed. With each new opponent, he took on more wounds. This time it was just fake blood, but in reality, it must have been a battlefield with guts flying everywhere. That thought alone made my stomach turn. Kazuya made it through all of that, and that realization stirred something deep within me. The defeat of the Demon Lord. Something beyond anything we could imagine. But at the very least, we understood this. It wasn't something easy. Whatever means he used, it was clear from the play that he even lost an arm. I literally forgot to breathe at that moment. And yet, amidst it all, Kazuya defeated the Demon Lord. He was utterly battered, a perfect image of the phrase, worn down to the bone. How grueling it must have been. All we can do is imagine. Then came the curtain call. We clapped, slightly delayed. We'd heard stories. But all we had were second-hand images built from those stories. They didn't hold a candle to what we'd just seen. We have to hear more. That thought struck us. Kazuya, just what kind of life did you live in that other world? Section. Later, in a different location, we heard what wasn't told in the play, the brutal battles and the declarations of despair. The weight of it all was unmistakable. One look into Kazuya's eyes told more than our imagination ever could. It's all in the past now. So he said, his eyes seeming distant, as though gazing far into a bygone time. Celestina-san quietly leaned against him. Well, you made it back. That's all that matters now. Kazuya's voice was light, cheerful even, and we couldn't say anything to that. Our eyes began to sting. The way he shifted the topic so casually made the entire conversation feel heavier, leaving us needing time to properly process everything. We didn't get to see much of the festival, actually. Any recommendations? Then, Oniai, how about the haunted house? It was surprisingly high quality. Watching Kazuya and the others laugh and chat, I let out a quiet breath for some reason. We have to talk more. To understand Kazuya, to understand Celestina-san and Alicia-san, we need to talk more. That thought grew inside me as I watched Kazuya's back. Just how much has he carried on those shoulders? Compared to the back of the son I once knew, this one looked far more reliable. At first, I'd been shocked, but looking at this back now, I can believe he was truly a hero. My thoughts are still a mess. There was just so much to take in. But if nothing else, I now know this. My son truly was a hero. And for now, that's enough. Episode 97, The Results. Once the parents had gone home, it was time for us students to enjoy the festival. That's right, the cultural festival wasn't over yet. That said, our class had only the one performance. So from here on, we were purely in the audience. Our classmates all went off to spend the rest of the day however they liked, visiting friends' classes or spending time with their partners. Not long after the sun began to dip toward the horizon, an announcement echoed across the school. Great work on the festival, everyone. Now then, I'm sure you've all been waiting for this. The results are in. The students responded with the kind of energy that said, we've been waiting for this. We don't know anything about how things were scored or what the criteria were, but once you put grilled meat on the line, people get fired up. All right, first up, the food stall division. Cheers and groans rippled through the students as the results were read. The class that won first place erupted with joy. Smiling at the scene, I gently placed a hand on Cel's shoulder and turned my ears to the broadcast. Next is the gymnasium division. This covers all the stage events held in the gym. We'll begin with third place. Third place goes to Class 1 to 4. Everyone in our class held their breath. And in first place, Class 2 to 2. The hero's tale, the second that announcement hit, our entire class burst into cheers. You did it, Cels. Yes. The main goal had already been fulfilled, sharing her story from the other world with her family. So her outward reaction was mild, but I'm really happy to see her story recognized like this, and she looks a little proud of herself too. Celestina-san, we did it. First place. Kase-san, we really did. All that effort on the direction paid off. Futagama-san, yes, it really did. The girls were all celebrating the win together. As I watched over them with a smile, someone came up and slung an arm over my shoulder. You did it, Hiro-sama. Don't call me that, but yeah, we did it. Ryo and Jin had come over to join me. Yakiniku, this Friday after school. Got it. We're gonna eat so much they'll regret making it all you can eat. Nothing more high school boy than that. I couldn't help but smile to myself. Kazuya-san. Cells. There were people who enjoyed the story we told, and somehow, just that alone makes everything feel worth it. We really did good, didn't we? Yeah. Interlude. Yakiniku party. On the Friday following the cultural festival, the long-awaited yakiniku party went ahead as planned. It was held at a yakiniku chain restaurant not far from school. One by one, our classmates gathered there. Oh, the star of the show finally shows up. What's that supposed to mean? Is everyone already here? Seems like everyone was really looking forward to this. They all got here before the meetup time. When I looked over at the reserved seats, sure enough, everyone was already gathered. Sorry about that, looks like I kept you waiting. Don't worry about it, Celestina-san. We're the ones who decided to come early. All right, now that everyone's here, let's raise a toast. With that, Ryo handed us all cups filled with juice. Go on, say a few words for the toast. Wait us. You were the leads in the play, and Celestina-san wrote the script, right? Who better? The rest of the class nodded in agreement. Well then, to the safe conclusion of the cultural festival. And to the success of the play. Cheers! We all raised our drinks and then got started on the yakiniku. The sizzling sound of meat on the grill, the smoky aroma wafting through the air, the cheerful voices of everyone enjoying themselves came together in a harmonious trio. The play was amazing, though. Yeah, even though we knew what was going to happen, it still gave me butterflies. Kazuya-kun, maybe you've got a real talent for acting. Don't flatter me too much. Kazuya's blushing. Shut it. While I was exchanging banter with classmates, Cels looked on with a gentle smile. What's up, Celestina-san? You're smiling so warmly. I'm just happy to see Kazuya-san spending time like this with everyone in class. Really? I think this is pretty normal, though. The Kazuya-san, I knew used to spend a lot of time alone. Well, Cels, same goes for you, doesn't it? That was only because I didn't have many people my age around, not because I wanted to be alone. I was in the same boat, just not a lot of people our age around back then. Our conversation made Kase-san and the others laugh. Sorry, it's just kind of funny seeing you two talk like that. What do you mean by that? You know, you two always act so in sync. It's like watching an old married couple. I didn't mean to come off that way. Do we really look like that? Kase-san and the others nodded without hesitation. Yeah, there's something really graceful about the two of you. That's probably Cel's fault. Mine. She comes from a pretty fancy background, you know. Oh really? So your house was big and all that? Yeah, something like that. She is, after all, a princess of an entire nation. Not that I can say that out loud. You guys eating enough? It's all you can eat, so make sure you get your money's worth. We're eating just fine, Ryo. And so, our night continued a little longer. Episode 98. Alicia's Culture Festival. The Sunday following the end of our own school festival, Alicia's middle school held their culture festival. According to Alicia, her class was running a maid cafe. As a parent, I was a bit surprised, but if she was having fun, that was all that mattered. Following the usual route to school, we made our way there. Since I entered from outside for the high school division, this was actually my first time visiting the middle school. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Looks like the middle school festival is in full swing too. Banners and decorations gave the place a festive feel. It was just as lively as the high school festival. Alicia's class was first year, class 4, right? That's right, let's head there now. With a flyer in hand, we followed the directions through the school building. Before long, we reached first year, class 4's room. The windows were covered with curtains, so we couldn't see inside. A small sign indicated the cafe was open, so we trusted it and opened the door. Welcome home, master, mistress. We were greeted by middle schoolers, dressed in classical maid uniforms. I had expected something like an Akihabara-style maid cafe, but this was a bit different. The interior gave off an elegant and calming atmosphere. The students working inside wore maid uniforms that evoked a Victorian aesthetic. And it wasn't just the girls, boys were working too, dressed in tailcoats and giving off the air of butlers. Father, mother, thank you for coming. Alicia came over from the back of the room. She too was dressed in the classical maid outfit. I'm surprised. When I heard it was a maid cafe, I imagined something totally different. That's what most people imagine. But since this is a school event, and we're in middle school, some raised concerns about doing a modern maid cafe. True, I don't mean to criticize modern maid cafes, but it's fair to question whether they're appropriate for a school event. Exactly. So we all agreed it would be better to emulate the graceful dignity of traditional maids. That sounds like a good idea. Did you teach the others etiquette? Yes, just a little. I helped with how to handle skirts, how to bow, and how to walk properly. As we looked around, the surrounding students noticed and returned our gaze with polite bows. Standing around chatting isn't ideal. Let me guide you to your table. Please do. Very well, master, mistress, right this way. Once seated, Alicia handed us menus. Wow, they've got quite a selection. From light meals like sandwiches to coffee, tea, and juice, the menu was impressively thorough for a school event. What would you recommend, Alicia? Let's see, how about the sandwich and tea set? Sounds great. I'll have that, please. Certainly, and for you, Dana-sama. I'll have the same as Cells. Understood, please wait just a moment. With that, Alicia stepped away. I glanced around the cafe again. The gentle BGM, pastel yellow curtains, and crisp white tablecloths created a refined ambience. It wasn't overly crowded, but it wasn't empty either, just the right level of activity for a pleasant atmosphere. The middle school festival is impressive too. Yeah, especially if this etiquette is Alicia's doing. The refined manners she learned in the royal palace, arguably the pinnacle of noble education, were clearly on full display here. As we chatted, our order arrived. Thank you for waiting. Here is your sandwich and tea set. Thank you. You're very welcome. What's your schedule like after this, Alicia? My shift ends in the morning, so I'll be free in the afternoon. Then we'll drop by again later today. Yes, thank you very much. With a flawless curtsy, Alicia took her leave. We began eating our sandwiches. The flavors were far more refined than a simple bread and filling combo. This is amazing. It even has mustard and pickles in it. They went all out. And the tea, such a wonderful aroma and taste. Maybe it was the festival excitement making things taste even better, but it really was delicious. We finished our light meal and sipped tea while chatting. It was a perfectly elegant Sunday. Episode 99, Hot Spring Trip. The school festival had ended, and things had finally settled down. Now, the sound of the upcoming term end exams echoed through the halls. In the midst of that, we planned a hot spring trip to unwind from the festival. The destination was a traditional hot spring inn in the neighboring prefecture. It was nestled deep in the mountains, but with an express bus route nearby, access was surprisingly good. Technically, it was close enough for a day trip, but since it was meant to be a reward for our hard work, we decided to take it slow and enjoy the full experience. I'm so happy I get to go on a trip with you, Father. I didn't really get to take you on many trips while we were over there. That's not true, is it? You took me on one 5 years ago, remember? You remember that? Of course I do. It was a family trip, after all. We took the train into the city and then transferred to a bus. After nearly 3 hours of riding, we switched from the express bus to a local one for the final 30 minutes, eventually arriving at the inn. Is it the elevation? The air feels thinner and it's a bit chilly. Yeah, I'm feeling a little cold too. We checked in right away. The inn wasn't particularly large, but it had a nostalgic charm, what you'd call old-fashioned in a good way. This place is lovely. The traditional Japanese atmosphere feels so soothing. Yeah, beds are great and all, but sometimes it's nice to sleep on tatami and futons. Is that the scent of rush grass? I've never smelled it before, and yet it feels strangely nostalgic. Now that you mention it, I didn't see any tatami mats over there. I heard they were common in Far Eastern countries a long time ago. Is that so? I should have tried importing some. After unpacking, we headed straight for the hot spring. It was right by the inn, making access easy. They say it helps with fatigue recovery, relaxation, and even has beauty benefits. Hearing that, the two of them couldn't wait to get in. It's a little lonely not being in the same bath with you, Father. Yeah, well, I think we're a little too old for that now. We'd reserved a private family bath just in case, but still, bathing together with your middle school-aged daughter felt inappropriate. Sure, being alone in the bath was a bit lonely, but this was a rare hot spring experience. I had to make the most of it. Episode 100, Beneath the Moonlight. After enjoying the hot spring, it was time for dinner. Just thinking about a meal at a hot spring inn was enough to lift my spirits. Feeling quietly excited, I made my way to the dining area. This time, we chose a course featuring local specialties. Since it was a rare trip, I wanted to treat everyone to something nice. A soak in the hot spring, followed by a delicious meal, this is true luxury. Together with Alicia and Cells, both dressed in yukata and haori, we savored the dishes. Moments like this make me painfully aware of my limited vocabulary. Even the rice is incredible. Each grain is fluffy and well-shaped, with a nice sweetness. It's really delicious. Yeah, it really is. Ah, you totally stole my line, didn't you? Turning away from Cel's playful accusation, I gave a vague response. Honestly, Mother, the tempura is really good too. It really is. It goes perfectly with a bit of salt. After the meal, we enjoyed another dip in the hot spring. Feeling refreshed, we noticed it was already past 9 p.m. It was a bit early, but we decided to go to bed. You know, this is the first time we've all slept in the same room. That's true. Last time we traveled, everyone had their own room. I think sleeping like this is called kawanojai, right? Yeah. It's based on the kanji for river because the way people sleep side by side resembles that character. Parent, child, parent. Oh, is that so? There are different theories, though. That makes it sound like anything goes. Laughing, we all laid down for the night. What should we do tomorrow? I drifted off to sleep with that thought in my mind. Section. Some time later, I woke up. It was just around midnight. Probably because I had gone to bed earlier than usual, I found myself waking at an odd hour. Maybe I'll take a bath. I decided to head to the private family bath attached to the room. Phew, hot springs really are something else. I muttered to myself, mind if I join you? You were awake too. With a soft splash, Cels sat beside me. I just happened to wake up. But if it means I get to bathe with you, Kazuya-san, then I'm glad I did. I see. Silence settled between us. The only sound was the soft bubbling of the hot spring. The moon is beautiful tonight. It really is. I feel like I could gaze at it with you forever. When I looked up, the sky was completely different from earlier. The sunset was long gone, and a brilliant full moon now hung high above, surrounded by a sea of stars. So, you knew what that phrase meant, huh? Of course, I studied it. Cels leaned her head against my shoulder. How was the school festival? It was amazing, but I'm really not as cool as everyone makes me out to be. Is that so? We didn't get to talk about it much, but I thought your declaration during the fight against the other 4 heavenly kings was particularly impressive. Forget about that already. Hee. Okay. As I wrapped my arm around Cels' shoulders, I spoke. Thanks, Cels. I was able to talk about it thanks to you. Think nothing of it. We are husband and wife after all. My relationship with Yui and with my parents hadn't changed, at least not in a bad way. They weren't acting overly reserved or cautious around me. If anything, Yui just kept asking about the other world like always. Hey, Cels. Yes. The moon sure is beautiful. Yes. And if it's with you, I'll watch it again and again. And like that, beneath the moonlight, our shadows became one. Note, the moon sure is beautiful. In Japanese, tsuki ga kairi desu ni, the moon is beautiful, isn't it? Is a poetic way to say, I love you. This expression is often attributed to novelist Natsume Soseki, who felt that direct confessions lacked the subtlety of Japanese emotion. Here, when Kazuya says the line and Cels responds, it's not just small talk. It's a quiet, heartfelt confession of love conveyed through the beauty of the night. Episode 101. Final exams. Sorry to break your post-school festival peace, but it's time for final exams. At the homeroom teacher's announcement, the entire class let out a collective groan of A. No whining. Starting tomorrow, it's exam week. Finals will be held at the beginning of next week. Do your best. Everyone reluctantly nodded. Regular exams are the sworn enemy of students, after all. Can't really blame them. And as for me, also a student, I've got to study hard too. That evening, in the mansion's living room, Cels handed me a cup of coffee as I had my study materials spread out in front of me. You're really fired up. Studying is a student's primary duty, after all. Man, I wish I could say that to my past self. I took a sip of the coffee. Its warmth was especially comforting in this chilly weather. If there's anything you don't understand, please ask, okay? Thanks. As expected of Cels, she had already mastered the entire range of material for this round of exams. I felt a little bad always relying on her, so this time I was determined to do it on my own. Even though I hadn't said that out loud, she seemed to sense it. Instead of offering to teach, she quietly spread out her own materials beside me. This feels kind of nostalgic, she said. Nostalgic. Yes, it reminds me of when we used to work together in the study at the mansion. Yeah, even though it was only 6 months ago, it feels like such a long time. I couldn't help but chuckle as I pictured myself back then, struggling with paperwork I didn't know how to handle. I remember getting scolded a lot because I didn't understand the formats. Yes, you did. That happened quite a bit. We chatted idly like that as I scribbled away with my mechanical pencil. These little moments, they're so peaceful and comforting. Until dinner, the two of us kept studying. Alicia eventually joined in, and we all helped one another review in preparation for the final exams. Section: Final Exam Day 1. When I arrived at school, Everyone was locked in a silent showdown with their textbooks and vocabulary cards. Everyone's really giving it their all, I thought as I focused on squeezing in one last round of cramming. All right, everyone, put your books away. Finals start now. Sensei, can we bring in our notes? Just a little. Of course not, accept your fate. Awa, come on, that's so unfair. And so, the battle for us students began. Episode 102, Influenza. It was lunchtime on the first day of finals. The tense air had eased up a bit, and everyone was enjoying their meals. Man, modern Japanese is finally over. Yeah, that one was tough this time. While offering some sympathy to Ryo, who was slumped over, I continued scoring my own answers. Kazuya-san, how did it go? Not bad, I guess. How about you, Cells? I've only done the self-scoring, but I believe there were no issues. I figured, that's impressive. Still feeling a little more tired than usual, probably from the test, I soothed my weary body with lunch. We all pushed forward, doing some last-minute review for the afternoon exam. All right, just a little more to go. Section. After the first day of finals ended, I headed home. Once I arrived, I tossed my bag aside and let myself sink into the couch. Kazuya-san, honestly, at least put your things away. Wait, are you okay? What do you mean? You just look a bit feverish, that's all. Do I? Now that you mention it, my joints do ache a little. Just a moment, please. Saying that, Cells rummaged around and handed something to me. A thermometer. Just to be sure. I took the thermometer and tucked it under my arm. Before long, I heard that cold mechanical beep beep beep. What's the reading? 39.9 degrees C. Oh my, let's go to the clinic, shall we? Moving quickly, we went to our regular internal medicine clinic. It had been nearly 10 years since my last visit, so I was a little fuzzy on the process, but Cells handled everything smoothly. At the reception desk, a familiar face greeted us. Oh, Kazuya-kun, is that you? What's the matter today? I think I've come down with a fever. Oh dear, that's no good. Here, the usual questionnaire. Fill it out and bring it back. I quickly filled it out and handed it in. Thanks. No mistakes, say. Who's the young lady with you? You don't have a sister, right? She's my wife. We just got married recently. What? Kazuya-kun got married. My time flies, oh no, I'm chatting too much. Please wait in the lounge, they'll call you soon. Got it. When I returned to Cells, she was looking at me with a curious expression. Do you know that woman? She's the receptionist here. I've been coming to this clinic for years, so she remembers my face and name. I see, that sort of thing happens then. Small-town doctor and all. As we chatted, my name was called. The examination went smoothly, and the diagnosis was soon delivered. It's influenza, you'll need to stay home from school. Well, I figured as much. It wasn't all that surprising. I had a hunch. But since I hadn't been seriously ill for over a decade, this sluggish feeling was hard to describe. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Thank you. I picked up the medication and headed home. Before long, I was sent straight to bed. Unfortunately, you won't be able to take tomorrow's finals. Yeah, I guess not. Cough. For now, please focus on getting better, Kazuya-san. Okay. It's not that big a deal. That's what I thought anyway, but my body was clearly worn out and I fell asleep almost immediately. My forehead felt cool and soothing. This might be the best sleep I've had in a while. Halloween side story. While I was out shopping with Cells, a Halloween display caught my eye. Halloween? I guess it's that time of year again. Halloween, if I recall, I heard it originally had ties to honoring the dead and their ancestors. I thought it was a harvest festival. Apparently, it originated from the ancient Celtic Samhain festival. It combined a celebration of the autumn harvest with a ritual to ward off evil spirits that appeared at the end of summer and the beginning of a new year. Cells said, showing me what she had pulled up on her phone. Well then, guess we should grab some candy. Sounds good. I have a feeling Yui-san might ask for it. When we returned home, we could already hear Yui and Alicia's voices coming from the living room. Oni, welcome back. Welcome home, father-mother. I figured you two might dress up, but what are you even dressed as? I looked over at them. They were wearing large witch hats, flared skirts, and robes, the full ensemble of witches. Can't you tell just by looking? We're witches, what do you think? Alicia-chan and I tried doing a matching outfit. Yui struck a confident pose, while Alicia followed suit a bit shyly. It looks good on you. I saw people dressed like that back in my world too, but you two are way cuter. Right, you've seen the real thing over there, haven't you? Do they really wear hats like this? As I answered Yui's curious question, she suddenly turned toward me like she'd just remembered something. Something wrong. I just realized I hadn't said it yet. Said what? Trick or treat? Knew you were going to say that. Here, candy. Awa, you already had some ready. We remembered when we were out shopping earlier. With that, the four of us sat down to enjoy the candy. Sweets eaten on a day like this somehow felt more enticing, almost bewitching. That was the kind of afternoon it turned out to be. Section. Later that night, in our room at the mansion. Today was surprisingly fun. Yeah, it was. Kazuya-san. What is it? Trick or treat? She leaned against my chest and whispered it softly in my ear. I handed her a lollipop in response. Oh my, you were hiding something like that all along. Don't make it sound so shady. I just had a feeling it might come in handy. Goodness, and here I thought I'd finally get the chance to trick you. Holding cells against me so she couldn't escape, I whispered into her ear. Trick or treat? You too, Kazuya-san. Is that a no? It's not a no, but... She murmured, I don't have any candy, so I kissed her and replied, then I guess I'll take a trick. Tonight was far from over. End of Volume 1.